Recorded Books Romance presents an unabridged recording of The Night Before by Lisa Jackson, narrated by Alyssa Bresnahan. This work is copyrighted 2003 by Susan Lisa Jackson. This recording is copyrighted 2003 by Recorded Books. In a sultry southern town, Caitlyn Montgomery Bandeaux wakes up one morning to find herself covered in blood and her estranged husband murdered. But she has no memory of what happened the night before. When she seeks help from Adam Hunt, the town's new psychologist, she discovers that those who appear the most innocent are usually the most evil. And now, The Night Before.
Chapter 1. Pain thundered through her head, as if 1,000 horses were stampeding through her brain. Her tongue was thick, and a bad taste lingered in her mouth, and there was something more. Something bad. A sensation of oppression that seemed to pin her to her bed. Her heart was pounding wildly, her skin soaked in sweat. Faint images of her dream. Of Josh. Of walking up the brick path to his house, cut through her consciousness. Her shoes crunched against dry leaves. The wind rattled through the branches of the oaks, billowing the Spanish moss. Somewhere nearby a dog barked, and the smell of cigar smoke hung in the air. You shouldn't be here. Go, run! Up the steps to the brick house that used to be her home. The door was cracked. A slice of light spilled onto the front porch, an invitation in a dark, sultry night. Don't do it. Don't go inside. Dear God, what did I do last night? Caitlyn opened one bleary eye, just a slit. She was so thirsty, and her entire body ached. Too much alcohol. Way too much. She was in her bedroom. The ceiling fan whirred overhead as dawn began to filter past the curtains. Images of the night before were hazy and out of sequence. She'd gone out to meet her sister. Yes, that was it, because she needed to get out, to unwind. Yesterday was Jamie's birthday. Eerily, as if a dozen children were singing off-key, she heard, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jamie." Caitlyn's heart squeezed. Her daughter would have been 5. If she had lived. She closed her eyes again as raw pain tore through her. Jamie. Precious, precious baby. Snatched away when she was barely 3, a cherub-faced toddler. Oh, Lord, Caitlyn missed her child. So bad that at times she found it impossible to move forward, go on with her life. Now, on the bed, squeezing her eyes against the truth, she felt the familiar ache of the loss, so deep it scratched at her soul. It was your fault, Caitlyn. If you'd been half a mother, this never would have happened. Josh's accusations tore through her brain, bringing the guilt. The ever-present sense that she should have done more, that if she'd tried harder, she would have somehow saved her child. Don't even think about it. Don't listen to him, and for God's sake, don't believe his poison. You know you did all you could to save her. She let out her breath slowly, breathed deeply again, remembered what Dr. Wade had said about letting go of the negative energy, of finding herself, her new purpose. Slowly the grief subsided to a small, dark ache that lay just beneath her headache. Man, it was a monster. She must have really tied one on. Another sharp image sizzled through her brain. Josh was in his den, but he wasn't moving. No. He was slumped over his desk, his arms at his sides, his neck twisted so that he faced the door. Blood had oozed from his arms, staining the carpet. His mouth gaping open, his skin pale, his eyes unblinking as they stared at her. She sat bolt upright. God, what kind of dream was that? Her heart slammed against her chest. Pieces of the nightmare slid through her brain only to disappear. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God! Slow down, Caitlyn. Breathe deep. It was only a dream. Don't fall apart. Desperately, she gulped air, remembered all the techniques she'd learned in therapy, forced herself to rein in her galloping emotions. Never again, she vowed. Whatever it was she'd drunk last night, she would never take as much as one sip again. But what was it? She blinked, tried to remember, but nothing came except the brittle, jagged pieces of the nightmare. Jesus, she whispered. Once again, she'd lost track of time, hours of her life missing. She didn't even remember how she'd gotten home. An inkling that something was very, very wrong slithered through her consciousness. She couldn't name it, but the sensation was strong enough to cause her skin to prickle. You had a bad dream. That's all. Get over it. She drew in another long breath. She was in her own bed. Home. Safe. With a mother of a migraine. Her head throbbed, her throat ached, and she smelled smoke in her hair from sitting too many hours in the bar. Oh, God, she'd really overdone it last night. She winced against the first rays of the new morning as dawn crept through the open window. A jasmine-scented breeze carried with it the sounds of fresh rainwater gurgling in the gutters. The French doors were slightly ajar, and the lacy curtains lifted and fluttered, shadowed in places, darkened and stained. Why was the door open? Had she opened it last night before crawling into bed because of the heat? Images of the nightmare stabbed into her consciousness, mingling with blurred memories from the night before. She'd had a few drinks at a bar, somewhere on the waterfront. Or was that part of the disjointed dream, too? She remembered the noise of the band, and she could still smell the cloud of old cigarette smoke that had hung over the crowd. She'd drunk a little too much. Well, a lot too much. But she'd managed to get home. Somehow. But that part was blank. The headache no amount of Excedrin would be able to quell throbbed behind one eye, and she felt groggy, disconnected, as she glanced at the clock. Red digital numbers flashed. 12 o'clock. Midnight? Noon? No way. Birds were just beginning to warble. It had to be early, 5 or 6. A god-awful time to wake up. The power must have been interrupted. It was the dream that had awoken her, the ragged, disjointed scenes screaming through her brain. Her mouth tasted bad, dry as cotton. Her stomach felt empty, as if she'd lost its contents sometime during the night. Swiping a hand over her sweaty forehead, she brushed back a clump of damp curls and felt something crusty. Her fingers were dirty, or... What the devil was that smell? For a second she thought she might have thrown up, but the odor was metallic rather than sour and... oh, God! She held her hand in front of her face and saw the stains that had run down her arm. Dark purple, thick and crusty, having seeped from the slices on the wrists. What? Blinking hard, she pushed herself up in the bed, higher against the pillows. Panic swelled. She fumbled for the light switch. Click! In a blinding burst of light, she saw the blood. Pooled on the sheets, scraped across the headboard, wiped on the curtains, smeared on the walls. Everywhere. No. Oh, God, no! Caitlyn bolted from the bed, her legs tangled in her nightgown, and she fell face first on the apricot-colored carpet, now stained red. Jesus! Dear God, what was this? She scuttled like a crab over the crusty carpet. It looked as if someone, or something, had been slaughtered in this 15-by-12-foot room, and you slept through it. Her heart froze as she saw a handprint on the door casing, another wiped on the panels. She had to fight the nausea that climbed up her throat. Scared out of her wits, she scrambled to the bathroom. Whose blood is this? Yours. Look at you. Her gaze landed on the mirror over the sink. Red stains smudged her face where her hands had swiped her skin, and her nostrils were caked with blood. Her hair was matted and wild. Had she just had a horrid nosebleed, like the ones she'd had as a child and somehow managed to sleep through? No, that wouldn't explain the nicks on her wrists, nor the blood smeared everywhere in the room. She remembered the open door. Had someone done this to her? Fear knotted her stomach. Oh, God. But why? Who? She was beginning to hyperventilate, but forced herself to calm down. The blood wasn't all hers. It couldn't be. She was alive. Anyone who had lost this much would certainly be dead. No one could have survived such a massacre. She leaned against the sink and tried to think. She did feel woozy, lightheaded, her migraine eating away at her brain. Oh, God, what if the person who did this is still in the house? No, that didn't make sense. If someone had tried to kill her, he would have finished the job. The blood in her hair, on the walls, in the shower, had dried. Time had gone by. So he was either scared off, or took off. Or you did it and left the door open. No. But she couldn't remember. Didn't know. If the blood isn't yours, whose is it? I don't know, she whispered. Maybe the victim is still in the house. She glanced at the shower. The frosted glass was cracked, a bloody handprint visible. God, help me. Steeling herself, she placed her hand on the glass. She half expected to find a dead body, eyes rolled to the ceiling, tongue lolling, red stains running into the drain. Nervously, she pushed the door open. No one jumped out at her. No half-dead body was sprawled over the shower floor. Dried blood was splattered and ran down the tiles in ragged rivulets. She felt her stomach turn. What had happened here? What? Her whole body was shaking as she raised her hand and found that it was the same size as the print on the shower door. "Mother of God," she whispered. "Think, Caitlyn. Think. Don't panic." She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror again. How had this happened? Where had she been? Whose blood was smeared everywhere? Her knees gave way. She caught herself on the edge of the sink and leaned forward to splash cold water over her face to keep herself from passing out. Maybe you're not alone. Maybe even now there's someone with you. Someone downstairs. Someone waiting. She looked up quickly at her reflection. White skin, wild hair sticking up at odd angles, panic in her hazel eyes. The door to the veranda was left open, and you don't remember doing it. Her gaze moved, and in the mirror she saw an image of the door ajar, the curtains billowing and stained. She thought she might be sick. Had some killer come in and she, suffering one of her blackout headaches, not heard him invade her home? But there was no body. Nothing but her own hacked wrists and bloody nose. No one would come here to slice up someone and take away the body. No. Her head was pounding, leaping with wild ideas. If someone else had even stepped into the house, why hadn't the alarm gone off? The door to the veranda isn't latched, you idiot. Obviously, the alarm wasn't set. She leaned a hip against the counter and closed her eyes. This made no sense. None. And it scared the hell out of her. Maybe you invited someone in. But who? And why? And if it was an intruder, why hadn't Oscar barked so loudly the entire neighborhood had woken up? Oscar! Where was he? Scared to death, she took another horrified look at the stains on the floor. Not the dog. Not Oscar. Swallowing back her fear, she mopped her face with the sleeve of her stained nightgown and started for the staircase. She gave a low whistle. Nothing. Her throat tightened. You'd better grab a weapon, just in case. She didn't keep a gun in the house, didn't believe in it. Biting her lip, she grabbed a small dumbbell, one she used when working out while watching television, then inched into the hallway. Ears straining over the frantic beat of her heart, she listened as she moved. The house was still, quiet, as if all were safe. Pull yourself together. Do it, Caitlyn. Don't let fear paralyze you. Her fingers tightened over her weapon as she peered into the hall bath. It was empty. Nervous sweat slick on her body, she slowly eased open the door to one of the other bedrooms, and her heart tugged, as it always did, as she looked into the space that had been her daughter's. Jamie's favorite stuffed animal. A droopy-eared bunny was propped against the pillows of a double bed, covered with a quilt hand-stitched in soft pastels. Luminescent stars and clouds that she had painted for Jamie still covered the ceiling, but the room was empty and, she thought sadly, was starting to smell musty and stale, reminding her that her baby was gone. Happy birthday, dear Jamie. The discordant children's voices blared in her head. Don't go there. Not now. Her sweaty fingers tightened around the weight. Nervously, she eased into her den with its drafting table and computer desk, just as she'd left it. Her desk, drafting table, computer, all stood silent, the desk slightly cluttered. But no one was hiding in the corners or behind the closet doors. Turning, she spied a figure in the darkness. No! She gasped, before realizing it was her own reflection staring back at her from the full-length mirror she had hung on the door. She nearly collapsed. "Come on, Caitlyn, toughen up." Silently, she edged down the stairs, the fingers of her left hand trailing along the banister, her right fist coiled tightly over the weight. But no dark figure wielding a knife or gun leapt out of the dining alcove at her as she stepped onto the second riser. No gunshot blasted through the house. No... She heard a quick, loud scrape. The sole of a leather boot on hard wood. She froze. Over the mad drumming of her heart, she heard the hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the hall clock. She wanted to call out to the dog, but decided to wait. But she forced herself to inch forward, her gaze sweeping the rooms. The living room was just as she'd left it, still smelling of the roses she'd cut and placed in the vase on the coffee table. No trace of blood. She began to calm. The house felt empty. She checked the laundry room and kitchen, where morning light was beginning to filter through the windows, and the dining alcove with its view of the back courtyard. Everything was in its place. Eerily so. Except it looks like Charles Manson held a party in your bedroom while you were sleeping. She heard a sharp bark. "Oscar!" She saw him through the bay window, a scruffy mutt scratching at the back door. She nearly collapsed in relief. "How did you get out here?" Caitlyn scolded kindly as the scrappy terrier mix stood on his hind legs and pawed frantically at the glass. The sound she'd heard. She unlatched the door, and he flew into her arms, ruffling his coarse, mottled fur. She wondered if she'd left him out by mistake. Had she come home, let the dog out, then, because she'd had one or two too many cosmopolitans, wandered upstairs and forgotten him? Why would you do that? Just so you could hack away at your wrists and suffer the worst nosebleed you've had in 5 years? You know, Caitlyn, Kelly might be right. You might just be losing it. Big time. "What happened last night?" she asked the little dog as she set him on the floor, then opened a can of dog food and scraped the contents into his bowl while he turned in quick, tight circles. "You're not half as glad to see me as I am to see you," she assured him as she set his bowl on the floor. Tail whipping frantically, he plunged his nose into the dish and ignored the fact that she patted him on his head. He'd been Jamie's dog, named after her favorite Sesame Street character, Oscar the Grouch, for his rumpled fur. "See, we're okay," she said, but had trouble believing it herself. The smell of the dog food made her stomach quiver. She rocked back on her heels. What the hell had she done last night? Where had all the blood come from? Her bedroom looked as if something or someone had been diced to ribbons there. But she remembered nothing after going to the bar. What was the name of it? The Swamp. Yeah, the Swamp. She'd sat in a booth for a long time waiting for her twin sister Kelly to show up. She'd noticed the bartender staring at her from time to time, probably because he thought it odd that she'd ordered 2 drinks, a Cosmo for her and a dry martini for Kelly, which, if she remembered correctly, she'd swilled down when Kelly had pulled one of her usual disappearing acts. But aside from tackling both stemmed glasses and sucking the pimento out of 3 olives before chewing them, she remembered very little. Too little. It had been noisy. Loud hip-hop music at odds with the conversation and laughter and... Like a razor slicing through flesh, a quick silver image passed through her mind. She was in the foyer of the house she'd decorated. The paintings of thoroughbreds adorned the walls, The grandfather clock stood guard at the foot of the stairs. The heels of her shoes tapped across the marble as she crossed to the open door of the den. The sound of classical music lured her to open the door and find her estranged husband looking up at her with sightless eyes. Blood pooling beneath his desk chair. Caitlyn gasped. Why would she think of Josh now? The image of his white, lifeless face flashed in front of her eyes again. Why would she envision him dead? Because it was your daughter's birthday yesterday. Because the bastard was divorcing you. And because he was going to sue you for wrongful death. Of your child. Your baby. Stop it. She'd had a dream. No big deal. No harm done. She grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator, twisted it open, and drank half of it down, only to feel it coming back up again. Fast. She doubled over the sink. She threw up. Over and over, until the dry heaves took over and she was wringing wet with sweat. You should call your shrink. You're losing it. But she couldn't. Dr. Wade had moved recently, so Caitlyn was fresh out of psychiatric help. Great. She hadn't bothered trying to find another therapist. Didn't want one. Until now. Then the police. Call them. Why? Because I had a nosebleed? Because I might have, in my drunken state, tried to slash my wrists? Again. You might have tried again. That nagging voice in her brain reminded her. If I call the cops, they'll haul me away. To the psych ward. Maybe that's where you belong. No. She glanced down at her arms and frowned. That other incident was a long time ago. That other incident nearly cost you your life. She didn't want to think of that. Not now. First things first. She had to pull herself together. Calm down. Get a major grip. She needed to make sure the house was locked, then clean herself up and tackle the mess upstairs. But first, she'd call Kelly. Find out what had happened. Maybe the blood upstairs is hers. A new fear gripped Caitlyn, and she frantically punched out the numbers to Kelly's cabin at the river, her hideaway, as she called it. The phone rang. Once. Twice. Come on, pick up! The phone jangled a third time. Caitlyn leaned against the counter and willed her twin to answer. A fourth ring, and then a distinctive click. Hi, you've reached me, but I'm not here. Leave your number. She heard a flat beep as the recorder clicked on. Kelly? Kelly? Are you there? If you are, pick up. Now. It's Caitlyn. I need to talk to you. I really need to talk to you. About last night. Please, call me back ASAP. She hung up slowly and tried not to panic. With a trembling hand, she pushed the hair from her eyes. Was Kelly going out of town again? She had a business trip planned, but when? Caitlyn's heart was racing. Faster and faster. Think, Caitlyn, think. Kelly's cell phone. She dialed, then waited, silently counting the rings as she prayed her sister would pick up. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. Please answer. Voicemail picked up. "You've reached Kelly's cell. Leave a message." Great. Just calm down. The answering machine beeped. "Kelly, it's Caitlyn. Give me a call. It's important." She hung up and considered driving out to her sister's cabin. But what good would that do? What good at all? If Kelly was around, she'd call back. Or would she? Sometimes Caitlyn wasn't sure. Chapter 2. "Who the hell is Josh Bandeaux?" Pierce Reed asked. Sylvie Morissette, his partner, was speeding along East Bay Street as if they were in the Grand Dam Prix. "You mean besides being a major prick?" Her eyes hidden behind wraparound shades, Morissette slid a glance his way. "Yeah, besides that." She sighed through her nose. "Sometimes I forget what a greenhorn you really are. Cute, but a greenhorn." With her spiked blonde hair, athletic body, and sharp tongue, Sylvie was as tough as her snakeskin boots and as prickly as a saguaro cactus. From the moment Reed had been paired up with her, he'd won looks of condolence from the other men in the department. "Lived your life in a goddamn vacuum," she added in her West Texas drawl. A transplant from El Paso, she had 15 years on the Savannah police force, to his 6 months. Aside from a short stint here, 12 years earlier, Reed had spent most of his adult life on the West Coast, most recently San Francisco. He'd left San Francisco on bad terms, but managed to land a senior detective position here. If Sylvie resented his status, she had the good sense not to show it. Lights flashing, tires squealing, she took a corner too fast and nearly swung into the oncoming lane. "Hey, let's get there in one piece." "We will." She managed to keep the cruiser on the pavement as the driver of a new pickup passed and looked about to flip them off when he realized he was dealing with cops and kept his middle finger from springing to attention. "So fill me in." "He's just one of the wealthiest son of a bitches in the city. Maybe even the state. Grew up with a silver spoon wedged between his gorgeous Georgian teeth and married into more money. Big-time gambler. Made and lost fortunes, but always came out of each thorny deal smelling like a damn rose." "Until last night," Reed reminded her. "Yeah. Last night, I guess his luck ran out." She blasted her way through a red light. "Dead at 42. Possible suicide." She couldn't keep the sarcasm from her voice. "But you don't buy it." "No way, Jose. I had the misfortune to meet the prick a couple of times. He donated money to the department. Any charity we hosted, he was certain to show up in an Armani suit with a big check in hand." Her lips twisted downward. Then he'd have a few drinks, and the next thing you knew, he'd be pinching some cutie's ass. A real charmer, our Josh. She smiled without a hint of humor and floored it through the next yellow light. The fact that he was married didn't stop him from making a pass at anything in his skirt. "The wife find his body?" "No, they're separated." "Shit!" She braked hard, then swerved around a delivery truck, double-parked. "Asshole!" "So Bandeaux wasn't divorced?" "Not quite. Now I guess he won't ever be." She cranked on the wheel, and the cruiser flew down an alley, barely missing a dumpster and sending papers that hadn't quite made it into the bin flying. With a bump, they were on another side street and careening into the heart of the historic district. Think of all the money Caitlyn Bandeaux will save on lawyers' fees. Not that she needs to worry. "You said she was wealthy." "Beyond wealthy. She's a Montgomery, as in Montgomery Bank and Trust. Montgomery Cotton, Montgomery Estates, Montgomery every damn thing. Some distant descendant from a Civil War hero, I think. At least that's what her granddaddy, old Benedict Montgomery, claimed before he died. Shit. Even he'd heard of those Montgomerys. Exactly. Reed made a quick mental note as the cruiser tore through the city streets. Estranged wives were always suspects, even wealthy ones. She lived nearby? Not far. Convenient. Any kids? He asked. One. Dead. Died a couple of years back. Only 3 or 4 years old, I think. It was bad. Sylvie scowled as the police band crackled. From what I hear, Caitlyn, that's Bandeaux's wife, nearly went around the bend when the kid died. Josh blamed her, and maybe she did herself. I even heard a rumor that she tried to kill herself. Anyway, there's a whole lot of secrets in that family, and a whole lot of hush money's been spent to hide 'em. Let me tell you. She snorted derisively. You know a lot about the Montgomerys. I suppose. Her jaw slid to the side, and she checked the rearview mirror. A hobby of yours? Not exactly, but I've done my share of research. Bandeaux was always skirting the law. I did a lot of looking into his professional and personal life because there were rumors that he had ties to the mob. Did he? I couldn't find any, but I did find out a lot about him. He waited. She pressed on the lighter and found a crumpled pack of Marlboro Lights on the dash. You may as well figure this out, and fast, Reed. Savannah might look like a big city, but she's a small town at her soul. He didn't respond, had already learned that silence worked best with Morissette, and he sensed there was more to the story. He was right. Oh, hell, I suppose you're going to find out anyway. With a steely, humorless grin, she said, My ex, Bart, worked for Bandeaux for a while. Reed had met Bart Yelkes, a tall, brooding man with some Native American in his blood. Morissette shook out a cigarette and passed a delivery van in one motion. The reason we got divorced? Sylvie hesitated a second as the lighter clicked. She cracked the window, then managed to light up, driving with one hand and never slowing for an instant. Well, there were tons of 'em. Tons. But the one that everyone believes is that I had an affair with Josh Bandeaux. She let out a jet of smoke. For the record, it's not true. My taste in men might be lousy, but it's not that lousy. Reed didn't comment. Didn't know what to believe. He wasn't good at reading a woman's mind. Hell, who was? But his gut instinct told him that Sylvie tough-as-snakeskin Morissette was stretching the truth. How much, he wasn't certain. But it gave him a bad feeling. A real bad feeling. Shit. Kelly clicked off the recorder after listening to Caitlyn's panicked message. What was it with Caitlyn? She was always getting herself into trouble. Big trouble. And always expecting Kelly to bail her out. God, what a basket case. Angrily, Kelly hit the replay button and sank into her desk chair as Caitlyn's terrified voice repeated the message. Kelly? Kelly? Are you there? If you are, pick up. Now. It's Caitlyn. Damn it all to hell. Sighing, Kelly hit the erase button. I need to talk to you about last night. I bet. Kelly muttered under her breath. She wasn't surprised. Nor did it take a brain surgeon to guess that left to her own devices, Caitlyn had gotten herself into another mess. So what else was new? Suddenly, she was cold to the bone, though the temperature was a sweltering 90+. Kelly rubbed her arms as she stared out the window of her little cabin. Sooner or later, Caitlyn would end up in the loony bin. Unfortunately, this time, it could be permanent. Kelly couldn't keep saving her. The trouble was, Caitlyn was falling apart. Again. Just like so many of the damn Montgomerys. Like it or not, Kelly realized that a lot of the members of her family weren't playing with full decks, not even by half. The Montgomery curse. Shoving her hair from her eyes, she walked barefoot across the living area of her cabin to the French doors, which opened to a small deck overlooking the river. Outside, the air was hot, cloying, just the way she liked it. She watched an egret slide over the sluggish water near the dock and felt the late morning sun on her face. Leaning against the railing, she thought about her sister. Her first instinct was to climb into the car and drive like a bat out of hell to Caitlyn's place, to placate her and soothe her as she always did when these situations occurred. But that wouldn't solve the problem. Far from it. What was the psychobabble word they used for it these days? Enabling. That was it. She could try to allay Caitlyn's fears, help her. But, truth to tell, she was sick to death of it. Because Caitlyn was messed up. Always had been. Always would be. Not that Kelly blamed her, she thought, sliding her sunglasses onto her nose to watch a fishing boat move slowly upriver. Caitlyn had been through a lot, even when they were kids. Oh, the secrets Kelly knew about her twin. Even Caitlyn didn't realize that Kelly understood the root of her demons. Probably better than Caitlyn did herself. Hadn't Kelly warned her about marrying Josh? Only about 1,000,000 times. But had Caitlyn listened? Oh, no. She'd been in love. So much in love. Trouble was, it had been with a snake. And Caitlyn had been pregnant to boot. For a while, things had been okay. And then there was the baby. Kelly felt a familiar pang of regret as she conjured up Jamie's impish face. So sad. Leaning against the railing, she watched the egret take off in a spread of snowy wings. God, Caitlyn had loved that child. Who could blame her? Jamie had been adorable, as beautiful as her mother and as charming as her dad. Kelly scowled down at the dark, slow water as it lapped at the pilings under the dock. She hated to admit it. But Josh could be as tempting as the very devil. And Caitlyn's hasty marriage had been all right for a while, if not perfect, at least tolerable, even during the separation, until Jamie had gotten sick. Poor baby. Kelly swallowed hard and her eyes burned as she fought tears. Hell, she'd loved that little girl, almost as much as Caitlyn had. Almost as if the baby had been her own, probably because she knew she'd never have any children. It just wasn't in the cards. She sniffed and walked back inside to scrounge through her purse looking for a cigarette. No luck. The pack was empty. She tossed it into the trash near her desk and saw a picture of her niece sitting near the phone. Big smile, twinkling blue eyes, chubby hands clasped in front of her as Jamie, at 2.5, sat in the shade of a magnolia tree. Kelly picked up the silver frame, and her eyes filled with tears. Caitlyn had never gotten over Jamie's death, not even with the help of that shrink, Rebecca, what's her name? Wade, that was it. Dr. Rebecca Wade. Well, she wasn't the only one. Kelly frowned darkly and set the photo back in its resting place. Thinking about Dr. Wade reminded her that Caitlyn, soon after Jamie's death, had almost overdosed on sleeping pills. On purpose? With Caitlyn, who knew? And now Caitlyn was all knotted up about the divorce. From Josh Bandeaux, the lowlife. The man couldn't keep his hands off women. He'd even had the nerve to come on to her, his wife's twin, for crying out loud. What was that all about? She and Caitlyn were identical, so what was the thrill in that? Well, the being identical was literally only skin deep. Their personalities were acutely dissimilar. Night to day. Caitlyn was more shy, more intellectual, and Kelly the emotional firecracker, the party girl. Besides, Josh Bandeaux would bed anything that moved. Kelly glanced at the telephone. Caitlyn had sounded desperate. Whether she wanted to or not, Kelly would have to go over to her twin's home and calm her down. She flopped onto her suede couch and stared at the open door. But she couldn't face it right now. She knew what Caitlyn wanted to discuss. For the moment, she'd let Caitlyn chill. What was there to say about last night? Caitlyn had downed one too many cosmopolitans. Maybe more than one too many. End of story. Well, not quite. But as much as anyone needed to know. Morissette crushed out her cigarette and stood on the brakes. The cruiser slid to a stop inches from the police barricade surrounding Bandeaux's house. Several police cars and the crime scene team's van were already parked at odd angles on the street and in the alley. A wrought iron fence and lush shrubbery encircled a tall brick house with long windows, green shutters, and a wide front porch. A couple of uniformed cops were posted outside. Yellow crime scene tape roped off the area, and curious neighbors peeked from behind drawn curtains, or more blatantly from their own front yards. Reed was out of the cruiser before Sylvie cut the siren. The outside temperature was soaring, the humidity thick. Sweat prickled Reed's scalp as he pushed open the gate and flashed his badge. Morissette caught up with him just as a van from one of the local television stations rolled up. "Vultures at 2 o'clock," she warned. "Keep 'em out," Reed growled to one of the cops as he hitched his chin at the reporter and cameraman spilling from the white vehicle splashed with WKOK's logo. "You got it." The young cop crossed his arms over his chest, dark eyes severe as they focused on the reporters. Reed walked through the open front door, eyeing the refurbished old manor. Careful to disturb nothing, he followed the sounds of voices across the marble floor of the foyer, where expensive rugs muffled his footsteps. Paintings of ancient thoroughbreds adorned the walls, and a sweeping staircase that split at a landing beckoned visitors upstairs. Through an open doorway, he spied the den. Reed's gut clenched as he viewed the scene. The victim, presumably Bandeaux, sat slumped over his desk, his hands dangling at his sides. Blood pooled on the thick white carpet in a dark puddle. A gloved officer was gingerly picking up what appeared to be a pocket knife found directly under the victim's right hand. The blade was dark, with dried blood. "Jesus H. Christ," Morissette whispered. The criminologists had done a quick walkthrough, taking notes while photographers and videographers had taken pictures. An artist had sketched the scene, preserving it for later examination, and, if Bandeaux's death proved to be because of foul play, for use in court. Provided they caught the guy. Now the members of the team, with their kits and tools, were setting up for a more intense search and evidence gathering. "He slit his wrists?" Reed asked. Using his pen, he carefully pushed Bandeaux's sleeve up his arm to reveal the ugly slashes on the inside of one arm. Morissette visibly paled. "Looks that way to me, but I ain't the coroner," a photographer said. Reed glanced around the room, noting that the door to the veranda was open, the shades drawn, the carpet showing tracks from a recent vacuuming. "You're still not buying the suicide?" Reed asked Morissette, and she slowly shook her head. Her lips were rolled over her teeth, and she clicked her tongue. "I just don't think it was Bandeaux's style," she said, as the M.E. arrived. Gerard St. Clair was brusque, short, and balding. Pushing 70, he was still fit and shaved, what was left of his white hair about half an inch from his scalp, so that he had what Sylvie had referred to as the, quote, high-fashion toothbrush look, end quote. He smelled faintly of cigarettes and formaldehyde, and was all business. "Nothing's been disturbed?" he asked, as he always did. "Nothing. We were waiting on you," Diane Moses responded automatically. The same words passed between them at every scene. Forced to work together, they kept things professional, but their personalities were oil and water. "We've just done the preliminary walkthrough to get a feel for the scene. Once you do your thing, we'll tear the place apart." She was being sarcastic, as usual. As the lead crime scene investigator, she was in charge, and she knew it. Black, bossy, and smart as a whip, she didn't believe in handling anyone with kid gloves, not even St. Clair. He glared at her through rimless glasses, and she glared right back. "At first glance, it looks like a suicide." "No way." Sylvie still wasn't convinced, even with the evidence coagulating on the thick nap. She shoved her sunglasses onto her head, making the spikes even more pronounced. "Maybe he had financial worries," Reed suggested. "We already know that his marriage was on the rocks." "Bandeaux loved himself too much to slice and dice himself," Sylvie insisted, as she threw the deceased a final glance. "I did research on this guy, remember? Handsome bastard, wasn't he?" She sighed as she took in Josh Bandeaux's strong chin, high forehead, and sightless brown eyes. "A shame." "So you think he was murdered?" Reed asked. Morissette nodded, and her lips pinched together. "I'd bet on it. For one thing, there won't be too many people in town grieving for our boy here." She lifted one slim shoulder. "Josh made himself more than his share of enemies, that's for sure." "We got a suicide note," one of the cops who'd been called to Bandeaux's place offered up. "It's still in the computer printer, right here." He motioned toward the low filing cabinet situated behind the desk. Reed scanned the note without touching it. "No one can help." Give me a break," Sylvie muttered under her breath, as if he was at the end of his rope. "No effing way. Bandeaux wasn't one to over-dramatize." "Maybe he was depressed." Sylvie rolled her eyes expressively. "Oh, sure. Because life here sucks so bad. The guy only had one BMW, but he did have a Range Rover and a Corvette, some racehorses, this little place, and a house in St. Thomas on 3 lots with a private bay. Yeah, he was certainly a prime candidate for Prozac." Diane swallowed a smile as the M.E. looked over what was left of good old Josh. Morissette, shaking her head at the image of Josh Bandeaux offing himself, scanned the room with its cherry wood and leather furniture, state-of-the-art computer, expensive stereo equipment, and a glass humidor filled with cigars that were probably worth more than a beat cop made in a week. The poor me routine is a little hard to swallow. Reed cocked an eyebrow. Just how well did you know him? I knew of him, okay? Of him. And well enough to guess that he wouldn't have wanted to mess up his Brooks Brothers shirt with a damn jackknife. She cast a disparaging look at the bloody weapon. Reed did his own mental inventory. She had a point. From all outward appearances, Josh Bandeaux's life seemed enviable. But that didn't necessarily mean the guy hadn't killed himself. Reed was keeping all of his options open. "What do we know?" he asked one of the cops who'd been called to the scene. "Not much. Bandeaux seemed to be working on this." He pointed to a legal document peeking out of a manila folder, then slowly, using a pencil, flipped the file open. "What is it?" "A wrongful death suit," Moses said, frowning as she scanned the legalese. "Looks like Bandeaux was going to sue his wife for the death of their kid." "Lovely." Morissette rolled her eyes. "Now that sounds more like Bandeaux." "How'd the kid die?" Reed asked. Diane lifted a shoulder. "Beats me." Reed looked at Sylvie. "Don't know," she admitted, her eyebrows drawing together as she tried to recall the incident. "We'd better find out." "Anything else?" Reed asked the cop. "No forced entry, if we're looking at murder. The front and back door are locked, the windows shut, except for a couple upstairs. But the side doors, there," he motioned at the open French doors in the office, "they lead to a veranda." "Dust 'em," Reed said automatically. "We will, Detective." Diane Moses was still bristly. "Along with everything else. I know how to do my job." "Oops," Sylvie whispered as Diane walked around the desk. "Touchy, touchy. I believe some professional toes have been stepped on." "I heard that, Morissette," Moses muttered, but was too busy with the photographer to get into it. "What else do you know?" Reed asked the officer. "Just that the radio was playing, tuned to some classical station. We talked to the cleaning lady, Estelle Pontiac. Yeah, I know, like the car. She called 911 this morning after coming into the house and discovering the body. Was really freaked out. He was cold by the time the EMTs arrived. Been dead since sometime last night. Officer Spencer talked to one neighbor." He checked his notes. "Stanley Hubert. Lives next door to the north. Hubert says he saw a white compact roll in around 11 and then take off half an hour or so later. Hubert didn't get the license plate, but he thinks he's seen the car here before. He claims it looks like the one Mrs. Bandeaux drives." "The estranged wife?" Reed clarified. "That's what he said. We've roped off the area and we'll check the Vic's vehicles along with those of his acquaintances." "And the wife?" "Number 1 on the list." Reed took a second look at Bandeaux's arms as the M.E. carefully rolled up the victim's sleeves. One of the buttons on the cuff of his dress shirt was missing, which seemed odd, as hardly a hair on the man's head was out of place. Few wrinkles showed on his clothes, and his shoes were polished to a gloss. So why the missing button? Reed studied Bandeaux's arms. The gashes on his wrists were at odd angles. Shit. Maybe Morissette was right about the crime. Maybe someone got a little sloppy in making it look like Josh offed himself. If that was the case, There was a chance that they'd get lucky if the killer was careless and left evidence.
Also, there were 2 wine glasses in the dishwasher. The maid had unloaded it before she left last night, so either Josh had company or he decided to dirty 2 goblets himself. We're already checking for prints. Looks like one has a lipstick smudge. We'll do a sample on it, see if the lab can figure out the manufacturer and product.
Reed stepped out of the room as the ME finished and the crime scene team was let loose to vacuum, dust for prints, measure blood splatter, and generally sweep the room and the rest of the house for evidence.
Anything on the answering machine?
He's got voicemail. We're looking into it.
What about email? As soon as the computer's dusted, we'll go into his computer files and desk files.
Where does he work? Self-employed, Morissette said. Investments, consulting, kind of a financial jack-of-all-trades. Been in trouble with the SEC. I think he's got an office on Abercorn, just off of Reynolds Square.
You've been there?
Why would I have been there? She asked.
During your investigation.
Unofficial investigation, she corrected, her eyes narrowing defensively.
The cop said, I've got the address here, found it on some letterhead. Abercorn's, right?
You check it out, Reed said to Morissette. Talk to the staff, see if anything's out of place. If Josh was depressed. We'll need phone records and financial statements, interviews with his neighbors and family and friends. If he had any, Morissette said. And I don't need a lecture. I know the drill. I've been here a while, remember? Long enough to know one hell of a lot about Josh Bandeaux.
I'll double-check with the neighbor. What was his name? Hubert?
Maybe he can describe the driver of the white car.
Let's hope,
Morissette said, without much enthusiasm, as Reed glanced down at the victim again. Maybe he could jog the old guy's memory. Maybe they'd get lucky. But he wasn't betting on it. Chapter 3. Caitlyn felt ill. So ill that she'd taken a nap and now was hurrying to make up for lost time. Lost time. Forever a problem, she thought as she wrung out her sponge in the pail and noticed how red the sudsy water was, how much blood she'd managed to wipe off the walls, mirrors, headboard, and carpet of her bedroom. She'd soaped down the tub and shower, mopped, scraped, and scrubbed until her fingernails were broken, the skin on her hands red and stinging from the disinfectant and cleaners. She'd taken down the sheer curtains, and they were working their way through a rinse cycle of her washer. She'd even had to scold Oscar and lock him in the garage when he'd begun sniffing and licking the blood on the carpet. She couldn't stand the mess. The reminder. It wasn't as if she was hiding evidence, she told herself. There was no crime. She'd had a bad nosebleed, and even though she didn't feel as if she'd lost all the blood, she couldn't call the police. What is it you're afraid of? Ignoring the question, she poured the murky water down the drain in the shower and wiped down the tiles one last time. A flash of memory sizzled through her brain. Caitlyn froze. Papers. Legal papers. A lawsuit, tucked in a corner of Josh's desk. And blood. Thick red blood oozing from him as he stared up at her with those condemning, sightless eyes. Jesus, she whispered, shaking. It was the dream. Last night's horrid dream. She hurried downstairs, stuffed the mop and pail into a closet off the garage. Then in the bath off her office, washed her hands for the dozenth time and checked the cuts that she'd dressed with surgical glue and butterfly bandages. The cuts hadn't been deep, just quick little slices. God, Why couldn't she remember the self-mutilation? That's what it is, isn't it? Some deep psychosis, probably self-inflicted to assuage the guilt for Jamie. Isn't that what Dr. Wade would say? If only she could speak to Dr. Wade, tell her about last night. She would understand. She would try to help. She would... But she's gone. She left you, took off on a sabbatical and left you high and dry to fight your ghosts and demons yourself. "No!" she yelled, pounding her fist against the wall. From the garage, Oscar let out a sharp, worried bark. "Don't do this. Be strong. For God's sake, don't lose it now or you'll end up back in the psych ward for sure." She took several deep breaths. Then slowly, refusing to get upset, she applied lotion to her hands and stared at her reflection in the mirror mounted over the sink. She was pale. Her freckles showed up more distinctly on her skin. Her auburn hair was starting to curl with the sweat she'd worked up. She felt the pressure building in her head, the remainder of her migraine pounding behind her eye, and fought the same panicky feeling that was never far from her. She couldn't allow the anxiety that lurked just under the surface of her equanimity, couldn't let in the fear that she could be losing her mind. Hadn't she assured Dr. Wade she was able to face the world herself? "Are you certain?" the psychologist had asked in their last session. A petite woman with thick red hair cropped short, she hadn't been able to cloud the doubt in her eyes. "I could call someone. I have several colleagues who would be glad to help you. Let me give you the number of a couple." "I'll be fine. I really think it's time I handled my own life," Caitlyn had replied, and Dr. Wade had tried and failed to hide her skepticism. "We all need help from time to time," she'd assured Caitlyn. "Even shrinks like me." "Maybe I should go into psychology, give up graphic design and websites," Caitlyn had responded, as Dr. Wade handed her a short list of names, which Caitlyn had subsequently lost. And now she could use one of those damned head doctors. Badly. Her mind wandered back to the night before. How could she have lost track of time last night? Why had she blacked out? What had she done? Where the hell was Kelly? Even if she was out of town, surely she would have called home to pick up her messages. Right? Why hadn't she called back? "Because she doesn't want to talk to you. Figure it out, okay? Your sister's avoiding you. And do you blame her? Every time you call, it's always a problem, always some new crisis. You're always in trouble." The voice in her head seemed to scream at her from every corner of the bathroom. "Don't you get it? She's sick to death of hearing about all the things that are wrong in your life. Sick of being your support. Sick of you." No, that wasn't right. Kelly was her twin, her identical twin. They were closer than anyone in the world. Kelly was just busy. That was it. Sweating, ignoring the frantic beating of her heart, Caitlyn splashed cool water over her face. "Get a grip," she said to her reflection as she blotted a towel to her cheeks and forehead. "Pull yourself together. Right now. You don't have the luxury of falling apart." Oscar whined and scratched in the garage. "I'm coming," she called, tossing the towel aside and taking deep breaths as she made her way to the door. She had to get some help. Had to. Before she cracked up. She opened the garage door and Oscar shot in, turning in tight circles at her feet. "Come on. I'll take you for a walk, okay?" she said to the whirling dervish as he yipped and made a fool of himself. "Calm down a sec." She ruffled the hair on the back of his neck. "I've got a couple of things I've got to take care of. You can help." With Oscar trotting behind, she hurried up the stairs to her office, flipped on her computer, located the phone number for Dr. Rebecca Wade, and dialed quickly. On the desperate and off chance that her shrink had returned, or had left a forwarding number, or a recording referring patients to one of the colleagues. Caitlyn's palms began to sweat as the phone rang. "Be there," she silently prayed, as a disembodied recorded voice advised her that the phone number had been disconnected, and there was no new number. Great. She set the cordless in its cradle and chewed on a fingernail. How long had Dr. Wade said she'd be gone? 3 months? 6? Indefinitely? Wasn't the doctor heading west to L.A., or was it San Francisco? Why couldn't she remember? She glanced at her calendar and frowned. When had she had her last appointment? None in June. She flipped back the page to May. No. Or had she neglected to write the appointment down? Cradling her head in her hands, she tried to think. What were the names of the other shrinks Dr. Wade had given her, or even other doctors in the old house that had become an office building where Rebecca Wade had practiced? Wasn't there a Dr. Nash, or Nichols, or Newell, something like that? Some other doctor she could call? But as she stared at the telephone, Caitlyn knew she couldn't just pick a name out of the air or run her finger down the yellow pages. She needed to meet and make eye contact with any potential psychologist or psychiatrist. She had to trust whoever it was completely before she told them about her life. Her weird life. Oscar let out a soft yip, and she glanced out the window. Through the leafy branches of a sassafras tree, she spied a police cruiser turning into the alley next to her property. Her heart dropped. Now what? She hurried across the hallway to her room with its stripped bed, wet carpet, and missing curtains. Oscar trotted after her and cocked his head as she peeked through the French doors to the veranda, where she watched the police car roll to a stop near her trash bins at the back of the house. This didn't bode well. Not at all. Again she glanced at her bedroom. Would they want to see it? Had she destroyed evidence? Of what? She swallowed hard. 2 officers climbed out of the vehicle. From the passenger side, a tall, lanky man with dark hair and an even darker expression emerged. The driver opened her door and stepped into the shaded parking strip, and for a second, Caitlyn thought she knew the slim woman with spiked platinum hair and wraparound sunglasses. But that was nuts. As the woman officer scanned the house, Caitlyn ducked behind the wall, not wanting to be caught staring. Just like a criminal in an old film noir. She was acting paranoid, as if she really did have something to hide. Get over it. But she couldn't stop the hammering of her heart, and she noticed that she'd missed a smudge of blood on the door casing surrounding the closet. Great. Just great. Oscar was growling, and as Caitlyn reached down to pick him up, she noticed the bandages on her wrists with her hint of red soaking through the strips of gauze. Self-consciously, she tugged at the long sleeves of her t-shirt, hiding her wounds, knowing instinctively that she didn't want the prying eyes of some cop to see the red marks or the tape at her wrists. Not that she had anything to hide. Except for the pints of blood that were smeared all over your bedroom. So she'd bled a little, or a lot, suffered a nosebleed, even tried to slice her wrists. So what? It wasn't a crime, and this was her house, her private spot in the world. Yeah. Then why are you so paranoid? Because of all the blood. So much. How did she do that and not know? Too much alcohol? Another one of her blackouts where time slipped past way too fast? Please, God, no. Not that. Whatever had happened, it was creepy. Damned creepy. And the possibility of self-mutilation was terrifying. The officers had rounded the house, and as Caitlyn moved to her office, she saw they were at the gate to her front courtyard. So much for hoping they were paying a visit to the neighbors. You know better, don't you? They're here because of the mess in your bedroom. They're here because of something you did. Somehow they know what happened, and you don't. Clenching her jaw and refusing to listen to her self-doubts, she slipped into a pair of flip-flops and hurried down the stairs. The doorbell chimed. Oscar, barking wildly, bounded to the entry hall. "Be good," Caitlyn warned, taking a deep breath and yanking the door open. The officers were on the front porch, all right. The tall, rugged-looking man with his craggy face was holding up his badge. His partner, the tiny, whip-thin woman with the near-white hair and shades, stood at his side. Grim-faced, she, too, was holding a wallet displaying her police ID. Bad news. Bad, bad news. "Mrs. Bandeaux?" the man asked. "Yes?" She nodded, her heart sinking, her broken fingernails digging into the edge of the door she was holding open. "I'm Caitlyn Bandeaux." He offered a smile that didn't touch his eyes. "I'm Detective Reed. This is my partner, Detective Morissette. Would you mind if we came in for a few minutes?" The badges looked legit, the photographs unflattering but recognizable. She hesitated. Thought of the mess upstairs. The blood still on the closet. Somehow, she managed to pull herself together and open the door wider and had the distinct impression that the woman was sizing her up. "What's this about?" Caitlyn asked, but knew, deep in the marrow of her bones, that they were the bearers of horrible news. She stood aside, allowing them to enter, and even though a blast of heat from the outside followed them in, she was so cold she nearly shivered. "I'm afraid we have some bad news, Mrs. Bandeaux," the man said, motioning to a chair as Caitlyn, her legs numb, propped herself on the chair back. "What?" "It's about your husband." "Josh," she whispered, and felt as if someone had wrapped ice-cold fingers around her neck, cutting off her oxygen. A sudden roar in her head, like the sea trapped inside a cave, was nearly deafening. She had a quick image of Josh lying pale and still upon his desk. "What about him?" She swallowed against a mouth that was as dry as the Sahara, knew what was coming. "I'm afraid he's dead," Detective Reed said, as the roar increased and her knees weakened. "But how?" "We're not sure what happened yet. We're exploring all the possibilities and waiting for the coroner's report to come in." "No!" She shook her head vehemently. "I don't believe it." But she did. She'd known. Somehow, she'd known. "I'm sorry," Reed said, and the woman whispered some kind of condolences as well, but Caitlyn's brain wasn't processing their words. Her fingers curled around the upholstered back of the chair, but her legs were shaking so badly she could barely stand. "I know this is hard," the woman was saying, as if from a distance. Caitlyn barely heard. In her mind's eye, a kaleidoscope of images flashed. Josh as a young man at the helm of his sailboat, in Naples, where he'd proposed, at Jamie's birth, trying to hide his disappointment that the baby wasn't a boy, sneaking in late at night, claiming he was working, angry when his investment turned down, white-faced and shaken at their daughter's funeral. "Did your husband have any enemies?" the female officer, what was her name, asked, and Caitlyn snapped to the present. "I don't know. Yes, I suppose so." But she couldn't think. "I'll need their names." "Of course, but he was a businessman in town. Some of his deals went sour." Caitlyn's head was pounding painfully, as if her brain was suddenly too big for her skull. "Was he depressed?" "Josh? Depressed? I don't know. We were separated. Oh, you must know that already since you're here. We've been living apart for about 3 years. Numb from the inside out, Caitlyn tried to keep her wits about her. Impossible. She suddenly felt faint, sensed blackness picking at the corners of her consciousness. "She needs to sit down. Mrs. Bandeaux?" a woman asked from far away, and she felt arms around her, steadying her, leading her into the living room. Her legs were like jelly. "My husband, he was filing for divorce." If she could just hang on until the police left her alone, gave her time to sort this out. She felt herself being lowered onto the couch. "And you?" the man asked. "What about me?" "Did you want the divorce?" "I don't think she can answer right now," the female cop said quietly. But Caitlyn wanted to answer, to get the interview over with. Now. I had thought we could get back together, but..." She felt the first tear slide from her eyes. Josh. Dead? Healthy, vibrant, take life by the balls Josh? No. She couldn't believe it. Josh couldn't be dead. The tears began in earnest, and her shoulders shook. Someone, the woman, she thought, handed her a tissue, and she held back her sobs, but the tears flowed wildly, streaming down her face. Was he having financial problems? Not that I know of. Nothing specific. But he was always short on money, always dealing with a temporary cash flow problem, always borrowing from you. Was he involved with anyone else? She'd known this was coming, and somehow the reminder of her husband's infidelity gave her strength and cleared her head. Yes, she admitted, and the pain still hurt. It was one thing for Josh to want a divorce, another to be flaunting another woman in her face. Her name is Naomi Chrisman. How did he know her? I'm not sure, but I think they met at some kind of fundraiser. She was pulling together now, the threatening blackness receding. Josh was involved in a lot of philanthropic causes. She caught the look between the two detectives, and suddenly it struck her that they weren't just here to deliver the bad news, but that they were digging for information. Do you know her? She was dating my husband, Detective, she said, and sniffed back her tears for a husband who hadn't loved her. That doesn't make for a buddy-buddy situation. Swiping at her eyes and feeling the bandages hidden beneath her sleeves, she added, Thank you for coming by to tell me about my husband. I'll want to see him if that's possible. But you're asking me a lot of questions, And you said this might be a homicide, right?
We're not certain yet.
Am I a suspect?
The idea was unthinkable, but as she stared at the unmoving expressions of the two cops, she knew that she was considered a possible killer, which was ridiculous, absurd.
How did my husband die?
There was a slight hesitation.
He was still my husband,
she pointed out, angry and wanting to lash out at someone, anyone. These people intruding into her home, giving her the horrid news, were as good a scapegoat as anyone.
I think I have a right to know.
Detective Morissette nodded. It's possible your husband took his own life, but, as I said, we still have a lot of unanswered questions about what happened to him. We found him in his den. His wrists had been slit.
She cringed, saw the vision of him slumped over his desk in her mind's eye. How could she have known?
Suicide, Caitlyn whispered, disbelieving, then thinking of the cuts along the insides of her own arms.
No way. He wouldn't do that.
She was shaking her head, trying to dispel the image of her husband bleeding to death.
He'd use his rifle, or fire up his Mercedes and let it idle in the garage, or...
Her voice faded as she realized she had their rapt attention. Or what? Reed asked.
I don't know.
He didn't prod, but the look in his sober eyes said, Sure you do. You lived with the man. You knew what made him tick, and you just might have killed him. He was divorcing you. He was after your money. He had another woman. He was threatening to sue you for the wrongful death of your child. And then there was all the blood in your bedroom. But the detectives don't know about that. At least, not yet.
Look, if you're finished, I think I'd like to lie down.
If you can bear with us, we only have a few more questions. Detective Morissette insisted with the hint of a kind smile that Caitlyn was certain she practiced. Then we'll get out of your hair. And she was true to her word. They asked some general questions about Josh, his family and business dealings, of which Caitlyn knew little, and then stood as if they were finally ready to leave. Just one more thing, Reed said. Where were you last night? Every muscle in Caitlyn's body froze.
I was out.
He made a note. All night?
Oh, dear God. I went out around 8:30 or 9 and was home sometime after midnight. I'm not sure of the exact time,
she admitted, feeling Reed's unflinching gaze bore deep, searching for a lie. Did you visit your husband last night? She nearly wilted.
No.
As I said, we were separated, she said, telling herself that what she'd seen was a dream. That was all.
Then why did it seem so real? Why are you getting flashes of Josh at his desk, his wrists covered in blood? Do I need a lawyer, Detective?
She demanded, suddenly stronger. I'm just trying to figure out what went on last night.
Me too. When you do, would you fill me in?
She said, feeling heat climb up the back of her neck. Of course. The woman, Morissette, cut in. She shot her partner a warning glance. Now, I would feel better if there was someone here with you, she said, touching her on the arm gently, inadvertently putting pressure on the wounds. Caitlyn gritted her teeth against the pain. The last thing she wanted was to deal with anyone. Except Kelly. I can call one of my sisters or my brother. Promise?
Yes, please, I'll be fine. Liar, You'll never be fine." Reed looked skeptical, but the woman cop bristled, sending him a silent message that warned him to hold back whatever protest he was about to voice. Frowning hard, Reed snapped his notebook closed. "We could phone someone for you. One of the siblings you mentioned." He scratched his chin, seemed lost in thought as he glanced out the window to a spot where a bird feeder turned slowly as it hung from a limb of her magnolia tree. A cardinal balanced on a small perch and was busily pecking at the tiny seeds. "You'll need someone with you. Some reporters were already showing up at your husband's house as we left." Her heart nearly stopped beating. "Reporters?" "It won't be long before they put 2 and 2 together and show up here," he said matter-of-factly. "Wonderful." Dealing with the police was tough enough. She couldn't imagine taking on the press. Not now. "I wouldn't talk to them if I were you." "Don't worry." Detective Morissette nodded her agreement as she slid her dark glasses onto the bridge of her nose. "They can be nasty. Please let us call someone. A friend or a family member. You shouldn't be alone right now." "No, I'll be all right." A ridiculous statement. She would never be all right. Maybe never had been. Now Josh was dead, and there was so much blood in her own bedroom and her dream. Was it a dream? If only she could get through to Kelly and find out what the hell had happened last night. She forced a calm, humorless smile. "I'll call my brother, Troy. He works downtown at the bank." Both officers appeared skeptical as she walked them to the back door. "It's Saturday," Reed pointed out. "Aren't the banks closed?" "Not Montgomery Bank and Trust," she said, glancing at the clock. The bank was open a few hours in the middle of the day, an innovation her grandfather had incorporated years before. "I don't need anyone to call my brother. I'll be fine," she insisted, knowing that she was lying. "Just give me some time alone to pull myself together." Reed looked as though he was about to say more, but caught a quick shake of his partner's head and held his tongue. Caitlyn watched as they walked through her front yard. The old gate creaked as they passed through, and Oscar, spying a neighbor's cat lurking in the branches of the sassafras tree, started barking insanely. Before he could race outside, Caitlyn closed the door, and as it latched, she leaned against the cool panels. Somehow, some way, she had to figure out what had happened last night. Josh was dead. Dead. Probably murdered. And she couldn't even swear that she hadn't killed him. Chapter 4. This morning the spirits were still restless, angry, hissing as they darted through the shadows, mocking, as they had been all night long. Their movements had kept Lucille from sleep, haunting her, touching her mind if she dared drop off even for a second. They'd started around midnight, sighing through the branches of the live oaks, causing the Spanish moss to sway. The wraiths grumbled by the old water wheel that creaked as it turned in the stream flowing past the orchard, and they hid in the rafters of the third story of this grand old decaying manor, where Lucille had tried and failed to sleep. She'd thought they would disappear into the shadows with the morning light, but she'd been wrong. They were still annoying her as she swept the wide porch of Oak Hill, the Montgomery plantation, poking her broom at a cotton-like nest of spiders in the corner. "You all just go away, leave me be," she muttered, her lips flattening over her teeth as she spied the gardener's boy, clipping dying blooms off the roses. He didn't look up from beneath the bill of his cap, but she knew he'd heard her. She'd have to be careful. Though some people thought she was a little touched in the head, that some of the Montgomery lunacy had somehow invaded her, Lucille was as sane as anyone she knew. Saner. She was just cursed with the ability to hear those who should have passed on. And she was certain the old 3-storied home with its beveled windows, crystal chandeliers, and pillared brick porch was haunted. She knew some of the ghosts' names, had read them time and time again on the crumbling gravestones. Some of the angry, bodiless beings had been slaves over a century before. Some had been children, poor little souls who'd never had a chance to grow up. But what they had in common was that every last one of the angry souls had been born with at least one drop of Montgomery blood running through their veins. She just wished they'd be silent, slide back into their tombs where they belonged. But that wasn't to be, because something vile and dark had happened last night. She just didn't know what. Yet. Pausing to wipe her forehead with the hem of her apron, she glanced down the long drive, as if expecting the bearer of bad news, even Satan himself, to appear. But the late morning was deceptively quiet, too still. Only the lapping of the creek and the buzz of a hornet searching for its nest were audible over the whispers of the ghosts. Pushing her broom around terracotta planters, bursting with petunias and marigolds, she kept a wary eye out for palmetto bugs and listened to the raspy voices. Lucille heard them, and, she suspected, others did as well. They were too frightened to admit to the existence of the undead. Caitlyn. Now that poor child was cursed. Just like her grandma Evelyn. Another tortured soul. Lucille made a quick sign of the cross over her bosom without breaking stride as she swept. She'd bet a month's wages that Caitlyn heard the voices, that the dead whispered through her head, as they had with Evelyn. She paused again, to listen. The lawnmower growled as the gardener cut the grass near the stables. A squirrel scolded from one of the live oak trees, and further away traffic rumbled on a distant highway. Yet, above it all, Lucille heard the sounds of the spirits. Quiet, angry voices. She felt the ghosts moving, churning, causing a hot wind to brush against her cheeks. Evil seemed nearer, somehow, though Lucille couldn't pinpoint it, didn't know its source. It had started last night. She'd gone to bed at 11, as was her usual time, after giving Miss Bernada her final dose of medication and some warm milk with honey. Once Bernada had dozed off and begun to snore, Lucille had pulled the curtains around her bed and eased out of the room. She'd climbed the back staircase to the 3rd floor, the arthritis in her knees complaining as she made her way up each narrowing riser, her breathing exaggerated with the effort. She was getting too old and fat for the hard work she did, and though she was compensated well, and she loved the Montgomery family as if it were her own, she would have to retire soon. To Florida, maybe, to be with her sister, Mabel. But not as long as Bernada Montgomery drew a breath. Lucille had promised Bernada's husband that she would take care of his wife for the rest of Bernada's years. With the good Lord's blessing, large doses of extra-strength Excedrin, a shot of brandy each night, and her own pacemaker keeping her tired heart beating regularly, Lucille intended to keep her vow to Cameron Montgomery, even though he'd been a contemptible son of a bitch if ever there was one. Lord knew none of Bernada's children were capable of caring for their ailing mother. They all thought Bernada's pacemaker and nitroglycerin pills could ward off her heart problems. But Lucille knew better. Death was clamoring for Bernada Montgomery, and once he'd started calling, there was no stopping the bastard. She snorted as she lifted the dustpan and glared at the hot sun inching its way across the clear sky. All those kids, and not one worth his or her salt. Then again, who was she to point fingers? It wasn't as if her own daughter was much better. No, Marta, bless her thoughtless heart, was another one of this generation who did as she pleased, letting the chips fall where they may, doing her own thing, leaving destruction in her wake and never once looking back. Even now, she was supposed to have visited, but never did. Was supposedly dating some hotshot cop named Montoya in New Orleans, but that must have gone south too, as he'd called looking for her. That was the trouble with Marta. She was a flake, but then that wasn't a surprise. Lucille had spent over 30 years questioning her own foolish decisions she'd made before Marta had been conceived. Even now, Lucille felt sharp shards of guilt about her only child. She loved her daughter with all of her guilty heart, and had been Marta's single support since the kid was 5. Yet, sometimes it seemed the bad had outweighed the good. But one would have thought, with all the children Bernada and Cameron Montgomery had brought into this world, one of them would have turned out decent enough. Lucille tossed the contents of the dustpan over the porch rail, the debris falling to a growing pile beneath the thick wisteria vine that twisted and turned as it curled around the eaves. What chance did any of the Montgomery progeny have with all the bad blood that trickled through their veins? None. That's what. She checked on the sun tea she had brewing on the porch railing. Sunlight glinted against the glass jar. Like buoyant bodies on a tepid sea, the bags floated and danced in the amber liquid. From inside the house, the phone jangled. Lucille's old heart missed a beat. No one had to tell her it was bad news.
"Let me get this straight,"
Troy said, as he folded his suit jacket over the back of one of the chairs in Caitlyn's kitchen.
"Josh is dead. It could be suicide, or it might be homicide. The police are still trying to figure out which. Have I got that much right?"
Yes.
Caitlyn poured fresh water into Oscar's dish and hoped she didn't appear as ragged as she felt. She'd called her brother at Montgomery Bank and Trust as soon as Detectives Reed and Morissette had driven away. 2 hours later, after getting her message and calling her back, he'd arrived, made his way through the cluster of reporters hovering near the front gate, and landed here, looking more pissed than sad that his brother-in-law was dead. As Detective Reed had predicted, television crews and reporters for the local papers had shown up shortly after the police had left, knocked on her door, and when she refused to answer, taken up residence on the sidewalk in front of her house. She'd caught a glimpse of one slim woman in a smart purple dress and black scarf standing near her front gate, while a cameraman filmed her. Caitlyn's stomach clenched.
Not again. No cameras, no reporters, no questions about the intimate details of my life.
"Can't they tell whether someone did him in or he killed himself?" Troy asked, jarring her back to the here and now.
Oh, God. She had to pull herself together. She couldn't let anyone, not even Troy, know about her own fears. Oh, yes. I mean, I'm sure they can. It just takes time.
Troy snorted his disgust and jingled his keys in the pocket of his slacks. "Savannah's finest. You didn't tell them anything, did you?" Hard blue eyes examined hers, looked for a crack, for the lie.
I couldn't. I don't know anything. Except that there was blood smeared upstairs, So damn much blood. It wasn't Josh's lifeblood. It couldn't be.
She slid into one of the chairs, exhausted and scared to death.
"But you've got to be one of their prime suspects," Troy said, frowning.
His hair was as dark as hers, just the hint of gray visible at his temples. He stood arrow-straight, wide shoulders and slim hips, a man of 33 in excellent shape.
"It's no big secret that he was having an affair and going to divorce you."
"Nice, Troy," she muttered. "No reason to sugarcoat things."
"Exactly. What you've got on your hands here is a crisis."
"Me?" she asked, then saw the white lines bracketing his lips. "What are you saying? That I killed Josh?"
"Of course not." Still, she was burned.
"You know, I could use a little support. It's been a hell of a day, and it's not over yet."
Tears blistered her eyes, but she didn't swipe at them, wouldn't give in. Oscar, sensing a fight, slunk to his favorite spot under the table. Troy's keys jangled as he stared outside to the back garden.
"I'm sorry. I'm not very good in the support department."
No argument there.
"But you do have to face the fact that you're an obvious suspect."
Plowing the fingers of both hands through his hair, he let out a world-weary sigh, as if being the only living Montgomery male was sometimes too much to bear.
"Maybe you should move home for a while."
"This is my home."
I know, but it might be better if you got out of town. Moved out to the country, stayed with Mom at Oak Hill."
"You mean lay low?"
"I didn't say—"
"I'm not a criminal, Troy,"
she insisted,
forcing herself to her feet and steadfastly shoving aside the doubts in her mind.
"Just a victim." His lips pursed in repressed anger. "Always a victim. Jesus."
"I knew I shouldn't have called you," she spat.
"Why did you?"
She reached for a bottle of water in the refrigerator and twisted off the cap. "The police didn't want me to be left alone."
"So you called your brother?"
"You were the closest." Sometimes Troy was a royal pain, but then weren't all of her siblings? She'd known it had been a mistake the minute she'd dialed his office. She took a long pull on the water. "Let's just get this straight. It wasn't because you're a male, okay?"
"Listen, Caitlyn."
Her free hand flew up to the side of her head, and she spread her fingers as if ready to ward off a blow. "Never mind. Strike that. I wanted to call Kelly—"
"Kelly? Oh, for God's sake, Caitlyn. Let's not even go there."
"But—" She knew she'd made a mistake the minute she'd brought up her twin.
"That would be just plain crazy, and you know it."
His dark brows drew together.
"Oh, I get it. You're already looking for an insanity defense. Kelly."
He clucked his tongue. "Stop it. I'm not guilty. I'm not insane. And Josh is dead," she added, her voice cracking. "He was a bastard, okay? I know it, but there was a time when I did love him." She felt her cheeks flame at her admission. "He was my husband, Jamie's father."
"Who only wanted you for your inheritance."
The words spilled over her like icy rain. As ugly as it was the truth. Oscar let out a low whimper from his hiding spot. "Please, Troy, for my dignity's sake, leave me a few of my illusions, okay?" To her surprise, he crossed the room and placed a hand on her shoulder, but his touch was tentative, as if he were afraid that she might do something as foolish as turn to him and bury her face in his shoulder. There was hesitation in his eyes, a guardedness that never allowed her, or anyone else for that matter, too close. 2 years younger than Caitlyn and Kelly, Troy, the only surviving son of their parents, had a huge burden to carry on his muscular shoulders.
It's not that easy, Caitlyn. Your illusions tend to get you into trouble. Today isn't the first time. It's just the most serious.
You're right, she admitted, and felt a sliver of regret for her anger. Look, Troy, thanks for coming today. I needed to talk to someone, and I thought I could count on you. I suppose I could have called Amanda. Her office is nearby, but, well, as much of a workaholic as she is, she sometimes works at home on the weekends. Besides, she's always so busy.
And I'm not?
Caitlyn managed to smile, the remainder of her outrage dissipating.
You're the boss at the bank. All the more reason for me to be there, even on a Saturday.
But the fingers resting on her shoulder squeezed her gently, reminding her that they had a bond.
You know I'm here for you. I'm just not very good at the emotional support thing.
That's all that macho male posturing you've been doing since you were around 12, she said. You're like a porcupine, though, bristly on the outside, soft in the middle.
And Amanda's pure steel all the way through?
He asked, then checked his watch and scowled at the dial.
Look, I've really got to get back to the bank. I've got a client coming in soon.
I know. I'll be okay. He wasn't convinced.
Why don't you go stay with Mom for a few days? Just until the police figure out what's going on, and the vultures outside.
He hooked a thumb toward the front of the house, to the windows visible past the foot of the stairs.
Find other carrion to feed on.
Nice analogy, she muttered, but followed his gaze nonetheless. Through the curtains and glass, Caitlyn watched the newswoman in the purple dress walk toward the van. The cameraman was stowing his gear in zippered cases.
Don't be fooled. The minute those guys leave, more will show up.
I'll be all right.
Will you?
He asked, and the question resonated through the house. He didn't say what he really thought, what the entire family had decided, that Caitlyn would never truly be healthy, that there would always be the past chasing her, that tragedy would forever be her companion. She'd seen her siblings exchange glances, detected their gazes staring at her only to slide furtively away when they sensed she caught them looking her way.
Caitlyn?
What?
You sure you'll be okay here?
I've got Oscar. He's a fabulous companion and security system, and I can pay him in dog chow, she said lightly, but noticed the frown etching its way across her brother's smooth brow. She let out a sigh and turned more serious. Really, Troy, don't worry.
Yeah, right.
I mean it. She jutted out her jaw, tried to look tough. Troy's eyebrows rose skeptically as he reached for his jacket.
It's impossible not to worry about you.
Give it a shot, will ya? He managed a bit of a smile.
You know you can call me any time.
And you'll work me into your busy schedule? She snapped.
Ouch.
The truth hurts.
I came today, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, she admitted, with the barest trace of a smile. And I appreciate it. Really.
Just promise me one thing.
His eyes narrowed on her as he slid his arms into the jacket's sleeves and shrugged the shoulders into place. Hmm?
If the police stop by again, don't talk to them. Not without your lawyer present.
Her good mood was shattered. The claustrophobic sensation she'd pushed away was suddenly all over her, and she felt as if she was being suffocated. She should never have trusted Troy. Knew better. "You think I killed him, don't you?" she whispered, disbelieving. "You think I killed my own husband." Inwardly, she cringed. "And what do you think, Caitlyn?" "It doesn't matter what I think, Caitlyn. But for the record, no, I don't think you're capable of murder. You have your problems. Well, hell, we all do. But I don't think you're a cold-blooded murderer."
"Thanks for the vote of confidence,"
she said, stung. "I'm just warning you, that's all." He adjusted his tie. "For Christ's sake, don't wig out on me."
"Wouldn't dream of it."
She folded her arms over her chest and walked him to the front door where, thank God, no reporters were camping out. But she knew that her empty front garden, with its hummingbirds hovering near her feeder and a dragonfly skittering through the vines, wouldn't be peaceful for long. This was just the calm before the storm. She glanced at the sky, clear and blue, deceptive. As Troy climbed into his Range Rover, she waved and felt the burn and tightness in her wrists, the scratches that were healing. How in the world had they gotten there? All she had to go on were the horrifying flashes, sharp-edged bursts that sizzled through her brain like lightning bolts. Disjointed pieces of a dream? Some kind of ESP? Coincidence? Or horrific bits of a memory too terrible to remember? Chapter 5. Adam Hunt picked the lock deftly. Anyone watching might have thought he owned the key to this thick wooden door because the latch sprang so easily. But he'd been careful. He was alone. No one was in the hallway of the 150-year-old house that had been converted into an office building. Nobody had seen him enter silently, swinging the door closed behind him. Inside, the room was hot, cloying. Dust had settled on every surface. A potted palm was brittle and dead near the window, the soil surrounding its roots bone dry. He looked around the office as he cracked a window, and the smell of old Savannah slipped into the tiny office with its worn wooden floors and haphazardly placed rugs. A leather recliner, sofa, and rocking chair were grouped together. Positioned catty-corner to the seating area was a tall armoire that held video equipment. Beneath the window, a short glass-fronted bookcase contained a small library on human psychoses, sexuality, morals, hypnosis, and every human frailty or depravity known to man. Some of the books had belonged to him. So had the rocker. But no longer. His jaw clenched as he crossed to the roll-top. Her desk was locked, of course. Not that it was a problem. Her desk chair squeaked as he sat in it, and he noticed where its rollers had worn a path on the carpet, a small arc, so that she could turn to her computer or notes, then face her clients again. Jaw tightening, he quickly pried the desk open and rolled the top up. Inside, the cubicles and drawers of stamps, paper clips, envelopes, and the like were neat, tidy. Just like the woman who had so recently sat in this scarred chair. "So where the hell are you, Rebecca?" Absently, he rubbed his knee. It was starting to bother him again, the result of a recent motorcycle accident. He turned on the computer, tapped his fingers nervously on the arm of the chair, and glared at the dusty screen as it clicked and hummed, the monitor glowing bright. He found her files, skimmed them, his lips flat over his teeth. Was it his imagination, or did he smell a faint trace of her perfume lingering over the musty odor of the office? Wishful thinking. Nothing more. Fingers moving skillfully, he scrolled through her patient files, getting quick peeks into the problems, heartbreaks, and psychoses of patients he'd never met. Nothing caught his eye, or made him think that this was the case that she was certain would change the course of her life. He glanced at his watch. He'd been here nearly 45 minutes, and heard the sounds of shuffling feet and scraping chairs from an office down the hall. He checked to see that he'd locked the door, so that no one searching for an office or the restroom might burst in and see him. Then he crossed to the windows. From the third-floor view, he caught a glimpse of the alley below and a neighboring house. An elderly lady wearing a straw hat and dressing gown was watering her geraniums. He slid out of her view before she looked up. Didn't want to have to explain himself. At least, not yet. Not until he had some answers himself. He'd probably have to lie to get those answers. So be it. Adam believed that lies came in differing shades, hues, and textures. There were black lies and white lies, and a variety of shades of gray lying in between. Some were thick and sticky, others thin and gossamer. But as far as he could remember, there had never been a good lie. And yet, he decided as he slid a pick into the locked cabinet, and with a sensitive touch he would never admit to having, sprung the simple latch. Sometimes a lie was necessary. With a click, the drawer opened. If a lie was necessary to get to the truth, was it such a bad thing? There is no such thing as a white lie. His grandmother had preached often enough. A lie is a lie, and if you can't tell the truth, then there's something very wrong with you. She had looked at him with her unblinking, hawk-like eyes, searching for a glimmer of deceit in his gaze, and he had stared straight back at her, refusing to squirm even though they'd both known he was lying through his teeth. Norma Hunt had been a fair woman. When she had been unable to prove that he wasn't telling the truth, she had been forced to pretend to believe him. He wondered what she'd think of her only grandson now, as he opened the top file drawer, flipping through the tabs, smelling the dry, musty odor of unused documents. His fingers riffled over the names. Then he closed the drawer and opened the lower one. And there, taking up half the space, were the documents that might help him on his quest. Thick files, packed with notations and information. Bandeaux. Caitlyn Montgomery. How had he missed it on the computer? Quickly he turned to the flickering screen and sorted through the files again. But Caitlyn was definitely missing in action. He did a quick cross-search and found all the other patients' records, but not one solitary entry on Caitlyn Bandeaux. A search didn't bring up any files. He even looked through the computer's recycle bin, but nothing on Caitlyn had been recently deleted. It was almost as if she'd never been an active client. But the thick paper file in his lap argued the point, and Rebecca had mentioned the name Montgomery in one of their conversations. He leaned back in Rebecca's chair. Why wouldn't the information in the paper files be transferred to the computer? He flipped through the pages and found a photograph, a snapshot of a striking woman of about 35. Long red-brown hair was blowing over her eyes as she balanced a child on one hip. The little girl's head was thrown back in laughter, pink ribbons slipping out of curly brown hair, and the woman, presumably Caitlyn Bandeaux, appeared carefree. wearing an identical white sundress to the child's, the skirt billowing against her legs in the wind. Caitlyn stood upon the sweeping lawn of a grand antebellum house of white clapboard and brick. The sky was ominously dark with clouds, but mother and child didn't seem to feel the threat of the impending storm. Adam stared at the image for a long time. She was one more puzzle to figure out. He slipped the photograph into his pocket.
"So tell me everything you know about Josh Bandeaux," Reed said, as he dropped a slim file onto Sylvie Morissette's desk at the police station. Chewing gum, she looked over her shoulder, ignoring the flickering computer monitor where some of the images of Josh Bandeaux's slumped, very dead body were visible. "And you can leave out the part about him being a prick. I already got that."
"I was gonna mention that he was a smooth talker and con man. Just another example of Southern gentility gone bad." She fingered the manila folder, laying it open. "What's this?"
"Preliminary autopsy report. Very preliminary. Nothing in it we don't already know. Approximate time of death is midnight. From outward appearances, it looks like he died of blood loss, maybe self-inflicted. We'll get more information once the autopsy is completed."
He dropped into a battered side chair in her cubicle and noticed, not for the first time, how neat she kept her workspace. Nothing out of place. Pictures of her family arranged on her desk, a potted fern in one corner, pens and pencils kept in an old mug with faded letters that read, "If you don't like cops, next time you're in trouble, call a hippie." A denim jacket decorated with rhinestones hung from a hall tree. Above it was perched a Braves baseball cap.
"I don't know that much about Bandeaux, really."
Spying the skepticism in his eyes, she added, "Really? I wasn't involved with him, but I'd met him, okay? What I do know was that he was married a couple of times."
Reed's ears pricked up. Caitlyn Montgomery wasn't his first wife?
"Nah."
Morissette leaned back in her desk chair and twiddled a pencil between her fingers.
"The first one was named Maud Havenbrook. Later, he hooked up with Caitlyn, who became wife number 2. Then I guess he was gonna divorce her."
"Because of potential wife number 3?
She lifted a shoulder. "That's the rumor. He had himself a live-in."
"And you know this how?"
"I chucked up on him, remember? For a friend who was interested."
"And her name is?"
Morissette hesitated.
"This is a potential homicide investigation," Reed reminded her, and noticed her mouth tighten at the corners.
"Millie. Millicent Tormé. And she's married, okay? So try to be discreet."
"Discretion is my middle name."
"My ass."
"Do you know Maud Havenbrook?"
"Never met her. Not personally."
"But she's still around?"
he asked casually, thinking that Morissette had taken a major interest in Josh Bandeaux and his personal life. Maybe she was telling the truth about her lack of interest in the deceased. Then again, he wouldn't put it past her to stretch the truth a little if it meant keeping her reputation intact. "Far as I know, she owns a bed and breakfast near Forsyth Park, Mockingbird Manor or something like that, one of those old showpiece homes filled with antiques and such, the kind where rich tourists stay when they're in town. Word has it that she makes croissants to die for, drizzles them with a combo of honey and homemade raspberry jam." Reed decided to have a chat with the first Mrs. Bandeaux.
"Was she friendly with her ex?"
"Maud? Friendly with Bandeaux? I have no idea. But she remarried. A guy by the name of Springer, I think."
Reed made a mental note. "She have any kids with Josh?"
"I'm not sure," Morissette said, then snapped her fingers and sat upright. "No, That's wrong. I don't think they had any kids between them, but Maud was a little older and had a kid by her first husband.
Complicated.
Families always are. Josh might have adopted the kid. I don't know. As I said, I wasn't involved. A slight flush darkened the tops of her cheeks. And don't take that attitude with me. I just checked him out for Millie, who was split from her husband at the time.
So Millie took up with him?
Not really took up with him. Or if she did, it was a fling. She and her husband were separated for a while, and Bandeaux was going through a divorce. I doubt that Millie, if she did get together with him, had what he was interested in. Bandeaux liked his women rich, beautiful, and willing to go down on him whenever he got the urge. Reed cleared his throat.
How would you know?
I don't, okay? But he was a player, big time. Hung out at the strip clubs, threw money around. This I do know. Saw him there a couple of times when I worked Vice, and I was involved in the raids down at the Silk Tassel or Pussies in the Booties, those kind of places. Anyway, Josh hooked up with Caitlyn Montgomery, and within a couple of months or so, they weren't only an item, they were married, for Christ's sake. Millie returned to her husband and kept pretty quiet about it. I figured he dumped her and she was embarrassed. Not that she considered herself in love with him or anything. From what I understand, old Josh's charm rubbed off pretty fast once she got to know him. He and the new missus, they had a baby right away, and the rest, as they say, is history. Resting one ankle over his opposing knee, Reed said, I did some checking on the missus. No priors. So now you think Bandeaux was murdered? I don't know. I'm just keeping an open mind. Morissette chewed her gum a little more loudly. You? Like hell. We'll see what the coroner says after the autopsy. I'm waiting for a report from the crime scene team about the evidence. All I've got so far is that the body doesn't appear to have been moved. He died right in his desk chair. The last person known to have seen him alive was the maid, Miss Pontiac, when she left for the night. But after that, he could have had himself a damn party. I think it was a private party because of the wine glasses in the dishwasher. Only 2, not 40. Morissette mused aloud. So we know he had company. Ms. Pontiac insists she'd cleaned up everything and even emptied the dishwasher before she left. Any prints on the wine glasses? Reed asked. Nope. Wiped clean, except for the lipstick smudge. Why would someone wipe for prints and ignore the lipstick? Careless, or believes no one will be able to trace the smudge to her. There was also what looks like a couple of drops of wine on the carpet in the den. Depending upon how old the stains are, it's possible that the wine was spilled and the glasses taken to the dishwasher. A neat killer. Or visitor. We're not sure he was murdered, she reminded him. Yeah, I know. Reed plucked a piece of lint from his dark sock. But let's run with the murder idea for a sec. You have any ideas who might want to see him dead? At least half of Savannah. To begin with, he went through women like toilet paper. That doesn't sit well with a lot of us. Then there's his business partner, Al Fitzgerald. I think Josh pulled a fast one and cut him out of his share of stock in the company. And that's not his first brush with the law. He'd been involved with some kind of securities scam before. He lined enough pockets in Atlanta to keep himself out of serious trouble, so he was never prosecuted. Her eyes narrowed a bit, and she chewed her gum more vigorously. I'm sure the list of people who had Josh Bandeaux on their most hated list is long and distinguished. I'd like to see it. Maybe you could come up with a few names. My pleasure. Leaning across the desk, narrowly missing her coffee cup with her elbows, Morissette said, Want to hear what I learned about Caitlyn Bandeaux? Reed inclined his head and wondered if Morissette's interest in Josh's not-quite ex-wife was more than idle interest. Shoot. First of all, she's pretty unstable. She's got herself a nice long history of ending up in psych wards ever since she was a kid. off and on. I don't know what the diagnosis is, or if there is one. It could be anything from dealing with slight depression to being manic, or what do they call it these days? Bipolar. Maybe she was traumatized as a kid or got into drugs. Some of those can end up making you effing paranoid. But I have heard that mental illness runs in the family. Neuroses lurk like catfish on the bottom of the Montgomery gene pool. So, has our estranged widow ever been violent? Morissette lifted a slim shoulder as she spat her gum into a trash can near her desk. Not to the point of getting arrested, obviously. Where do you get your information? A friend of a friend. Gossip, he guessed, a little disappointed. Yeah, the kind of gossip we pay stoolies for every day of the week. Hearsay doesn't hold up in court. We aren't even sure we've got a homicide. I'm just giving you some information I gathered. I'll check it out and see what's what with the missus. She smiled, her faded lipstick darker around the edges of her lips. In case we do go to court. He glanced at her spiked hair and a few dark roots that deigned to show. You didn't hear this at the local beauty shop? Shit, no. One side of her mouth inched up. I don't go to the beauty shop. God, I hate that term. Salon isn't a whole lot better. This, she motioned to her stiff blonde hair, it may surprise you to know, isn't a professional job. Oh, you may think I paid $40, $60, or even $100 to get some hairdresser with a name like Claude or Antoine, but hell no. This here do is compliments of good old Lady Clairol and a pair of shears I inherited from my granny. I give myself a couple of hours every 6 weeks or so, and voila, the piece of the damned resistance. I think that's pièce de résistance, you know, complete with French accent. Yeah, I do know. She motioned toward her head as she stood. It's cheap, it's fast, and it's state-of-the-art. If you say so. I do, she said, scrounging in her purse and coming up with a pack of Marlboro Lights. Time to have myself a little break. Wanna come? She asked as she shook out a cigarette. I'll take a rain check. I think I'd better do a little more checking on the friends and relatives of Josh Bandeaux, since you seem to think he was so detested and unrespected. Grinning, she motioned to the image of Josh Bandeaux visible on her computer monitor. Some people even called him Josh the Bandit Bandeaux. Cute. It fit. He was always taking something from someone. I think one of his ex-partners dubbed him with the name, and the press loved it. They would. No love of the Fourth Estate, eh, Reed? None, he growled. She asked, So you think I can sell this picture? In the shot, Josh Bandeaux was as they'd found him, slumped over his expensive desk, blood drizzling down his fingers to pool on the carpet. Anyone who pays the price can put this little pin-up on their own PC. You know, as wallpaper or a screensaver or something. Funny, he said, without a laugh. Thought you'd appreciate the humor. But any trace of a smile that had lingered on her thin lips had faded. Reed guessed Morissette had been closer to the prick than she'd ever admit. Which was par for the course. In Reed's estimation, Sylvie Morissette hadn't gotten over any of her ex-husbands or lovers. Brittle as she tried to appear, she wasn't as tough as she feigned. Just had bad taste in men. The way he'd heard it, she'd grown up without a father. Rumor suggested her old man had left her mother for a younger woman the day Morissette had been brought home from the hospital. But that was just talk. Speculation by the local rednecks who couldn't handle Sylvie's tough woman attitude. Reed didn't know the truth and didn't care. Or at least he hadn't until now. You wouldn't do anything to compromise the case, would you? He asked. What? she demanded. But he didn't really buy her innocence. You heard me. Blow it out your ass, Reed. You know what kind of cop I am. That's the problem, he said, as he got to his feet and suffered a ball-shivering glare from her. You bend the rules more than I do. She glanced at her watch and scowled. I've got to get out of here. It is Saturday. I already missed my daughter's soccer game. Again. Cops don't have weekends. Just great pay, fabulous benefits, and more glamour than a rock star, she quipped. Madonna's been calling me and asking to trade places. I'm thinking it over. Told her I'd get back to her. Reed laughed as her phone shrilled, then walked back to his office. He didn't want to think what a shrink would make of his partner. Or Caitlyn Bandeaux, if Morissette's information was correct. He tried to work around his gut feeling that Caitlyn Bandeaux was the prime suspect in the death of her husband, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she was involved. He'd learned from Bandeau's maid that Caitlyn, estranged or not, was a regular visitor to his house, had once lived there, and probably still had a key since Bandeaux hadn't bothered to change his locks. A woman had been with Bandeaux that night, if the glasses in the dishwasher were to be believed. The lipstick was a pink color that was similar to the one she'd worn today, though without tests, the similarity could be coincidental. There were hundreds of shades of pink lipstick, possibly thousands. Most of all, she didn't have an alibi, at least one that would hold up in court. He'd thought during the interview this morning that she'd been shocked and bereaved, but also holding back, keeping a secret. He'd met enough liars in his years as an investigator with the San Francisco Police Department to spot one. But this could be a suicide. Don't discount that. Not yet. He snapped on his desk lamp. He'd bet a month's salary that Caitlyn Montgomery Bandeaux wouldn't pass a polygraph test if he administered one to her right now. She was lying about last night. Reed was sure of it. He just had to figure out why. Chapter 6. The telephone jangled. Caitlyn, thinking the caller might be her sister, dashed into the kitchen. Almost tripping over Oscar, she snagged the handset and noticed the lack of a name and number on caller ID. Hello? Hi? Is this Caitlyn Bandeaux? An unfamiliar female voice asked. Caitlyn was instantly wary. Every muscle in her body tensed. Yes? I'm glad I caught you. The voice was friendly, had a smile to it, which made Caitlyn all the more cautious. This wasn't the day for smiling, disembodied voices cozying up to her. My name's Nikki Gillette, and I'm with the Savannah Sentinel. I know you're going through a rough period right now, and I'd like to offer my condolences about your husband. Oh, yeah, right. Let me guess, Caitlyn said, trying to control her temper as she leaned a hip against the kitchen counter. You'd like an interview, maybe even an exclusive. I thought you'd like to tell your side of the story. Now there was an edge to Nikki's voice. I wasn't aware there were sides, and I'm not sure there's much of a story. Of course there is. Your husband was a very influential man, and the police seem to think he was either the victim of homicide or a suicide. I thought you'd like to set the record straight. My husband and I were separated, she said, then immediately wished she'd held her tongue. Her personal life wasn't anyone else's business. But you were still married. Caitlyn didn't reply. Every marriage has its ups and downs, Nikki Gillette cajoled, using a tone usually reserved for women's confidences. The ploy didn't work. Caitlyn's back was already up. That's right, and it's private, so let's stick with the no comment. But it was time to end this. Listen, Miss Gillette, I have nothing more to say. Please don't call again. Caitlyn slammed the receiver down before the woman could argue with her. The phone jangled instantly. Damn it all! She picked up the receiver, hung up, and then let the answering machine take any other messages. Even Kelly's. If her sister were to call, she'd leave a message, or Caitlyn would recognize her cell number on caller ID. Or, if all else failed, Caitlyn would drive out to her place by the river and try to track her down. But she was getting desperate. For God's sake, Kelly, call me. She poured herself a glass of iced tea, took a sip, then slid into a chair at the kitchen table and held her head in her hands. What had happened last night? How had she dreamed that Josh had been killed? How had all the blood gotten into her room? Her head throbbed, the ice melting in her barely touched glass. She remembered driving downtown and parking just off Emmett Park on River Street. Yes, she was certain of it. She closed her eyes, trying to relive the night before. Her headache thundered. Distorted images of the city at night spun crazily through her mind. Neon lights, boats on the river, a crush of people on the street. Vaguely, in bits and disjointed pieces, she remembered crossing a street against the light as some taxi had careened around the corner and blared its horn. She ducked past the cotton exchange and down the cobblestone walk to the river, wending her way through people on the crowded sidewalk, past shops, the smell of the slow-moving river ever present. She'd gone into a bar, the Swamp, one she'd never been in before. Why had Kelly asked her to meet there, then not shown up? Or had she? Why couldn't she remember? Had she somehow ended up at Josh's house? Dear God, where had she been? Her lower lip began to tremble. Then slowly, bit by bit, her entire body followed suit. She felt the threat of tears and steadfastly pushed them back. What was Troy's comment? That she always played the victim? Well, no more. Never again. Her jaw clenched when she thought of her dead husband. Damn it, Josh, she whispered. What the hell happened? She noticed a business card that Detective Reed had left on the coffee table. Maybe she should call him. And tell him what? That you dreamed you were at Josh's house? Or that you don't remember if you were really there? That your memory is shot, you just have bits and pieces that don't make any sense? Or maybe you could explain that you're a fruitcake, just like Grandma Evelyn. You remember her, don't you? Remember what happened at the lodge? Caitlyn shivered, her mind reverberating with the questions Kelly would certainly throw at her if she ever found out that Caitlyn was considering confiding in the police. You want to end up in the loony bin again? That's what'll happen. And how the hell are you going to explain the blood? Jesus, Katie did. One way or another, they'll lock you away for good this time. Prison or a psych hospital. Take your pick. But I didn't do anything, she said, pounding a fist on the table. Breathing hard, nearly gasping, she felt herself falling apart. But she wasn't out of her mind. No, hadn't Dr. Wade said as much? She willed her body to quit shaking, refused to feel sorry for herself. When she talked to Kelly, she would find out the truth, whatever it was. Oh, yeah? Well, paranoia runs in the family. She shot to her feet, knocking over her tea, scattering ice cubes across the table and feeling the scabs on her wrists pull tight. She couldn't think this way, couldn't let all her self-doubts get the better of her. Quickly grabbing a sponge from the sink, she began swabbing up the tea while tossing the skittering ice cubes into the sink. She was losing it. Really losing it. She threw the towel into the basin. She needed to get out of the house, to take Oscar for a walk or run through Forsyth Park until she was sweating and breathing rapidly, her heart pounding, her head finally clearing. Yes, that was it. She had to get out, get away. Just as she had since she was a kid. Life had been so much simpler then. Or had it been? Staring out the window to the walled garden, she remembered growing up in the old plantation house, running with Kelly and their friend Griffin through the woods and the squatty old slave quarters, chasing through the dilapidated rooms with hard dirt floors, crumbling walls, and the musty smell of old sweat and wasted dreams. Wasps had droned in the rafters, and spiderwebs had clung to the windowsills, leaving the dried, desiccated corpses of insects littering the ledges. Caitlyn and Kelly hadn't been 10 years old yet, more like 8 or 9, and Kelly had loved to play hide-and-seek in the interconnected rooms, disappearing into the shadows. "You can't find me," Kelly had taunted, and Griffin had always run toward the sound, not realizing that it bounced and ricocheted through the rotting timbers and broken doors. Some of the roofs had fallen in, and there were bird droppings flecked against the weathered walls. Kelly had hidden in the most disturbing of places, old alcoves and dark niches that made Caitlyn's skin crawl, places where rats and palmetto bugs and snakes could hide, places that felt dark, evil. "Oh, you're just a fraidy cat," Kelly had teased, egging Caitlyn and Griffin into a crammed corner where a dark stain discolored a wall. "See here? This is where the old slave, Maryland, you remember the one Great-Granny told us about? She was named after the state where she was born. This is where old Maryland squatted down and had herself that baby that died. Right here." Kelly had pointed to the floor beneath the stain, and Caitlyn had shuddered. Somehow Kelly had garnered all kinds of knowledge of the slaves, and she'd sworn they practiced voodoo, killing chickens, and heaven knew what else in a particular room or closet she found in the long row of houses. Her stories had never seemed to be the same, changing with the seasons or her whims, yet she'd insisted that every atrocity she spoke of was true. "If you don't believe me, ask Lucille. She'll tell you." Kelly's eyes had twinkled mischievously as sunlight danced through the leaves of a gnarled oak to dapple the ground in eerie, shifting shadows. It had been sticky hot, muggy, the temperature over 100 degrees. But Caitlyn had felt a chill as cold as death. "Marilyn still haunts the house," Kelly had said. "I've seen her. She's looking for that dead baby." "No way!" Caitlyn had shaken her head vehemently. She'd always hated it when Kelly started telling her ghost stories. "I have. Swear to God." "I don't believe you." Caitlyn had lied. But Griffin, always gullible, had trembled and whispered, "I think it's the truth. I heard him one night moaning and crying." "Why would I lie?" Kelly had asked with a smug smile. She'd known she'd gotten to them both. "Because you like to," Caitlyn had thought, but hadn't said it. Would never. Didn't want to chance a lashing from her twin's sharp tongue, or worse yet, her lapse into silence, which could last days and require 100 apologies from Caitlyn. "It's the truth," Kelly had said more times than Caitlyn could remember. "Swear to God if I lie, poke 1,000 needles in my eye." Just the image had made Caitlyn cringe, but Kelly had only giggled and darted off, her laughter trailing after her and fading like the music at the end of a movie scene. Caitlyn had turned on Griffin.
"You never heard those slaves."
"Oh, yes, I have," Griffin had insisted, nodding his head, his brown hair flopping in his eyes, his skin pale, even though it was summer.
"When?"
"Tons of times. It's creepy."
Caitlyn had let the subject drop. Griffin, a neighbor boy whom Caitlyn and Kelly had been told to avoid, who was not allowed on the Montgomery property, had always sneaked over. He'd ridden his bike along an old deer trail through the woods and left it hidden in a thicket by the stream until he had to go. 2 years younger than Caitlyn and Kelly, Griffin was gullible enough to believe anything Kelly said. Secretly, Caitlyn thought he was fascinated by her sister and afraid to disagree with Kelly. The truth of the matter was that Griffin wasn't any smarter than he was welcome at Oak Hill. Caitlyn tried not to mention his name around the house, for when she did, her mother would get that pinched expression on her face as if she was worried or mad, as if Griffin had done something Mother disapproved of. Amanda, their older sister, had always rolled her eyes expressively whenever Caitlyn slipped and talked about him. Lucille, forever hovering near Bernada, and usually polishing some piece of already gleaming furniture, had, behind Bernada's back, pressed a thick finger to her lips, silently warning Caitlyn not to distress her sickly mother with talk of the boy. Caitlyn never understood why her mother disliked Griffin so, but assumed it was because of bad blood, which was always the reason Bernada Pomeroy Montgomery snubbed a person. But that had been years ago. Caitlyn didn't know why she'd thought of him now. She hadn't seen Griffin since they were kids, didn't know what had happened to him. Today, she had concentrated on the problem at hand. She sent a dark look toward the telephone, desperate to hear from her twin. She looked for her cell phone, missing since yesterday. Not in her purse, not in the car, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Maybe she'd left it with Kelly, or at Kelly's house.
"So why do you think Kelly will help you now?" she asked herself as the walls seemed to close in on her.
"Because she has to. She knows what happened,"
she said so loudly that Oscar let out a bark.
God, she was going out of her mind. Crazy, just like Grandma Evelyn.
In her mind's eye, she saw an image of the old woman, skin pasty white, eyes staring glassily as she lay on the pillow, hands cold to the touch. Caitlyn shivered, the image that had haunted her for nearly 30 years, retreating into the shadows, but just barely. It was always there, ready to appear, mocking, taunting. "You'll understand someday," the old woman had warned her. Suddenly, Caitlyn had to get out, to break free, to get away from these blood-stained walls.
"Come on, let's go for a walk,"
she said to the dog, and took the stairs 2 at a time. Oscar bounded after her, ignoring a stack of work on her desk in the den and the eerie sensation that assailed her when she stepped back into her bedroom. Caitlyn refused to notice the places on the walls where she'd scrubbed so hard she'd nearly rubbed the paint off. Nor would she think too hard about the absence of her sheer drapes, which were still in the washer, or the discolored nap on the carpet where she'd washed the stained fibers with soap, water, and every cleanser she'd found in her cupboard. To no avail. The spot was still visible.
"So what? It's your blood, Caitlyn. Yours. No one else's. Certainly not Josh's."
She had to believe that. Had to. The stains were just part of a huge optical illusion, that was all. It seemed like there was a lot more blood than had really been spilled. So why then was the water in the pail where you rinse the rags bright, deep red? I just lost a lot of blood. Because you sliced your own wrists and don't remember? It doesn't matter. It only matters that the blood isn't Josh's. How do you know? I know. Okay? So stop it. Just stop. Her head was pounding, echoing with silent accusations and recriminations that gnawed at her guts, making her doubt anything she thought was real. Hang on, she told herself. She just had to get out, walk as far as she could to clear her mind, get away from here, and sweat. That was all. Then she'd be all right. Then she could think straight again. Oh, God, please. Her hands shook violently as she twisted her hair up onto her head, trying in vain to turn off the questions pounding through her brain. She stripped out of her clothes to don jogging bra, long-sleeve t-shirt, shorts, and running shoes. Then, on impulse, she walked into her den, ignored the stacks of work, and checked her email. Maybe Kelly had sent her a message. She was surprised she hadn't thought of it before. She clicked on her mailbox but saw nothing other than the usual offers of low mortgage rates, discreet Viagra, or a free peek at some porn site. Nothing from Kelly. Damn! She clicked off the computer, and with Oscar at her heels, hurried downstairs, where she peeked out the front blinds and saw no trace of reporters on the street. Still, she'd be careful. She slapped a pair of sunglasses over her eyes and added a baseball cap to her disguise, as if she were some high-profile celebrity, for God's sake. Then clicked on Oscar's leash. She pushed her way through the iron gate of the back courtyard and hit the street at a brisk pace. Later, she'd deal with her family. Later, she'd deal with the reporters. Later, she'd deal with the police. Later, she'd find out what the hell happened last night. Adam checked his watch and frowned. He'd intended to stay only an hour, and nearly 3 had passed. He didn't dare stay any longer. It wouldn't be long before the police had figured out that Rebecca was Caitlyn Montgomery Bandeaux's therapist, which might be a good thing. Then they'd start looking for her, which, of course, would eventually lead them to him. He didn't have much time. Carefully, he took the files he needed, stuffing them into a backpack he found in the closet. A backpack he recognized. One that had hung on a peg near the back door when he'd been in college. He'd thought she'd probably thrown it away. But there it hung, dusty, a few cobwebs clinging to it, empty except for an old parking receipt, a grocery list, and a nearly empty tube of lipstick. An image of her gulping the last of her coffee as she eyed the kitchen clock in their crummy upstairs apartment sliced through his mind. Oh, God, I'm late. Dr. Connolly will kill me. She brushed a coffee-flavored kiss against his cheek, grabbed the backpack from its peg, and flown out the door. Don't forget to feed Rufus, she'd called over her shoulder as the screen door slapped shut. Rufus was their new kitten, Snow White and Big Trouble. Cradling his cup, Adam had walked barefoot to the screen door, stared through the torn mesh, and watched as she'd lithely thrown a leg over the seat of his mountain bike and pedaled into traffic. With no helmet, her red hair streaming behind her, she'd headed uphill toward campus, while the new kitten had attacked his bare ankles and feet. Now, in her abandoned office, his throat tightened as he remembered the girl she'd been nearly 15 years ago. A lot of time had passed. Their lives had taken divergent paths. The carefree 22-year-old had grown up and matured into a woman he'd loved and hated, adored and despised. It was funny how time had a way of tarnishing even the brightest futures. So where the hell was she? He glanced around the room one last time. Not that he wouldn't be back. He'd found a key ring in the top desk drawer and had pocketed it. He didn't figure Rebecca would mind. Chapter 7. The walk helped. Caitlyn's head was clearer than it had been when she'd woken up, but her memory was still fragmented and dull, the night before coming at her in shards of frosty glass, images in murky color and slow motion. In the kitchen, she noticed that there were 16 new messages on her answering machine, and she refused to listen to any of them. Most likely, they were all reporters. She checked the numbers on caller ID. Some were anonymous, others unfamiliar. None were from Kelly's little cabin on the river. Upstairs, she threw on a sleeveless cotton dress that she covered with a lightweight but long-sleeved sweater, then walked across the hall to her den. Snagging her keys from her desk, she figured her hair would dry on the way to Oak Hill, but she stopped when she saw the digital readout of her office clock. It was correct. Hadn't lost so much as a minute of time. Showed no sign of a power interruption. Unlike the clock radio in her bedroom. She looked at the other clocks in the house. All were keeping perfect time. There was no sign of any interruption of electricity to them. The hairs on the back of her neck rose. If there hadn't been a power outage, then there had been some kind of power interrupt, as if the clock had been unplugged. But when she'd cleaned up earlier in the day, the plug had been firmly in the light socket. And it wasn't that particular socket, because the lamp, attached to the same source, had been just fine. Someone unplugged the clock, either on purpose or by accident, and then, in his hurry to leave, forgot to reset it. Who? Why? And for God's sake, what did it have to do with the blood that had been spattered all over her bedroom? A fleeting image burned behind her eyes. The bar. Loud music. People laughing, talking, packed in so close you couldn't move. Caitlyn sat in a booth, 2 drinks in front of her, waiting, looking at her watch, noticing the bartender staring at her through the crowd, sipping one drink, then another. Come on, Kelly. Come on. Where the hell are you? The image shrank away as quickly as it had appeared, and Caitlyn was left knowing no more of what happened than before. But she couldn't dwell on it now. Her family was expecting her. She double-checked that the doors were locked, then was out the door and on the road, driving east out of the city, glancing in her rearview mirror to make sure no one from the press or police was following her. "You're paranoid," she muttered, catching her reflection in the rearview mirror as she stopped at a traffic light. The other vehicles seemed innocuous. No dark van or SUV with tinted windows hovering a few cars behind. She made a few extra jogs through the shady, narrow streets just to be sure, then berated herself for her apprehension. As she turned onto the main highway and cruised out of the city limits, she stepped on it, needing to get out of the city, away from the police, away from the press, away from the blackness that surrounded last night. She pushed the speed limit, her thoughts spinning as rapidly as the wheels of her Lexus. So why hadn't Kelly called? She wondered, flipping down the visor. Maybe she did, while you were out walking Oscar, or while you were in the shower. You were the one who turned off the ringer on the phone. There's a chance that Kelly was one of the 16 calls, you know. Gnawing on her lower lip, Caitlyn realized her mistake. She should have checked the messages and tried once more to catch her sister before she faced their mother. Now she'd have to wait several hours, and she didn't dare mention Kelly's name at Oak Hill. Caitlyn's fingers tightened over the steering wheel, and her palms began to sweat as the suburbs gave way to fields and marshes. She shoved in a Springsteen CD and tried to get lost in the music of the E Street Band, but it proved impossible. She couldn't forget that Josh had been killed, that the police seemed to think she was somehow involved, and even she herself couldn't explain her whereabouts or actions at the time of his death. And all that blood in your room, how did it get there? Drained from your body? Come on. If you'd lost that much, you would be in a hospital right now, probably on the receiving end of a transfusion. She swallowed hard, nearly missed a corner, the car's wheels sliding in loose gravel strewn upon the road's shoulder. Heart racing, she eased off the gas. So whose blood was it? Josh's? But he was blocks away in his own house. Maybe you moved the body. Maybe you moved it in this car. Her stomach clenched. Sweat dotted her forehead, and she slid a glance into the back seat. No dark stains, nor on the passenger side. Of course she hadn't killed Josh and taken him home. What was she thinking? This was crazy. Nuts. Just like Grandma Evelyn. She began to tremble. First her abdomen, then her calves. Don't do this. Don't think this way. She concentrated on the road, the ribbon of asphalt with its middle broken stripe, up and down, over small rises and into shallow gullies. Her breathing was coming in short gasps. Horrid images sped through her mind, a quick vision of Josh at his desk, of the blood. On the corner of the desk was a copy of the damned lawsuit claiming she'd been negligent in their child's death. Negligent! As if Jamie hadn't been everything to her, the very reason for her life. Bastard! She spat, tears beginning to well as she thought of the hours she'd spent at her daughter's bedside, the mad rush she'd made to the hospital, the mind-numbing terror as the doctors and nurses in the ER tried and failed to get her precious baby to respond, and then, the horrible words, wrapped in sympathetic looks, kind gestures, a gentle touch on her arm when she was told that Jamie had passed on. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bandeaux. Dr. Voget had said softly to her in the hospital's waiting room, with its soothing blue and green couches, potted palms, and piped-in music. His expression had been sober, his eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, concerned. Sometimes this happens with a virus. We did everything possible. No, she said vehemently, nearly veering off the road. No, you didn't, you bastard. None of you did all you could. An oncoming truck blasted its horn, the driver holding a hand outward with fingers extended as if to remind her that she was an idiot, as all 18 wheels sped by, carrying a load of gasoline. Yeah, I know, she muttered under her breath, trying to regain control not only of the Lexus, but of her composure as well. Checking the rearview mirror, she saw the semi disappear around a corner. You're cracking up, Katie did. You are absolutely cracking up. She could almost hear Kelly's voice, heavy with recriminations. Pull yourself together. She slowed for the bridge, then caught a glimpse of the plantation just on the other side of the river. Oak Hill. Symbol of all the Montgomery wealth. A reminder of days and grandeur long past. A hint of old Georgia and genteel southern ways. And a facade. A damned sham. Behind the solid oak doors, beveled glass windows, and thick white siding lurked secrets and lies and tragedy. So much pain. Don't dwell on that now. You can't. Just do what you have to do. Determined not to fall apart, she gritted her teeth and wheeled into the long, straight lane guarded by ancient oak trees. There were 39 trees, one having blown over in a storm and never replaced. She and Griffin had counted them time and time again. "I'll meet you at number 17, he'd whispered to her often enough. 17 had been his favorite. She slowed as she approached the main house. 3 full stories above the ground, the first 2 complete with verandas and railings, the third peeking out of dormers in the sloped roof. Once grand, it now stood in a state of disrepair. White paint had grayed and was beginning to chip and blister. Tall black shutters, once gleaming, now baked to a dull sheen beneath the unforgiving Georgia sun, surrounded paned windows of old, watery glass. And the shrubbery was no longer manicured, but overgrown and rambling despite the work of a year-round gardener. Where once there had been parties and laughter and gaiety, there now was silence and shadow, ghosts and wraiths, tragedy and lies. Only Bernada, Caitlyn's mother, and her sister Hannah continued to live here. There were a handful of servants, of course, and fortunately Lucille Vasquez had remained. Caitlyn understood why her mother stayed on. This was the only home she'd known in over 40 years. But she couldn't fathom why her youngest sister elected to stay in this tomb of a plantation. At 26, Hannah should have been out with people her age, living on her own, not holed up in this huge, decaying reminder of the Old South. But then, Hannah had always been a little off, out of step, and even out of touch. Like you? Caitlyn ignored the nagging voice in her mind and followed the driveway to the side of the house. Her heart sank. Troy's black Range Rover was already parked in the lengthening shadows behind her mother's Cadillac. So he'd beaten her to the punch. Great. Troy had probably hightailed it here the minute his important appointment had ended. So much for breaking the news herself. She climbed out of her Lexus. Hushed conversation and a hint of cigarette smoke drifted on the breeze. Always trouble, since the accident. Hasn't been herself. Her mother's soft, dulcet tones floated over a honeysuckle-scented breeze, and Caitlyn tensed. So she was the topic of conversation. Again. Today, she supposed, it made sense. Other times, she wasn't so sure. She needs help, Troy said over the sound of clinking ice cubes. Serious help. I thought she was seeing someone after Jamie passed on. Oh, Lord, trouble just never stops, does it? The twins were always... Caitlyn's spine stiffened, and her mother's voice was more muted, as if she'd turned her head away. I just never knew what to do. So fragile, not strong like the rest of you. Sometimes it's difficult to be a mother. Give me that strength. Caitlyn was tired of everyone handling her with kid gloves. Yes, she'd been frail and had fallen apart after the accident, and then again when her baby had died. But who wouldn't have? She ducked through a clematis-draped arbor and hurried up 2 brick steps to the back porch. Conversation dwindled. Her mother turned to look over her shoulder as she sat, back to the stairs, at a glass-topped table. Sipping iced tea, She fanned herself with the fingers of her free hand. She was dressed as if for a social tea, a long, gauzy skirt and print top, polished pumps on her feet, a string of pearls around her throat. Troy was standing, smoking a cigarette, one hip propped against the railing, his expression as grim as that of an undertaker as he watched a hummingbird flit through the fragrant honeysuckle blossoms. Through the partially opened window, Caitlyn caught a glimpse of Lucille, her mother's private maid. With the pretense of folding napkins, Lucille hovered close enough to eavesdrop. It was little wonder Lucille knew everything about the family. She had raised her daughter Marta here. Sometimes Marta, Kelly, and Caitlyn had played together, long ago.
"Caitlyn!"
Troy greeted her in an obvious effort to quickly change the subject and warn his mother that her difficult child had arrived. "I thought you had an important meeting," Caitlyn told Troy.
"I did. Important, but short."
"Right."
Bernada's pale cheeks colored a bit.
"Oh, Caitlyn, I'm so sorry about Josh," she said, swallowing as tears suddenly glistened in her eyes. "I know you loved him."
"Once," Caitlyn admitted, determined not to break down.
"It's difficult."
She patted Caitlyn's hand as Caitlyn brushed a kiss against her wan, bony cheek. Bernada was fighting heart disease and slowly losing the battle.
"I'll be all right." "Lucille?"
Bernada called to the open window, her strong profile visible. She had been a striking woman in her youth, with intense green eyes, reddish-brown hair, and a regal carriage that hinted at snobbery and added to her allure. She'd once modeled, she'd reminded her children often enough as they'd grown up, and had she not married their father and borne 7 children, which had wreaked havoc on her once wasp-thin waist, she could have posed for the covers of magazines in Europe, as well as the United States. She'd always made it clear that she'd taken the higher ground, decided to have babies, and yet, whenever any one of them screwed up, she threw the modeling card on the table.
"Think what I sacrificed for you. A fortune of my own making, and all that fame. I could have made it in the movies, you know. Had an offer once."
But now she was playing the role of concerned mother.
"Lucille, see that Caitlyn has some iced tea."
"I'm not thirsty, Mom," Caitlyn assured her.
"Nonsense. You've had a horrible shock."
Bernada forced a tired smile.
"Oh, Caitlyn, I'm so sorry."
She held out her arms and waved her fingers inward rapidly, inviting a hug. As Caitlyn embraced her, she drank in the scent of her mother's perfume, a fragrance Bernada had worn for as long as Caitlyn could remember. They clung to each other a moment as Caitlyn heard the screen door bang shut, and Lucille, balancing a tray, stepped outside. "I think we could use something stronger." Troy eyed the glass pitcher and tumblers arranged around a small plate of ladyfingers, grapes, and pecan tarts. Lucille's expression didn't change, but Caitlyn noticed her neck stiffen a bit, and her eyes seemed a darker shade of brown as she set the glasses onto the table and began pouring, refilling Bernada's glass and offering Caitlyn a new drink with a sprig of mint in the glass. "I'm sorry about your husband," she said to Caitlyn.
"Thank you."
Caitlyn's throat grew thick again, even though she knew from personal experience that Joshua Bandeaux was a liar and a cheat. She hadn't believed it at the time, but now she realized that he'd married her for her name and her money, gotten her pregnant to that very end. It hurt to think that Jamie's conception had been part of Josh's long-term plan to get at Caitlyn's money, and then
To think he would actually file a wrongful death suit against her, as if she would ever do anything to injure her child. "Caitlyn?" She heard her name as if from a distance. "Caitlyn." She blinked. "Are you sure you're all right?" Lucille asked, jarring Caitlyn out of her reverie. She found herself watching the beads trail down her glass of tea, a glass she didn't remember accepting. "Right as rain," she said sarcastically. She couldn't help but catch the quick look sent from Troy to Bernada, a shared understanding that she wasn't quite all there, that she was somehow misfiring, or not running on all 8 cylinders. "I'm sorry," Caitlyn finally said, forcing a smile she didn't feel. "I just spaced for a second." "It hasn't been an easy day," Bernada said. "You don't have to make excuses for me, Mom. I just wanted to come out and tell you about Josh." Her mother nodded and sighed. "Troy said that he thought you might stay out here for a few days." Caitlyn shot her brother a look guaranteed to kill. "I don't think so." "He mentioned the police might be bothering you." "Just asking questions." "Surely they don't think you had anything to do with Josh's death." Her fingers nearly slipped on the glass, so there was already speculation. Wonderful. She sent Troy another killing glance. "I don't know what they think, Mom." "But that's ludicrous," Bernada began, as the sound of a car's engine roared up the drive. "Now what?" Brakes squealed to a stop, and for an instant Caitlyn thought the police had chased her here, that they were standing on their brakes, guns drawn, ready to arrest her, just as if she were some wanted criminal in one of those action movies. Sweat broke out over her forehead. She wanted to run. Instead, she took a long drink of iced tea, told herself to remain calm as fast-paced footsteps clicked loudly against the back walk. Amanda Montgomery Drummond, Caitlyn's oldest sister, in black skirt and jacket, flew around the corner. Her short-cropped hair looked as if she'd jabbed her fingers through it a dozen times on the way over, and her silk blouse was uncharacteristically wrinkled. "I've been trying to call you," she said to Caitlyn as she reached the porch. She dashed up the steps. "What the hell is going on? I saw on the news that Josh is dead. Is that right?" Troy nodded and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray on the porch railing. "And no one thought to call me?" She was furious, her eyes narrowing on her brother. "Caitlyn called me," he explained, as he plowed stiff fingers through his hair. "That still doesn't explain why I'm sitting in my office and Rob Stanton, you know, one of the senior partners who just happened to be working today, pokes his head in and suggests I go into the conference room to catch the new news. Jesus, couldn't someone have thought to pick up the damn phone so I might not get blindsided?" She was seething, her cheeks flushed, her lips turned in on themselves. "It was a mistake," Troy said. "So then I tried to call you." She turned on Caitlyn. "And all I got was your machine." "I turned off the phone. Reporters. Figures. They're the worst kind of carrion-eaters around. Just the hint of a scandal, and they come out of the woodwork." She took in a deep breath and shook her head as if to clear it. Then her expression softened. "God, Katie, how are you doing?" "I've been better." "The police have been asking her questions," Bernada cut in. "They just dropped by to tell me about Josh." "But you said you weren't a suspect." Bernada's skin turned the color of the weathered siding. "What she said was that she didn't know what the police were thinking," Troy explained to his older sister.
Josh may have committed suicide, or, well, there could be foul play. Right, Caitlyn? Isn't that what you made of it? He asked, making sure he'd gotten all the facts straight.
That's essentially what Detective Reed said.
Damn it all,
Amanda muttered.
If it turns out to be homicide, then they'll take a closer look at all of us. Troy glanced at his mother's horrified expression. Come on, Mom. You know the drill. The people closest to the victim are always at the top of the suspect list. We've been through this before.
Too many times, she agreed, as she watched a butterfly flit near a lilac bush.
But they're not sure it's homicide. That's good.
Amanda was thinking aloud.
There is nothing good about this,
Bernada whispered. Amanda's face was grim, the wheels in her mind obviously already turning at a rapid pace.
Marty from accounting knows someone on the force. Maybe he could get the guy to tell us what the police are really thinking. Oh, my God. You're worried.
Bernada struggled to sit up higher in her chair, and Lucille was at her side in an instant, plumping her pillows.
I just can't believe Josh would kill himself,
Caitlyn insisted.
You don't know that.
Amanda dropped into one of the chairs surrounding the table.
No one knows what someone else is thinking. Look at Bill Black. From outward appearances, the guy had it all. Partnership in one of the best legal firms on the East Coast, a beautiful young wife, 2 cute, healthy kids, a house worth a fortune, and another place in the Catskills. Free and clear. Then one day, for no apparent reason, he goes into the garage, puts a hose in the tailpipe of his new Mercedes, and ends it all. No one knew that he was being blackmailed. No one knew that he was accused of raping and impregnating an underage client. No one, not even his best friend, thought Bill had a problem in the world. They were wrong.
Caitlyn shook her head and stared at the hills to the west and the lowering sun.
I know Josh.
Knew him, Troy corrected. And Amanda's right. Let's just wait and see what the police come up with.
Bernada turned her attention to her eldest daughter.
But if Caitlyn needs a lawyer, could you help her?
I'm not a criminal attorney, Amanda said, her voice tight. I gave that up years ago. I deal in tax law and estates. You know that.
I know, but I'm worried. You worked for the district attorney.
And hated it, remember? Dealing with all those lowlifes and idiots and... Anyway, I'm glad I gave it up.
Can you recommend someone?
Bernada asked, worrying the pearls at her neck.
Jesus, let's not borrow too much trouble. Troy searched in his shirt pocket for his cigarettes. Caitlyn and I already discussed it. I don't think she should talk to the police without representation. But let's not all act as if she's a suspect.
He found his lighter and clicked it several times until he was finally able to light up.
Okay?
He asked her as he exhaled.
Of course not.
Didn't think so.
I just think it's good to be prepared,
Bernada said, as Lucille appeared again.
Are you all staying for dinner?
Lucille's smile was benign, as if she had no idea how serious the conversation was. Bernada nodded.
Of course they are.
Not me. Amanda checked her watch. I've got tons more work to do. Tons. I won't get home until midnight as it is. She caught the wounded look in her mother's eye and sighed. I just ran out here to see that you were okay. I know this kind of thing shakes you up. When I get this project done, I'll come out for a weekend. How does that sound?
Like it will never happen,
Bernada said, though she brightened a bit. Of course it will. It's a date. Promise. She'd barely said the words when her cell phone chirped, and she fished in her purse to find the phone, flip it open, and put it to her ear. She walked to the far side of the porch, started talking in hushed tones, and turned her back on her siblings and mother. I know. But there was a tragedy in the family. I'll be there. Yes. Tell him 20 minutes, 30, tops. Hey, I get it, okay? Remind him it's Saturday. He's lucky I'm working. She snapped the phone shut and let out a long sigh, then squared her shoulders and faced her family again. I really do have to run now, but I'll be back. Promise. Dropping the phone into her bag, she brushed a kiss across her mother's cheek. I'll bring Ian, too. Amanda vowed, and Bernada's smile froze at the mention of her son-in-law. Amanda's husband was a corporate pilot for a timber company. He was often away, rarely making an appearance at any family function. Good-looking and fit, he was the kind of man who could charm the birds from the trees. The only trouble was that as soon as they got close enough, he'd shoot them. Dead. And love every second of it. There was a dark side to Ian Drummond, one he seldom showed, one Caitlyn had once caught a glimpse of, though she'd never admit it to a soul. Would never. Amanda touched Caitlyn lightly on the arm, her fingers grazing the bandage under her sweater. Caitlyn froze, hardly daring to breathe. What if Amanda felt the gauze wrapped so tightly around her wrist? She pulled her arm away. Call me if you need to, Amanda said with the trace of a smile. And if you're not going to answer your phone, at least turn on your damn cell. I tried that, too. I will, Caitlyn promised, and Amanda squeezed her arm, nearly sending Caitlyn through the roof of the porch. Do. She slipped her sunglasses onto the bridge of her nose and hurried down the path, leaving with a roar of her car's engine, disappearing as quickly as she'd come. Wow, that's that, Troy said, scowling as he drew hard on his cigarette. She's done her duty. What's that supposed to mean? Bernada was pushing herself upright. Just that Amanda does the bare minimum as far as the family is concerned. You don't believe she's busy? Bernada shook her head, and Caitlyn noticed a few silver hairs that had dared to make an appearance in her mother's mahogany-colored tresses. You two have never gotten along. That much was true. Caitlyn remembered the animosity between her eldest sister and her brother. It seemed to have existed from the moment Troy had been brought home from the hospital, and still lingered today, over 30 years later. Where's Hannah? Caitlyn asked, as much to ease the tension as anything. Out? Bernada looked away. She left last night. For where? I don't know. She was angry. With? Caitlyn urged. The world, me, Lucille, and whoever happened to call. Bernada lifted one hand in a gesture of dismissal. You know how she gets. Has a stubborn streak, just like her father had. I don't know. I don't know if she's even heard about Josh yet, but she will. Bernada checked her watch. There's certain to be something on the evening news. I suppose, whether we want to watch it or not, we should. Caitlyn didn't know if she could get through an evening sitting on a couch and staring at the television while reporters dissected, rehashed, explained, and made conjectures about her husband's death. But she had to. Sooner or later, she had to face the truth about what happened to her husband. In the next few days, it certainly wasn't going to get any easier. Chapter 8. They all belong at Warner Brothers Studios, Sylvie said, as she sauntered into Reed's office, bringing with her the scent of some musky perfume and a whiff of recently smoked cigarettes. She'd been home and checked on her kids, but had obviously found another sitter and was back at the station. "Who belongs at Warner Brothers?" "The Montgomerys, that's who. Those people are loony effing tunes." She leaned against the windowsill in his office, bracing herself with her hands. "Effin'? I'm trying to clean it up, okay?" She rolled her eyes expressively. "My kids are 7 and 3, and you don't know how bad your language is until you hear it come back at you from them. What's the old saying? From the mouths of babes? Well, it's the truth. The other night I'm doing the dishes, and the kids are in the family room just around the corner. I hear Toby call his sister a bucking pwick. Probably overheard me talking about his dad." Sylvie shrugged. Anyway, Priscilla laughed and told him how stupid he was, that girls couldn't be pricks, and it wasn't bucking, but fucking. Oh, well, you get my drift. Her lips twisted at the irony of it all. I told them both to knock it off, but Priscilla reminded me that my language was as bad as a sewer rat's, so we all agreed to put a quarter in the Hello Kitty bank. Now wait, don't give me that look. Surely you've heard of Hello Kitty? She stared at him, as if he'd told her he had 3 balls. I don't even get it. Hello Kitty? I forgot you lived on another planet. What are you talking about? Forget it. You don't have kids. You're out of it. The point is, I should never have agreed to the deal. Now they chase me around waiting for me to screw up. Damn. Ow. Jeez. She rolled her eyes. I figure I'll save enough money this year to get me and the kids to Disney World. He leaned back in his chair until it creaked. You had something to say about the Montgomerys. Boy, howdy. She shook her head. Talk about nutcases. It's one after another. It goes back for generations. There's a history of major screws loose in that family, and tragedy. Hunting accidents, boating accidents, car accidents, and enough scandals to make Jerry Springer salivate. It's like an effing soap opera. Did you know that there was a whole other side of the family? We're not talking a bastard or two. No way. This is just all kinda kinky. Cameron Montgomery, Caitlyn's father and heir to the cotton and shipping fortune, had himself another family. Right around here. She swirled one long finger in the air, apparently to indicate Savannah. Not only did Cameron have 7 kids with his wife, but he managed to have another 1 or 2, maybe more, with a woman named Copper Biscayne, a low-rent sort who lived out of town. She's dead, by the way, along with a whole lot of other people who are related to the Montgomerys. Josh Bandeaux is just the latest in a long line of casualties. Any others that look like suicides? Reed asked. Now you think he killed himself? He shook his head. The jury's still out on that one. Just thinking aloud. We know that someone was with him that night. We just don't know if whoever it was decided to kill him. You think someone staged the thing to make it look like a suicide? Just one of the possibilities, he said, reminding himself. He rubbed the back of his neck. But we'll find out more when we get the autopsy report and the crime scene results. My guess is there'll be some evidence pointing to the missus. She had means, motive, and opportunity, and she can't scare up even a flimsy alibi. I'm not sure you gave her the opportunity. I asked her where she was last night, and she said she was out. That was about it. You didn't press the issue. We weren't sure we were dealing with a murder. We still aren't. But we do know they were separated. There was another woman. He wanted a divorce and her money, and he was filing a civil wrongful death suit against her for the kid's death. A neighbor saw her car at the scene. But, Sylvie urged, I hear it in your voice, Reed. There's a but coming. He picked up a pen and clicked it as he thought. But she'd have to have been one stupid killer to leave so many clues at the scene. She didn't strike me as stupid. Maybe she was freaked. Didn't mean to kill him, and then took off. Didn't mean to kill him? With his wrists slit? That's not the same as a gun going off accidentally in a struggle. Did you see the man's arms? Whoever slit them, and I'm not ruling out the victim, intended for him to bleed to death. He narrowed his eyes on his partner. There's something about this that doesn't feel right. Something? Try nothing, Sylvie said, as she reached into her pocket for her pager. Frowning at the numeric display, she started for the door. Nothing about it feels right. Yet. But it will. We'll figure it out. You think so? She glanced over her shoulder and threw him a smile. Effin' A. What a pity. Sugar Biscayne muttered sarcastically, smirking as she watched the news and slid her jeans and panties over her hips and down her legs. Another bastard bites the dust. She kicked the faded Levi's into a corner of her bedroom and slipped into a red thong and short shorts that barely covered her butt. The reporter was going on and on about Josh Bandeaux, as if he was some kind of Savannah god or something. Yeah, right. Swirling the remains of her drink, she felt a slight buzz, probably from the vodka, but it didn't hurt that another Montgomery pig had bought the farm. And Bandeaux was the worst, weaseling into the family, trying to cozy up to the money. What a shit. She raised her glass in a mock toast. Enjoy hell, you sick son of a bitch. A fan moved hot air from one end of the master bedroom to the other, whirring so loudly she could barely hear the television, where the screen was filled with an image of Bandeaux at the annual policeman's ball. Handsome prick. Sexy as hell. Yeah, and dead as a doornail. That thought gave her a little bit of pleasure as she stared at the screen. Dressed in what looked like a designer black tuxedo with a shirt that required no tie, Bandeaux clenched a drink in one hand and flashed his sexy grin straight at the lens of the camera. God, he loved the limelight. More than one Savannah woman had found that smile irresistible. Sugar thought that it was the embodiment of evil. She took another drink, felt the cold vodka slide down her esophagus to hit her stomach in a burst of flame. She shuddered, remembering how she'd felt when she'd heard the news that Caitlyn Montgomery had married the slimeball. All because Caitlyn had been naive and stupid enough to let herself get pregnant. How in the hell did that happen these days? Go figure. Any woman, herself included, would have found Bandeaux sexy enough for a roll in the hay. Sugar would admit that much. But it took a really dumb one to marry him. Pregnant or not, tying yourself to that prick only spelled trouble of the worst order, and Caitlyn had found it. Big time. Not that Sugar cared. Sugar had always thought Caitlyn was a few eggs short of a dozen when it came to brains. Caitlyn had inherited plenty in the beauty department, but lacked something when it came to smarts. Blessed with smooth, white Southern belle skin, plump lips, and wide hazel eyes, Caitlyn was tall and athletic-looking, except that she had big tits. Great tits. Sugar always noticed, not because she was into women, but because she always sized up the competition. All women, even rich society types, were competition. Especially relatives. The picture on the screen flipped to a shot of Josh Bandeaux with his wife and daughter. The kid was probably 18 months or so at the time the photograph was taken. They seemed the perfect family, aside from the fact that Caitlyn's smile appeared strained as she stood next to her husband in an obviously posed family portrait. "Perfect my ass," Sugar said, tossing back the remains of her vodka and biting on a piece of ice as she scrounged in the second drawer of her dresser and found a decent tank top. She tugged it over her head and smoothed out a few wrinkles so that it hugged her figure. The reporter was saying something about the suspicious circumstances of Bandeaux's death when she heard an engine, a truck from the sound of it, pull into her drive. Who the hell would be showing up now? Inwardly groaning, she made an educated guess that her brother was paying her a visit. Dickie Ray was the last person she wanted to deal with. She snapped off the old set with its crummy reception and walked into the living room, where she opened the door of her double wide before her brother could start pounding the hell out of it. Her dog, part pit bull, part lab, and 100% bitch, was on her feet and let out a low growl. "Mornin'," Dickie said, one eye on Caesarina. The dog didn't like him. Never had. But then, she had good taste. "It's nearly 7 at night, and I'm late for work. I've got a job," Sugar reminded him, pointedly checking her watch, thinking that she didn't want to let him inside. Once flopped on the old couch, Dickie Ray had an inclination to park it and down a six-pack while staring at some kind of sports program for hours. Once he got inside, it would take a crowbar to get him out. He wasn't a bad guy, just lazy as hell. "You call what you do a job?" "Legitimate work," she said. He didn't so much as flinch. Thought collecting disability was as good as work. "I perform a service." Dickie Ray snorted. "So now giving drooling, drunked-up losers a hard-on is a service." "I dance." "With your clothes off. Face it, Sugar, you're a stripper. Period. You can call it what you want, but what you do is show off your tits and ass so that the guys at the bar want to jerk off." "That's their problem." "They don't see it that way." "Neither do I. Let's drop it." She hated it when Dickie Ray was surly, or as Mama would say, in one of his moods. He was certainly in one now, tweaking that nerve of hers that always showed when she discussed how she earned her wages. She wasn't proud of what she did, just the way she did it. She was good at her job, in great shape, and when she socked enough money away, or when she ever got her hands on the inheritance she'd been promised, she'd give it all up, go to school, learn to run a computer, and become a receptionist in some big corporation. But she just couldn't swing it yet. "Hear about Bandeaux?" Dickie Ray asked as he walked into her kitchen, opened a cupboard, and found a half-eaten box of cheese nips. "I was just listening to the news." "A shame." Dickie Ray tossed a handful of the crackers into his mouth. He could have been a handsome enough man if he ever got rid of the beer gut and stringy hair hanging down to his shoulders. He kept the sides short, but let his blonde curls fall free, probably in the hopes of disguising the fact that he was thinning on the top. To offset that problem, he was always wearing a baseball cap, pulled down low over his eyes, the bill nearly touching the top of the aviator sunglasses forever on his face, probably to hide the redness in his eyes. Dickie had a tendency toward benders, alcohol and cocaine whenever he could get his hands on it. His goatee was untrimmed. "You think he was killed?" Dickie had found himself a plastic big gulp cup in one of her cupboards. He opened the refrigerator and hung on the door, letting the cool air blast over his face as he surveyed the meager contents. Finally, he settled on a Dr. Pepper. "Murdered?" Sugar asked. "Isn't that what suspicious circumstances usually means?" She turned that thought over a couple of times. "That's probably what happened. Bandeaux pissed too many people off in this town." "Wonder who did it." He took a sip and wrinkled his nose. "You know this here soda is flat?" "It's Cricket's," Sugar explained. "Where is she?" Dickie looked around as if, for the first time, he realized that his younger sister wasn't on the premises. "Working. You know, earning her keep. She doesn't get off until 8. He glanced at his watch, then searched in the cupboard over the refrigerator for a bottle. "Got any scotch or rye?" "No." "A man could die of thirst around here." "That's the general idea," she said, and meant it. Her last boyfriend had sponged off her for a year. Her ex still came sniffing around, looking for a handout, either money or sex. She gave him neither. No wonder she had such a bad attitude about men. She surrounded herself with losers. She had a fleeting thought about her current relationship, a relationship only Cricket knew anything about. Even then, Sugar kept most of the details to herself. The affair was clandestine, hot, off limits. Dickie Ray scrounged through the cupboard and found a pint of Jack Daniels with a trace of liquor in it. Frowning at the scant amount, he nonetheless drained the bottle into his cup. "Hardly worth the work," he muttered, stirring his concoction with an index finger. "No one's got a gun to your head." "Leastwise, not today," he said with an enigmatic wink, then lifted his cup. "Let's drink one to whoever it was that had the balls to get rid of Bandeaux." With a quick nod, he took a long guzzle of his drink and wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve. "You talked to Donahue lately?" he asked, finally getting to the reason for his visit. "Not since the last time you asked?" Dickie snorted. "Some hot-shot attorney." Dickie's bad mood quickly got worse. "He's doing what he has to." "It's been months," Dickie grumbled, and Sugar picked up his empty soda can and dropped it into the overflowing trash can. Caesarina wandered over to sniff the trash, then settled on her rear on the yellowed linoleum and scratched behind an ear with a back leg. "I think he's stalling us." "He's not stalling." Sugar, too, was irritated by all the hoops, obstacles, and delays that had been thrown at them, but she refused to give up. Flynn Donahue, attorney at law, had promised Sugar, Dickie Ray, and Cricket that he would find a way to get them their fair share of the Montgomery fortune. After all, they were all grandchildren of Benedict Montgomery, just the same as his legitimate heirs were. The fact that their grandmother, Mary Lou Cheney, had been his secretary rather than his wife was of little consequence. Blood was blood. Donahue had insisted when he'd taken their case nearly a year ago. "Yeah, and what about the rumors that good old Uncle Cameron could be your father?" Sugar had heard nasty gossip all of her life, and now was banking on it. "Nothing like keeping it all in the family," Brad Norton had teased in the 8th grade. His whiny voice had cracked, and Sugar couldn't help but notice he was getting a major case of zits. Good. "I guess you all just like you all. I mean, really like." He'd followed the comment by raising his bushy blonde eyebrows before sniggering loudly, and his friends, a group of blockheads, had joined in, laughing and pointing.
"What's it like, sugar? Is it sweet to think that your uncle is your pappy?"
Billy Quentin had thrown in, hitching up his pants that were always trying to fall down beneath his big belly. He'd been a fat, stupid boy whose father had bred hunting dogs, poached deer, and distilled his own whiskey. No one liked Billy, so he was constantly shifting from one creepy clique to the next, hoping to score points. That hot September afternoon, Billy had been hoping that by putting Sugar in her rightful white trash place, he'd score points with Brad and his friends and elevate his own pathetic social position. "Better'n knowing my dad is a jackass and my mama's a whore like yours. I'd be wondering, if I was you, Billy, why your daddy likes his dog so much. It might help explain why you're so stupid." She'd walked off, and Brad and his friends had laughed at Billy's expense. To that she'd turned, looked over her shoulder, and said, "And I'd be careful if I was you too, Brad. Your daddy's a preacher, and you probably wouldn't want him to know that you got yourself a mess of playboys under your mattress." "I don't," he'd yelled, outraged, but Sugar had just smiled. "So then you lied when you were bragging the other day over at the gas station?" she'd asked, and his mouth had dropped open so wide he could have caught flies. He hadn't known Sugar had been in the restroom of the gas station on the other side of the door with the broken window transom, and she'd heard him boasting to his miserable pack of friends. That had been just one of the dozens of incidents when Sugar had been reminded of the incest that was rumored to be a part of her family. She'd suffered through all the painful laughs, sniggers, and disparaging looks. But now, damn it, she was finally going to get her own back. If the damned rumors were true, then she figured it was her right to cash in on the Montgomery fortune. But the wheels of justice were grinding slow enough to get on Sugar's last nerve. She was sick of living in this double-wide tin can, sick of being considered white trash by the holier-than-thou legitimate side of the family, and sick to death of dancing for a bunch of drunken middle-aged men who practically came in their work pants when she kicked up her legs. As if any of them would have a chance with her. She was a stripper, not a whore. It took a whole lot more than a couple of 20s stuck into her G-string to get her to meet some loser in his pickup and give him a blowjob. The sooner Flynn could wrap up this lawsuit, the better. She and her siblings were contesting Cameron's will, claiming their stake of half of whatever Bernada and her brood had inherited, which just happened to be a shitload of money. She wasn't sure how much, but it was in the millions. Millions. Even split 7 ways between Cameron's surviving progeny. That was more money than she'd see stripping in her lifetime. What she could do with just a portion of that money. Not only her, but Cricket and Dickie Ray as well.
"You want it, too," Dickie Ray observed, as if he could read her mind. "So bad, you can taste it."
Flynn said this could take years.
"Bullshit. I might not have years."
"He's doing everything he can."
"That fat turd." Dickie Ray snorted his disgust.
"Haven't you heard that patience is a virtue?"
"Don't you believe it. If you want something bad enough, you've got to make it happen. I learned that a long time ago," he said, as she looked pointedly at the clock mounted over the refrigerator.
"I've got to get down to the club," she said, reaching for her purse.
"Fine."
Dickie Ray squared his hat upon his head again and started across the scratched linoleum to the front door.
"Tell Donahue. He'd better get the damn ball rolling, and soon. Elsewise, I just might have to take things into my own hands." He winked at her, and she had the uneasy sensation that he'd already begun.
"Don't do anything stupid, Dickie." She found her purse and searched for her car keys. Me? He asked, raising his hands toward the low ceiling, his expression the picture of innocence. Sugar was starting to get a bad feeling about it, her fingers curled around the keychain. Anything I do for us. He winked as he reached the door. Remember that. The screen door slammed behind him, and Sugar felt as if the devil himself had breathed against her spine. Dickie Ray was dangerous. A loose cannon. If he wasn't careful, he'd screw up everything for all of them. She couldn't let that happen. Taking his empty cup into the kitchen and dropping it into the sink, she heard her brother's pickup start with a deafening roar. "Don't do it," she whispered, as dread settled over her as tight and close as a funeral shroud. "Whatever it is, Dickie, please, don't do it." Josh Bandeaux. Interloper. Liar. Cheat. Dead. So dead. Which was as it should be. Atropos slipped the key into its lock and walked into the wine cellar, where ancient, forgotten bottles climbed the walls. She crossed quickly and found the hidden lock which, when engaged, moved the rack enough to reveal the door that she slid silently through. She closed the door behind her and felt a calm come over her, here, in this secret spot. The interior was painted stark white, the fixtures gleaming chrome, polished to a mirrored surface. No dust lingered on the tile floor, and the chair in one corner was white vinyl, the desk brushed metal. A chrome lamp, white leather recliner, stereo with a neat stack of CDs that could play softly from hidden speakers that were buffered from the rest of the old building by soundproof panels, filled the room. Every surface was spotless. It was a private space, closed off from the world, away from the city, and yet near enough for convenience, hidden and isolated. Perfect. If she could only push out the noise in her mind. She slipped surgical slippers over her feet and a cap over her head, then pulled surgical gloves from a dispenser and pushed a button on the stereo. Soft Baroque music filled the room in soothing tones. If anyone found her hiding spot, she was certain she'd left no real clue to her identity, though her artwork would garner some speculation. Carefully, she withdrew a small plastic package from her purse and made her way to the desk. With her key, she opened the top drawer, then stared smugly at her treasures. A clear plastic bag of photographs and a zippered case. Humming softly, Atropos opened the plastic bag and let the snapshots fall onto the top of the desk. She sorted quickly through them, shuffling the glossy, battered photographs as deftly as a Las Vegas dealer, spying blurry images of familiar faces, stopping only when she found the photograph of Josh Bandeaux. Tisk, tisk. What a bad boy. She unwrapped the thin plastic that surrounded the pair of surgical scissors. The stainless steel instrument gleamed in a mirror finish, except for the dark stains that remained on the tips of the blades. Josh Bandeaux's blood. No longer fresh, but dried on her weapon. Atropos remembered the look on Bandeaux's handsome face as he'd caught a glimpse of his assassin, the horror to know that it was his time, his personal Armageddon. It had been so easy, remarkably easy. A necessary task that had offered a little thrill, not so much in the killing as in the knowledge that Bandeaux realized what was happening. His sheer terror had been evident in the twisted comprehension of his Hollywood handsome features. Even now, remembering the fear in his eyes, she felt a sweet rush of adrenaline, a pleasant peace that helped quell the rush of noise in her head. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to bask in the thrill of the kill. She'd had to work fast. Now she studied the snapshot of Josh. Tanned, and wearing only a Speedo swimsuit. He had an arm slung around the shoulders of a beautiful woman dressed in a scanty yellow bikini. Palm trees and an incredible sunset were the backdrop for Bandeaux and the woman, who was not, of course, his wife. No. This nearly naked, bronzed blonde, wasn't her name Millicent? Was no one important. Not even to Josh. A whore. Nothing more. Nothing less. Someone unneeded. Time to get rid of her. Snip. The scissors flashed under the fluorescent light. With a clean cut, the photo was halved, and the smiling beauty fluttered to the floor to land forgotten on the white tile. "Sayonara," Atropos whispered. Then, in the remaining portion of the snapshot, Josh was standing alone, a drink in his hand. But not for long. Snip. Off with his frothy island cocktail, and, oops, part of his hand as well. Oh, too bad. But Josh was still smiling, offering up that wide, sexy, woman-killer grin to the camera. That wouldn't do. Snip. No more smile. No. Josh's head floated slowly downward to join the other scraps of his body parts. What about his dick? Oh, the most important part. Can't leave that attached. Snip. Gone. Josh Bandeaux's legs and groin were neatly separated from what was left of him. Just a naked, hairy chest and neck. Not very flattering. Not any longer. And now he'd join the others. She looked at the one piece of art in the tiny space. A large family tree covered in plexiglass. The Montgomery family tree. All members of the family were listed in the spreading branches, and the branches included those married, then divorced, bastard children, anyone who had married in. Like Bandeaux. Some of the branches had pictures attached, snapshots of those who had met their preordained fate. Carefully, she removed the frame from the wall, laid it upon the desk, and using a screwdriver she located in her zippered case, she unscrewed the corner pieces. After lifting off the top covering of the plexiglass, she placed what was left of the snapshot of Josh, his hairy torso, beside his name on the tree. She found his life strand, red and black thread carefully braided together and pre-measured by her sister, Lachesis. Gently, Atropos glued his life strand to the trunk of the tree and ran it along his particular branch. A withered branch, one attached only because he'd married into the family. Once it was in place, she eyed her work. Excellent. In her estimation, Josh, the bandit, Bandeaux, had never looked better. Chapter 9. The press was camped out at her front door when Caitlyn returned home. Turning the corner into the alley that ran behind her house, she noticed a reporter and a cameraman, each smoking a cigarette, seated in a white van. The streetlights had just turned on. Twilight was settling on the city, but still they waited for her. The day was rapidly going from bad to worse. From the side view mirror, she saw them crush their cigarettes and throw open the front doors of the vehicle. Great. Caitlyn pushed the garage door opener, turned the corner, and had to wait as the door ground slowly upward. Come on, she growled at the lazy mechanism as she spied the reporter hurrying along the alley. Caitlyn punched the throttle just as there was enough clearance so as not to scrape the roof. Her Lexus shot forward. She cut the engine and pushed on the opener again. The door started downward, but not before the reporter, a square-jawed, fit man with an impossibly thick head of hair, stepped agilely into the garage, placing his leg in front of the electronic eye. The door stopped abruptly. "Mrs. Bandeaux, I'm Max Odell with WKAM," he said, over the clicking of the jammed mechanism. "I know who you are." She was already out of the car. He grinned as if she'd handed him a compliment. "If I could have a word with you about your husband, I hate to intrude, but I just have a few questions." "No comment." Caitlyn slung the strap of her purse over her shoulder, just as the cameraman, toting his shoulder-held camera, jogged into the driveway. "Please, it'll just take a couple of minutes," Odell insisted. "Not right now." "But you're in my garage, and I'm asking you to leave. I have nothing to say to you." From the corner of her eye, she saw the cameraman, focusing. "I don't want to call the police, but I will." "You were separated from your husband." "And you're trespassing." From the side door to the garage, Oscar was barking wildly. "I'm going inside. If you'll excuse me, and even if you don't." Slapping the button, she heard the garage door start again, this time elevating. Her eyes, behind her sunglasses, narrowed on the reporter. "I'm closing the door before I let the dog out and telephone the police, so if I were you, I'd beat a hasty retreat." She didn't wait for him to respond, just jabbed the button again and walked through the side door to be greeted by Oscar, who was jumping up and down as if his legs were springs. Caitlyn actually smiled as she reached down and picked up the fluff of wild fur. Her face was washed by a long pink tongue. "Yeah, I missed you too," she whispered, as the dog's wet nose brushed her cheek. "Big time." She half expected the pushy reporter to follow her, but she heard the sounds of voices on the other side of the courtyard wall and realized Max Odell and his cohort from WKAM had given up for the evening. Thank God. Inside, she fed the dog, then hung up the telephone and listened to the messages that had collected on voicemail. 3 reporters, including Nikki Gillette, left numbers for her to call back. Caitlyn deleted each message. There were 2 other hang-ups and a short message from Detective Reed at police headquarters, asking her to return his call. Her heartbeat suddenly raced. Warning bells clanged in her mind. What could he want? What did he know? Hadn't Troy told her not to talk to the police? But she couldn't ignore them, and she wasn't about to start hunting down a lawyer today. Squaring her shoulders, she punched the number Reed had left. An operator told her Detective Reed was off duty for the night. Caitlyn left her number, then tapped her fingers nervously on the counter. Kelly still hadn't called. Maybe she was out of town. As a buyer for one of the biggest department stores in the city, Kelly was gone often, but she usually checked her messages. Caitlyn walked through the house and looked through the front window. The van for WKAM was no longer at the curb. Thankfully, Max Odell had taken the hint and left. But he'd be back, and there would be others. Caitlyn had dealt with reporters before, and if they smelled a story, they kept on the trail, never giving up. They reminded her of trained hunting dogs on the scent of wounded prey. She picked up the handheld phone and walked into the living room, where the flowers she'd bought last week were beginning to fade and drop petals on the coffee table. Falling into the soft cushions of the couch, Caitlyn glanced over at the baby grand. A framed picture of Jamie rested upon the glossy piano. Oh, sweet, sweet baby. Blessed with curly brown hair, eyes as clear and blue as a June sky, and a button nose with freckles upon its bridge, Jamie had been a chubby, adorable imp. In the photograph, she was staring over the photographer's head, looking skyward, her hands clasped, her smile showing off tiny teeth. The teeth that had made her cranky and drool as they'd appeared. Caitlyn's throat thickened. Was it possible that she was gone? So precious a life cut short after only 3 impossibly brief years. Caitlyn remembered how quickly a runny nose had become a fever, the virus attacking so swiftly it had been frightening. Friday night. By Saturday morning, Jamie had been listless. Caitlyn called the pediatrician's office, but it had been closed. By afternoon, Jamie was worse, and Caitlyn had taken her to the hospital, where, despite the efforts of an emergency room team, her only child had died from a high fever and an unexplained virus. Caitlyn had never forgiven God. So leave a message. Kelly's recorded message jolted her out of her reverie. She realized that tears were drizzling silently down her face, and her heart was as heavy as an anvil, sitting deep in her chest, aching so badly she could barely breathe. She clicked off the phone. Kelly was probably on a buying trip. The truth of the matter was that her twin was gone more often than she was around, no doubt because of the family's attitude toward her. It works both ways. Kelly's attitude about the Montgomery clan is far from stellar. So what should she do now? Josh was dead. Murdered or the victim of suicide. Josh, whom she had loved so passionately. Josh, who had cheated on her. Josh, who was the father of her only child. Josh, who in his anger, rage, and grief had lashed out at Caitlyn both privately and publicly, insisting she was an unfit mother and screaming that she should be tried for criminal negligence, if nothing else. Josh, who was going to make good his threats with the wrongful death suit. Shivering, she rubbed her shoulders, and the slashes upon her wrists pulled tight and itched beneath their bandages. She stared at the cold fireplace and tried to concentrate. Last night Kelly had left a message on her cell and suggested they meet downtown. Yes, that was right. Caitlyn had been bored out of her mind, creating a website that was driving her nuts, so she'd leapt at the chance to get out of the house. She'd thrown on a pair of khakis and a t-shirt with an open blouse as a jacket, then driven to the waterfront. And then She'd gone into the bar. One Kelly had discovered. The swamp. She leaned back and felt a lump between the cushions, and she dug her fingers down to find her cell phone, turned off as usual, hidden in the couch. She didn't stop to wonder how it had ended up here in the living room. Didn't care. She switched it on. The battery was fading, nearly dead, but she was able to read the caller ID, and sure enough, Amanda, as she'd said earlier at Oak Hill, had left a message. The other one was from Kelly. She dialed the message retrieval number and heard Amanda's exasperated voice. "Jesus, don't you ever have this turned on, Caitlyn? I'm trying to get hold of you. I heard about Josh, and I'm really sorry. Let me know what I can do. Call me back." Caitlyn erased the message, and then, clear as a bell, Kelly's recording played. "Caitlyn, it's me. I got your message, but as usual, you don't have this damned phone on. Call me back when you can. I'll be in and out. Got to leave town on a buying trip for a couple of days, but I'll call you back. Pull yourself together, okay? I know you feel awful about Josh, but come on, let's face it. The bastard's death isn't that much of a loss." "Let me get this straight," Reed said, as Gerard St. Clair yanked off his latex gloves and discarded them into a trash can that was marked for medical waste. A glum assistant wearing earphones was cleaning off the stainless steel table in the autopsy room, getting ready for another corpse. It had been a slow weekend for deaths, and Bandeaux's case had been given top priority. Hence the quick results. "You're saying that Bandeaux died from loss of blood, right?" "His body was pretty much drained." The medical examiner pulled off his cap, dropped it into a basket of dirty laundry, and was left in his scrubs. The rooms smelled of disinfectant and formaldehyde, death and sweat despite the cool temperature. Stainless steel sinks, tables, and equipment gleamed starkly against old tile and dull paint. "And, from what the crime scene team has put together, some of it's missing." Reed stopped short. "Missing? How?" "Not enough blood was found at the scene to account for his blood loss. Not even with evaporation. So unless Bandeaux gave a gallon at a local blood bank, or came up against a vampire, or has a pooch with a bloodthirst, we've got ourselves a problem. Some of the blood is missing." "As in, stolen?" That didn't make any sense. What if the body was moved? It wasn't. Diane Moses and I agree on that one, and you know that we never see eye to eye. So he could have lost blood somewhere else, and made it back home, then lost more. No blood trail, and I don't think so. Because of rigor, and the way the blood settled in his body and his loss of body function, the urine that had leaked to the floor, I'd bet he died at the desk. St. Clair ran his hands over his forehead. His bristly white hair showed a little sweat. He lost most of the blood through the cuts that were different than the others. They snipped through a small artery on each wrist. The others were pretty superficial and were made after the initial cuts. To make us think it was a suicide. That's the way I see it." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "And that's not the only puzzle we've got going on with Bandeaux. It looks like old Josh was allergic to something. Perhaps the sulfites in a domestic wine. He had a severe reaction. Went into anaphylactic shock. Would probably have died from it if left alone, but we're still looking at the chemicals in his blood. He might have been able to get the antidote. However, there was another drug in his system. GHB. Gamma-hydroxybutyrate. That would have rendered him immobile." "The date rape drug?" "One of them," St. Clair agreed. Which means there's a chance that even if he had an antidote kit with epinephrine, he couldn't have gotten to it.
Or to a hospital, or to a phone to call 911.
Right. The final analysis of his blood will tell.
Why GHB? Reed asked.
A street drug. Relatively easy to get if you have the right connections. Easy to slip into a drink. Then Josh is putty in our killer's hands. I can't tell how out of it he was. Maybe he was nearly comatose, but there's a good chance that he knew what was happening to him.
The doors on the far side of the room opened, and a gurney with a body bag strapped to it was being maneuvered inside by a heavy-set EMT. As the doors shut, Reed caught a glimpse of an ambulance parked on the cement ramp that led up to the street.
"Can I get someone to sign for this?"
the EMT asked. St. Clair's assistant looked up and nodded as he wiped his hands. With a much-practiced toss of his headset fell to his shoulders, and the throb of a deep bass thrummed through the sterile room. St. Clair said,
"So, in my opinion, Bandeaux didn't die from a suicide. Something else was going on. And, oh, take a look at this. I put it in my report."
The ME walked to a refrigerated drawer and opened it. There, draped in a sheet, his body bluish, was Josh Bandeaux. St. Clair pulled the sheet back carefully so that Reed got a view of the naked body with its odd color, lack of animation, and incision lines where the medical examiner had made his cuts to examine Bandeaux's internal organs. St. Clair gently lifted one of Josh's hands.
"Take a look at the marks on his wrists. Most of them are consistent with a right-handed person slicing his own skin. They match the blade of the knife with his prints on it. The knife you found on the carpet beneath his body. But if you look here," he pointed to a spot on Josh's arm, "you'll see that these cuts are at a different angle, as if the blade was positioned straight up, vertically. As I said, the cuts are deep, the veins snipped cleanly, made by something very sharp, like a surgical instrument, or maybe a boning knife. These are the cuts that assured Josh of dying. They would have been very difficult to make by the victim."
"So you're saying the suicide was staged?"
"I'd bet my Ferrari on it."
"You don't own a Ferrari?"
"Yeah, but if I did."
He let the drape fall into place, then pushed Josh back into his refrigerated tomb.
"The family wants me to release the body. You got any problem with that?"
"Not if you found everything we need."
"I did,"
St. Clair said as he braced himself on a table while leaning down to remove the green slippers that covered his shoes. Reed's pager beeped. Glancing at the readout, he recognized Morissette's number.
"Gotta run. Thanks for pushing this through so fast."
"No problem."
Reed was already shouldering open the thick door and flipping open his cell phone as he stepped into a hallway where the floor tiles gleamed with layers of wax and the walls were painted a soft, quieting green. He took the stairs to an outside door and shoved it open. Heat, thick as tar, blasted him. The natives barely noticed, but it was hot as hell to a man who had grown up in Chicago and spent a lot of his adult life in San Francisco. Even the recent rain shower hadn't done much more than settle the dust and leave a puddle or two on the streets. Ignoring the fact that he was already sweating, he dialed the station, asked for Morissette's extension, and was put on hold, only to be referred to her voice mailbox. Damned automation. Frustrated, he left a terse message, walked the few blocks to the station, and landed at her desk just as she was hanging up from a call that had brought a flush to her face and pulled the edges of her mouth downward.
Effin' ex-husband, she muttered, as Reed kicked out a side chair and dropped into it.
Got your page. I was with the ME.
She lifted an eyebrow. Bandeaux?
Yep.
Anything interesting?
A lot.
He gave her a quick rundown of what St. Clair had told him.
He put a rush job on this. We'll have the complete typed report tomorrow.
GHB? Jesus, what's that all about? Not date rape.
Maybe date murder, unless Josh was experimenting.
With Midnight Blue?
Then he was nuts.
She stood and stretched, arching her back as if it ached. So you're thinking someone killed him?
Very possibly. It's looking that way.
Reed rubbed the inside of his palm with a thumb. He just wasn't sure. So why try to make it look like a suicide? Morissette asked.
Good question. Whoever did it did a half-assed job, though. And what's with the wine? Was it a mistake? Did the killer not realize that he was allergic to certain kinds, and gave him the wine as a way of administering the GHB?
But wouldn't Bandeaux have been careful about the wine? Reed lifted a shoulder.
Maybe he didn't know it had sulfites. And there's a chance it wasn't the wine. We'll have to check with Bandeaux's MD, see what exactly he was allergic to.
Okay, but for now, let's assume it was the wine for lack of some other substance found in his body, right?
Right.
So if it was a life-and-death matter, what kind of Merlot or Chardonnay you guzzled? She said, lines collecting between her plucked eyebrows. Wouldn't you check to make sure you weren't drinking the wrong stuff?
Yeah, but probably only the bottle, not the wine itself.
Meaning?
That the bottle could have been doctored, the labels switched, or someone could have poured the bad stuff in another room and carried it into him.
Someone he trusted, she amended.
Yeah. So did we find a wine bottle on the premises?
Only about 200 in the wine cellar, but they were full, she said, bending over the desk and reaching for a file. I think there was a bottle in the garbage. Let's see. I've got a list of everything collected.
She pulled a computer sheet from the file and ran a silver-tipped nail down the first couple of pages.
Here we go. A bottle of Pinot Noir, imported, France.
Did we locate a cork?
She looked again. Yes, sir, we sure did.
Anything strange about it?
Not that was mentioned. What are you getting at?
Have the lab check and see if there's anything left in the bottle. I want to know what it is and see if the cork was tampered with, or if the wine matches what the label says. What about the lipstick on the wine glass?
Nothing yet.
Reed didn't like what he was thinking. Too many puzzle pieces didn't fit, no matter how he tried to force them. Unless the murderer was in a hurry, or a complete moron, he or she did a really bad job of making the scene appear suicide.
So what do you think? He asked Morissette. Suicide or murder?
She dropped back into her desk chair, nudging her computer in the process. The blank screen flickered, and the image of Josh Bandeaux slumped over his desk and very dead appeared.
Why try to kill him twice? Maybe it was suicide.
I know. I really don't believe Josh Bandeaux would kill himself. But let's run with this theory and see where it leads us, just for the sake of argument. Maybe old Josh was depressed. But the wine and the GHB weren't working fast enough, so he grabbed a knife. And scratched himself up? The wounds that killed him were made from another weapon, a surgical tool or hunting knife.
Reed wasn't buying it. Which we haven't found, she said, chewing on her lower lip as she studied the report. And then there's the GHB. How does that fit in? It doesn't. She shook her head and glanced at the computer screen. But nothing does. If he was murdered, why would the killer, if he took the time to make it look like suicide, leave the wine glasses and bottle and traces of wine, knowing that we would find out that he was allergic to the sulfites? If that's what happened, Reed said. Either the murderer is dumb as a stone, or she's flaunting it, rubbing it in our nose that she got away with it. She? Morissette repeated. As in Mrs. Bandeaux? She's certainly on the suspect list. Along with half the denizens of Savannah. Seems like everyone Bandeaux knew had a bone to pick with our boy, she muttered. The bandit got around. Reed couldn't argue. Morissette was right. There were other suspects worth examining. But as the investigation wore on, he was starting to believe that Caitlyn Bandeaux was guilty as sin. He'd read a copy of the wrongful death suit Josh Bandeaux was filing against his ex-wife. Nasty stuff. In the document, Bandeaux charged Caitlyn with being neglectful to the point of being an unfit mother. And neighbors had seen her coming and going. Even the maid, who found Bandeau's body, swore that Caitlyn had been a regular visitor to her estranged husband's home, despite the fact that Bandeaux had a girlfriend. Has anyone found Naomi Chrisman? Not yet. One of Bandeau's friends thinks she's out of the country. Probably doesn't even know he's dead. What about phone messages? Email? None, and deleted. Mail? Still being sorted, along with the garbage. So far, the crime scene team hasn't come up with much. Except that a button was found on the floor near the desk. It looks like it came from Bandeau's dress shirt. So it fell off? Nope. Was cut. The thread was clipped neatly, not frayed nor unraveled. Someone deliberately cut the button off that night. No way would Josh have worn a shirt without a button. Why would someone do that intentionally? Maybe they were trying to hit a vein and missed. Or maybe not, Reed said aloud, not liking the turn of his thoughts. Maybe whoever did it was making a point. Which was, what? Hey, Josh, you'd look better in cufflinks? No, more like, hey, Josh, look what I can do to you. Reed tried to imagine the scene of the crime, and his thoughts turned dark as he imagined Bandeaux at his desk with a killer in the room, the victim paralyzed, the wine glasses, 2 of them, the music that had been playing, the open doors to the veranda. The scene had somehow been intimate. I think it might have been that the murderer was adding a little bit of terror to the scene. Bandeaux was immobilized, couldn't move. So why not show him how sharp the weapon was? Why not take the time to scare him to death? Chapter 10. The funeral was excruciating. Caitlyn felt the weight of dozens of curious gazes, not only in the church, but also here in the graveyard, as a preacher finished the service with a final prayer, and sunlight streamed from between the clouds. The mourners, primarily dressed in black, had scattered among existing graves. Expressions grim, eyes downcast, they'd bent their heads to pray, all the while whispering among themselves. It had been 3 days since Josh's body had been discovered, and if anything, the media interest in Josh Bandeau's death had been intensified. Whether they were admitting to it or not, the police seemed to think that Josh had been murdered. The talk of suicide had muted. though it was still a consideration. Or so she thought. Caitlyn noticed members of the press in attendance, and standing slightly apart from the rest of the crowd, Detective Pierce Reed was leaning against the bole of an ancient oak tree. Dark glasses hiding his eyes, though, Caitlyn guessed. He was surveying the people who came to pay their respects to her husband. Or maybe he was watching her reaction. The entire ceremony in the church had seemed surreal. The organ music, the prayers, the candles, and eulogy seemed as out of sync as the funeral procession that had snaked through the city streets to this remote cemetery with its ancient gravestones, tombs, and moss-draped trees. Other than his 2 ex-wives, Josh had no family of his own. A single, spoiled child who had come to his parents late in life. He had no siblings, and his mother had died not long after her husband, nearly 10 years earlier. Caitlyn had never met one member of Josh's family, other than his first wife, Maud, and stepson, Gil, both of whom were in attendance. As was Naomi Chrisman, dressed in elegant black. But there wasn't an uncle, aunt, or cousin to be seen, nor had she ever heard of any. Caitlyn, as his wife, had asked that his body be released. He had no other familial ties. Caitlyn took in those who'd shown up. She slid a glance in Josh's first wife's direction. Maud was tall and elegant in her designer suit. She hid behind wrap-around sunglasses and a broad-brimmed hat. Contrarily, her son looked as if he'd just rolled out of bed after a hard night of rock music and drugs. He wore jeans, an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt, and an attitude that suggested, "Bite me." His hair was pushed out of his eyes, but he hadn't bothered to shave, and his mouth was pulled into a tight, "I would rather be anywhere else on earth" scowl. Where Maud was reed slender, Gil was already running to fat, his stomach rolling over the top of his jeans. A few feet from Gil, Naomi Chrisman kept to herself. She was Josh's most recent love interest, another woman who'd hoped to become the next Mrs. Bandeaux, but she pointedly avoided everyone's gaze by averting her eyes and staring at the ground. Barely 25, Naomi was suitably subdued in a simple black sheath. Her long streaked hair had been loosely piled up on her head and held with what appeared to be enamel chopsticks. She sighed often. Whether from sadness or boredom was anyone's guess. Standing a few feet away, close enough to be considered part of the mourners, but distanced so as to draw attention to the fact that they didn't quite belong, were the Biscaynes. Sugar, Dickie Ray, and Cricket, all dressed in their Sunday best, standing a little apart from the crowd, and yet blending in. For as much as the Montgomerys fought the truth, the evidence of Benedict's betrayal, the genetic stamp, was evident in the faces of his illegitimate grandchildren. Their hair might have been lighter, thanks to their grandmother's natural blonde shade, but the eyes were round, their noses straight and strong, their cheekbones high, all characteristics of Benedict Montgomery. Don't discount your own father, for God's sake. It's possible that one or more of them are not only your cousins, but half-sisters or brother. Caitlyn's stomach turned, but she remembered playing hide-and-seek with Griffin in the carriage house and hearing the bed springs of an old iron four-poster creak and groan in the attic above. Later, still hidden in the shadows of the tractor, she'd seen 2 people sneak down the back stairs. Enough moonlight had filtered through the windows for her to recognize her father, Cameron, and a tousled-haired woman. They'd paused at the foot of the steps, and the woman had curled her sinuous body into him and kissed him long and hard, their mouths locking, his hand cupping her buttocks beneath the short summer dress with its button front. "Later," he'd growled. "Don't forget." Her voice was deep, husky, and as she'd turned to light a cigarette, the match flaring enough that Caitlyn could see her features, Caitlyn had recognized Copper Biscayne. She'd gasped, and a bat had swooped out of the carriage door as Copper had searched the dark interior. "Someone's here," she'd whispered. But Caitlyn's father had chuckled. "It's just the bats. You're jumpy. Go on, get, before somebody does come along." He'd patted her on her rump, and she'd hurried off, her high heels crunching on the gravel path that led to a side shed and equipment access road. Cameron had looked over his shoulder, as if assuring himself that no one was hiding inside. Caitlyn had held her breath. Griffin stared at her with round, frightened eyes, and then her father had slipped through the open door, closed it behind him, and latched it shut. If not for the fact that she'd climbed the stairs to the attic and the room that reeked of cigarette smoke, liquor, and musk to slip out the window and shimmy down the oak tree, they would have been locked inside. As it was, she'd escaped, but had never forgotten that night and her father's betrayal. She'd been only 11 at the time, but the memory was still as fresh as if it had happened yesterday. Caitlyn had no idea how long Copper and her father had been lovers, but certainly long enough that there could have been a child or two conceived. A dyed-in-the-wool bastard, just like his father. Caitlyn didn't even cringe at her emotions for Cameron. She'd come to terms long ago with the fact that she'd hated him when he was living, and she could bloody well hate him now that he was dead. She didn't blame the Biscaynes for wanting their share of his estate. By blood, they deserved it. "Jesus, they're nervy," Amanda whispered as she followed Caitlyn's gaze. "Know who the man with them is? Their attorney. Hails from New Orleans, and he's as shady as one of these old oaks," she said, rolling her eyes to the branches overhead. Caitlyn didn't respond, but as Sugar glanced in her direction, she tore her eyes away and tried to concentrate on the preacher's last words. She stood at the gravesite with Troy on one side, Amanda the other. Her mother and Lucille sat on chairs set up on a fake grass carpet and surrounded by floral sprays beginning to droop in the heat. Hannah, hiding behind dark glasses and a dour expression, was positioned on the far side of Troy and stared dully at the ground. Whereas Caitlyn, Amanda, and Kelly took after their mother with thin, willowy builds, deep mahogany-colored hair, and hazel, near-green eyes, Hannah and Troy looked more like their father. Their features were larger, their hair darker, almost black, their eyes a sharp, intense blue. As her older brother, Charles, had been. He, as had been often stated, had been the spitting image of their father. Tall and good-looking, a natural athlete and competitor, Charles had been groomed to step into Cameron's expensive shoes. Until he died. One of the many tragedies that scarred the thick, twisted branches of the Montgomery family tree. Caitlyn had only to shift her eyes a little distance away and see the tomb for her family members. In earlier times, the Montgomerys had been buried in the ancient cemetery near the old plantation house at Oak Hill. Generation after generation. But in recent times, the family had taken their final resting plots here in the city. The first to have been buried here was Benedict, and later his wife. Charles rested here, and baby Parker, who had died of SIDS, at least according to Doc Fellers. before his first birthday. "Amen," the crowd whispered as the final prayer was finished. The preacher raised his head. He motioned at Caitlyn. She stepped forward, her legs wobbly as she dropped a single white rose onto Josh's coffin. It was still impossible to believe, really believe, that he was dead. If nothing else, Josh had always been a vibrant man, so full of life. She'd spent the past few days making funeral arrangements, speaking briefly to the police, avoiding the press, and trying to sort out what had happened. She hadn't been able to sleep in her own bedroom. The thought of the blood spilled everywhere had been too unnerving. So she'd spent the last 2 nights tucked under a coverlet on the sofa, unable to fall asleep without the aid of some kind of tranquilizer Doc Fellers had offered up. "I know you hate to take pills," Bernada had said, pressing the tinted bottle into her palm, "but these will help. I had an appointment anyway, and asked if he'd prescribe something for you." "Don't you think you should have asked me?" Caitlyn had replied, but had accepted the little dark bottle anyway. The lorazepam had come in handy, helping her calm down, getting her through the days as well as the nights. She still hadn't talked to Kelly. They just kept missing each other. But Kelly had promised to call once the funeral was over, once the press was looking elsewhere for a story, once the gossips found other fodder for their grisly mill. "You know I can't come to the funeral," she'd said. "I'm not that much of a hypocrite. And Mom would freak, absolutely freak. So I'm not going to make any waves. Not right now. We'll get together once Josh is in the ground. Hang in there." Caitlyn was trying, but having a hell of a time. Her work was neglected, piling up, clients leaving messages of condolence mixed with inquiries as to when their particular projects would be finished. Tomorrow, she thought, tomorrow she'd have to start returning calls and somehow begin living her life again. If the police would let her. If her conscience would permit it. "Come on," Troy said, shepherding her toward the waiting town car parked in the shade of one of the trees. The solemn driver, a heavy-set man employed by the funeral home, waited, his hips resting against a front fender. Caitlyn had focused upon him and didn't notice a stranger approach until a shadow fell in front of her feet. "Mrs. Bandeaux, my condolences." She braced herself, expected a reporter to have crashed the funeral, thought a microphone would be thrust in front of her face as a camera clicked off quick shots for the local paper. "Not now," Troy uttered. "I know it's a difficult time, and I only stopped by because I'm a colleague of Rebecca Wade." The voice was male, deep. The man behind it, tall and serious. Khaki pants, loose blue sweater, dark hair longer than the current rage, the shadow of a beard darkening his jaw. Troy turned to face the intruder. "I don't care who you are. This is a very private time. If you'll excuse us." "No, wait." Caitlyn paused in a patch of shade. She squinted up at him through dark glasses. "You know Dr. Wade?" "Went to school with her, then worked with her for years. I'm Adam Hunt." He extended his hand. "She asked me to check with some of her patients while she was away." "You've spoken with her?" "Not recently, but I was detained a bit." He glanced down, and for the first time she noticed that his ankle appeared to be taped. "Got into a tangle with a motorcycle. I lost." He flashed a wide smile that warmed the cool gray of his eyes.
I shouldn't have come here today, but you haven't returned any of my calls, and Rebecca asked me specifically to contact you. I'm sorry for the delay. I know that this is a particularly difficult time for you, so if you want to talk to anyone, just call me. He pressed a business card into her hand. I won't keep you. Again, my condolences. Before she could respond, he hobbled off down a slight slope to a spot where an older model Jeep was parked.
"What the devil was that all about?" Troy asked, tugging at his tie.
I'm not sure. Well, for the record, I don't like him. Probably got a personal agenda.
For the record, you don't like anyone, Caitlyn said, and saw a shadow pass behind her brother's eyes. Okay, low blow. I'm sorry, she amended. This is just a rough day.
Aren't they all? He responded, as the driver opened the door for her, and out of the corner of her eye, Caitlyn watched Adam Hunt slide behind the wheel of the Jeep. Who the hell is Rebecca Wade?
My shrink.
Oh.
Troy cast a glance at the Jeep as it drove off.
In that case, maybe you should talk to him. But check him out first. He could be a reporter with a cover story. Some of them aren't all that trustworthy, you know. Would go to any lengths to get a scoop.
You really are paranoid.
Not me. Just realistic.
They scooted over the hot seat as the driver turned on the engine and cranked up the air conditioning. From the corner of her eye, she saw her mother, Lucille, Amanda, and Hannah climb into a second dark vehicle. They were on their way to Oak Hill. It runs in the family, she said, joking morbidly.
Very funny. But not through me. The rest of you, okay? Remember, I'm the sane one.
She doubted it. But then she was beginning to doubt just about everything. The sane one? Oh, Troy, get over yourself. As far as her family went, she'd be surprised if there was a sane one in the lot. Atropos observed them all. The mourners of Josh Bandeaux. As if anyone really cared if he lived or died. She had watched the service, the dour expression of the preacher, the mother-in-law's weary, unhappy expression behind her half-veil, as if the funeral had been some kind of fashion show. And then there were the others, those illegitimate, greedy Biscaynes, who'd made a public show of being a part of the Montgomery family. Sugar, Cricket, Dickie Ray. Their names said it all. One called something sweet, when she was nothing more than a whore. The other's name that of an insect that made a lot of noise, and the third name for his claim to fame. The only one of the bastards who'd been blessed with a penis. And probably a minute one at that. Atropos had seen their desperate expressions, their lust to be a part of the Montgomery family tree, to have a chance at a fortune they wouldn't have to earn. It pleased her to know that they'd never get any of it, nor would the rest, the legitimate side of the family. It wasn't their fate, nor their destiny. The strings of life had been woven and measured. All that was left was for them to be cut at the appropriate time. They would all have to be patient. But then they would feel the pain of fate's razor-sharp shears. But the deaths would be appropriate, the suffering acute and specific. Because Atropos knew it wasn't the deaths that were important. It was the dying. Chapter 11. Sometimes those who appear the most innocent are the most evil. How many times in his career had this proved true? Reed glanced in the rearview mirror and caught a glimpse of the black town cars that held members of the Montgomery family, along with the widow Bandeaux. He sensed that she knew more than she was saying about her husband's death, and yet he couldn't really figure her out. She was beautiful and sexy, and at times appeared as shy as a frightened rabbit, while in other instances she'd proved herself aggressive and as tough as a wounded cat, one with very sharp claws. His gut feeling was that he was missing something important. Driving away from the cemetery, he flipped down the cruiser's visor. Traffic was light, but the glare off the hood was harsh enough to make him squint behind his polarized lenses. He pushed the speed limit and cut through side streets, heading toward the center of town, where the smell of the Savannah River crawled upward through the Cotton Exchange and Emmett Park to hang low over the city. Caitlyn Bandeaux must have killed her husband, he rationalized, as he passed a horse-drawn carriage filled with tourists. The beasts, Palomino draft horses in thick harnesses, plodded past historic sites, while a tour guide pointed out the homes and businesses of the once leading citizens of the city. Reed barely noticed. His thoughts were filled with Caitlyn Montgomery Bandeaux and her part in her estranged husband's death. All of the evidence, no, make that most of the evidence, pointed straight at Mrs. Bandeaux. He couldn't ignore it. Motive. Her old man was going to divorce her for a younger woman. Plus, he was planning to file a wrongful death suit against her for the death of their child. Salt on an old wound. Another round of public humiliation. Means. As frail as Caitlyn Bandeaux appeared at times, Reed was willing to bet she was smart and strong enough to drug Bandeaux and slit his wrists. Lipstick on the wine glass indicated that someone was present, presumably a woman. The matter of getting some GHB was easy, a street drug popular at rave parties. Opportunity. Caitlyn had no alibi, nothing set in stone, at least nothing she'd offered up. They'd talked on the phone a couple of times, and she claimed her recollection of the night was fuzzy, meaning she was either blotto out of her mind with alcohol, or she was lying. He'd bet on the latter. Lying for herself? Or covering up for someone else? And if so, who? Caitlyn's car, or one like it, had been seen at Bandeaux's house that night, which propelled her to the top of the suspect list. More and more, he wasn't buying into the suicide scenario. It seemed contrived, clunky, out of place. So was Caitlyn Bandeaux a cold-blooded killer? Outwardly, she didn't seem the type. Because there was no type. And face it, Reed, you're a sucker for a pretty face and a knockout figure. Frowning, he stopped for a traffic light, his jaw set. His fingers tapped nervously against the steering wheel. So why not arrest her? Or get a search warrant for her house. Maybe you'll get lucky and find the murder weapon. But he had to tread carefully. There was the issue of her mental health. She'd been in a psych ward at least once, and an innocent plea by reason of insanity would be a no-brainer for any lawyer she hired. Reed wondered about Caitlyn's supposed mental illness. How handy that Rebecca Wade had conveniently pulled up stakes and moved away for an indeterminate amount of time. He made a mental note to track the missing shrink down. Pronto. Her absence was just too much of a coincidence. There was a chance that even if he arrested Caitlyn Bandeaux, a sharp attorney could fall back on an insanity defense. The light changed, and he stepped on it. He'd have to talk to Caitlyn Bandeaux again, and try to pin her down about her whereabouts on the night Bandeaux died. After that, he'd put a tail on her. Watch what she did. And who better than himself? After all, whether he liked to admit it or not, he enjoyed a stakeout where a beautiful woman was involved. Which posed another problem. A major problem. As he turned onto Habersham Street, he thought fleetingly of San Francisco, and another time. A night when the fog had rolled in from the bay, and he'd pulled the surveillance duty. His job had been to watch a woman suspected of dealing drugs. She'd lived in an upper story in a loft apartment not far from Fisherman's Wharf. His jaw clenched as he remembered her undressing in an erotic dance that almost seemed as if she'd known he, or someone, was observing her. Wearing a short skirt, blouse, and scarf, she'd slowly peeled off the outer layer, wiggling out of the skirt, unbuttoning her blouse, coming closer to the window, showing him more skin than was normal as she unhooked her bra and bared her breasts. Letting the scant scrap of silk fall to the floor, she'd touched her dark nipples and paraded around in the barest of panties and her scarf, then ambled up to the window, licked her lips, and pulled down the shade. Reed had seen the rest through the flimsy screen. Her small shadow, then another, a much larger image, and the horrifying struggle. Or had it been an embrace? Had the seductive display not been for his benefit at all, but for someone else, someone inside the apartment? Reed hadn't taken a chance and called for backup before flying out of his building and into the street, up 5 floors to her apartment, where he'd kicked the door open and found her lying on the floor in front of the window. The scarf she'd used to tempt him had become her noose. Her assailant had escaped, had seemed to vanish into thin air. Her killer was never located. Reed's judgment had been questioned, his effectiveness in doubt. He'd taken a leave of absence and then resigned, taking the job here in Savannah, leaving the city on the bay to start over, here, nearly 3,000 miles away. Or were you just running away? Pulling into the lot behind the station, he didn't want to think about what he'd left. A smart, sexy schoolteacher who had claimed to love him. A city he'd known and liked. A job that was intriguing and a reputation that had been tarnished. And what had he gotten here, in Savannah? A couple of failed relationships, a handful of one-night stands, and a job no better than the one he'd left on the West Coast. But now he was presented with the opportunity to redeem himself by tracking down Josh Bandeaux's killer, no matter who she happened to be. He parked in an open slot in the lot at police headquarters, jammed his keys into his pocket, and walked into the cool interior of the building. Pushing all images of San Francisco out of his head, he took the stairs to homicide and strode into his office. It seemed airless and tight. He threw open the window and let fresh air into his overcooled, stale-smelling box of a room, then flipped through his messages and inbox before reading his email. Then he placed another call to Mrs. Bandeaux, who wasn't yet at home. Probably with the family at one of those gatherings of the bereaved after a funeral, where everyone stands around lying about what a great guy the deceased was. Rotating in his chair, he stared out the window to the red brick building across the square, a restored Victorian home once owned by a rice broker. He had other cases to think about. There had been a knifing on the waterfront last week, the case still unsolved, and a domestic case where a wife, nearly beaten to death herself, claimed she hadn't pulled the trigger of the pistol that had shot her husband. There were a couple of others as well. But the Bandeaux case haunted him, was the one that had the DA frothing at the bit. Though he sensed that Caitlyn Montgomery knew a lot more than she was telling, she wasn't alone. Not for a minute did he discount the rest of Josh Bandeaux's in-laws. The Montgomery family history read like something out of a bad soap opera. Reed had done some checking on his own after hearing Morissette's viewpoint, and she'd been right on the money. Mental illness and rumors of incest seemed to be the most common theme. But the police blotter was filled with reports over the years, complaints and citations, everything from traffic tickets to suicide and attempted murder. Yet suspiciously few arrests, probably due to the fact that the rich Montgomery family had consistently contributed to the campaigns of the local DA, the sheriff, several judges, and just about every public official who ever ran for office. Even the governor. But this time was different. If a Montgomery had killed Joshua Bandeaux, then he or she would pay for it. End of story. He sensed Morissette approach before he actually heard her, smelled a hint of perfume and cigarettes a second or two prior to the sound of her footsteps crossing his threshold as she pushed open the door he'd left ajar. The sounds of voices, phones, shuffling feet, and whirring office machines in the open area of the department increased as she left the door open wide, crossed the small, crammed space, and balanced one hip against his desk. "How'd the funeral go?" "How do they all go? The preacher said some prayers, stretched the truth by saying what a saint Bandeaux was, then stuffed him into the ground." "Don't sugarcoat on my account," she drawled. "The missus there?" "Surrounded by her family, and the bereaved." "Both of them?" Morissette asked, snapping her gum. "Very funny. Actually, there were over 100 in the church, about half that at the interment." "Anyone laughing?" "No." He felt one side of his mouth lift. "You really had it in for that son of a bitch, didn't you?" "Course not." Leaning back in his chair, he lifted a doubting eyebrow. Morissette rolled her eyes. "I didn't like my friend getting involved with him. Tried to talk her out of it. He was just a little too smooth. You know the type. Bad boy, playboy, rich boy, all rolled into one handsome package. Years ago, he would have been selling snake oil." "That was your friend Molly?" "Millie. And don't try to trip me up, okay?" Her face was suddenly hard. "I don't like being tested. Not by anyone. And especially not you." "I was just asking about Bandeaux." "Millie was going through a rough time, okay? Bandeaux showed some interest. The way I heard it, He was a good time on a Saturday night. But I don't know from personal experience, so get over it. All right. Now, if you're done with your sick innuendos, let's get down to some real police work. I talked with Bandeau's secretary earlier this morning. According to her, nothing was out of the ordinary down at the office. You believe her? Don't know why she'd lie. It's not like she could get fired for what she says to the cops. Morissette picked up a pen from Reed's desk and clicked it several times. She didn't seem that broken up about it, said she'd already lined up another job. It was a short conversation. She had to get to the funeral. So you had time to go if you wanted to? Not really. I got a call from Diane Moses. Seems that the lab found something interesting in the bloodstains on Bandeau's carpet. What? A second type. She grinned widely. Second type? Bandeaux was B-neg, kinda rare. That's what most of the blood was. But there were traces of someone else's. Human blood. O positive. So I did a little checking around, called in a favor at the local hospital, and guess what I found? He was already a step ahead of her. That the poor widow has O positive blood. Bingo! Anyone else? That's where it gets a little muddy. O-pos is common, especially in the Montgomery family tree. Just about every Montgomery from the grandmother down to the little kid who died had O positive, and I'm sure that a large portion of the citizens of Savannah do as well. But we can have some DNA work done, and that should narrow the field a tad. We'll cross-match it with everyone associated with the victim. You order the DNA report? Mm-hmm. Now, all we need is something from Mrs. Bandeaux, a hair or some body fluids, and we'll be in business. I was going to meet with her anyway. So now you have another reason. Another one? Oh, come on, detective. Don't try to pull one over on me. Morissette cocked her head to one side to survey him. It's written all over that ugly mug of yours. You find the widow attractive. She is attractive, he said carefully. I mean attractive to you. If she wasn't our #1 suspect, you might just think about taking her out and trying her on for size. Don't think so. Reed lied, not wanting to follow that line of thinking. She's a little wacky for my taste. I told you not to bullshit me. Oh, darn, another quarter. Looking disgusted with herself, Morissette hopped off the desk. You like 'em a little wacky, or kinky, maybe even a lot kinky, as long as they're at least one step out of the mainstream. Wasn't that the trouble with the school teacher? Helen? She was too square. Reed didn't answer, but his jaw tightened. Hey! Morissette held her hands up to her head as if in surrender. I'm not the one to talk about relationships. If there's a loser within a 500-mile radius, I end up dating him. He didn't comment, didn't want to pursue this conversation, and he didn't want to think about Helen and what life might have been if he'd stuck it out in San Francisco, given in to the pressure, and married her. His feelings about Caitlyn Bandeaux were clear. She was a suspect. Period. The suicide theory was history, as far as he was concerned, though he wouldn't admit it to the press or Bandeau's family just yet. He snapped the chair back to its normal position. See if you can track down her shrink, Rebecca Wade. She left town a month or so ago, and I don't like it. Do what you have to do to find her. ASAP. I want to know why she left, when she did, where she is, and what she can tell us about Caitlyn Bandeaux. There is that little problem of patient-doctor privilege. Work around it. It's just too convenient that she's missing. You think her patient killed her? I don't know what to think. Not until we locate her. Meanwhile, I'll double-check Caitlyn Bandeaux's alibi. That would be a good start, she said, slapping the top of his desk. A damn good start. And that's another quarter. At this rate, you'll have both kids' college tuition funded by Christmas. Very funny, she muttered under her breath, and looked as if she wanted to cuss him out big time, but held her tongue. I'll let you know when I find Dr. Wade. In the meantime, get over your fantasies and figure out how to prove that Caitlyn Bandeaux killed her husband.
So I take it you don't believe in innocent until proven guilty?
I think that's pure, unadulterated hogwash. I'll stake all of my kids' college fund that Mrs. Bandeaux is guilty as sin. The dream replayed as it always did. She heard her brother's voice, ricocheting off of the surrounding cliffs. "Help!" he yelled, his strong voice fading in the storm. "Someone, help me!" Caitlyn ran through the thicket of spindly pines, her boots slipping on a dusting of snow that was beginning to cover the forest floor. "Where are you? Charles!" she screamed, frantic as she scrambled over a fallen log. Was she getting closer or farther away? "Charles?" Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Where was he? Snow fell from the sky, and night was closing in, darkness seeping through the undergrowth. Bursting through a thick copse, she caught sight of him lying in the brush, the shaft of an arrow sticking out of his chest, a red stain pooling dark upon his corduroy shirt. Oh, no! She stumbled, then climbed to her feet, but her legs felt leaden, weighted down by the ice and snow swirling around her. Dry leaves crackled underfoot, and somewhere far off a dog howled. "I'm coming," she yelled, running forward, her breath fogging the cold winter air. As she reached him, she dropped to her knees, her icy fingers wrapping around the horrid weapon protruding from her brother's torso. "Don't," a frightened voice warned. She turned to see Griffin, pale-faced and wan, standing between two saplings. Snow had collected on his collar and in his disheveled hair. "Help me!" she screamed. Griffin didn't move. His gaze was glued to the arrow. "Don't pull it out." "But he's dying." Her words echoed in the forest, swirled in the falling snow. "You'll kill him, sure, if you yank that out." Oh, he was never any help. None at all. "For God's sake, run!" she yelled, trying to propel Griffin into action. "Get help! Go to the lodge!" Charles groaned. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Though he was staring straight at her, his eyes dulled as if he couldn't see. Snow was beginning to cover his face. "Go!" she screamed, turning to look over her shoulder at Griffin, but he'd disappeared into the thickening curtain of snow. As quickly as he'd come. The space between the saplings suddenly dark and yawning. There wasn't any time. She had to do something. She had to try and save her brother. Swallowing back her fear, she gripped the arrow shaft hard and pulled. It didn't move. Her fingers slid up its slick sides. She wrapped her fingers around it again.
Closing her eyes, she yanked with all her might, heard a sickening, sucking sound, and then she was holding the shaft aloft, the arrowhead bright with blood in the light from the rising moon, as night stole through the forest. But it was too late. Charles's breath rattled one last time. He let out a horrid wail that reverberated through the trees, and then was silent. Silent as death. No! He was so still, unmoving. She scrambled away from him, flew to her feet, and began to run. Faster, through the naked birches. Faster, across a frozen stream. Faster, up the hill toward the family's hunting lodge in the Appalachians. Her lungs were on fire, her feet slipping on the icy ground. The forest was dark, looming, seemed to close in on her as snow and ice pelted from the heavens. It covered the familiar paths, clung to her eyelashes, stung her cheeks, and changed the surrounding landscape so that she had no idea where she was, from which direction she'd come. "Help!" she cried, the arrow frozen in her hand. "Please, help!" "Caitlyn?" Bernada's voice was as brittle as a winter branch. Caitlyn couldn't see her mother through the curtain of snow. "Mama? Where are you?" "Caitlyn, come here this instant," her mother hissed. Running again, trying to locate the sound, Caitlyn suddenly broke free of the woods. Gasping, her heart drumming, she finally saw the rambling old hunting lodge with warm patches of light in the windows, smoke curling from the chimney and icicles gleaming from the eaves. The door was open, music drifting into the night. Her mother stood in stark relief against the bright backdrop, a tall, dark angel glowering down upon Caitlyn as she raced up the short rise to the porch. "Help! We have to get help! It's Charles! He's hurt!" Bernada's face was the color of the surrounding snow, her eyes blazing with the accusation as she noticed the arrow in her daughter's hand. Her splayed fingers flattened over her chest. "Oh, my God, Caitlyn," she whispered. "What have you done?" Caitlyn's eyes flew open. She was alone, lying upon the canopied bed that had been hers during the years that she occupied this room. The flowered canopy was faded now, and the afghan she'd pulled to her neck smelled of must and age. She'd been tired after the funeral, had taken her mother's advice and rested, here, in her old bed. She swallowed hard. Remnants of the dream still lingered, the sucking sound of the arrow loosening from Charles's flesh, the cold whistle of the wind, the horrid accusations in her mother's voice. This recurring nightmare had chased after her since she was a child, ever since the day when she actually had found her brother dying in the snow. If only she'd listened to Griffin. If only she hadn't panicked and pulled that damned arrow from his chest. But she had. So many years earlier. It had been the day before Thanksgiving, and most of the family had gathered at their hunting lodge in the mountains of West Virginia. Her father had been alive then, and Charles had been out hunting by himself. Caitlyn, Kelly, and Griffin had been playing hide-and-seek in the woods, when Caitlyn had become lost and wandered farther from the house, deeper into the forest.
calling for her twin, she'd stumbled upon the half-frozen body of her brother. That was where the dream parted from reality, or at least she thought it did. Because from the moment she'd seen Charles lying face up in the snow, she couldn't remember a thing, only that she'd somehow ended up back at the lodge, blood streaking her coat and insulated pants, the deadly arrow clutched in one mittened hand. She'd been catatonic for days, unable to talk, withdrawn inside herself. The entire episode was now a black hole, a void she could only fill in the middle of the night when her subconscious would call up a nightmare as bleak and stark as the sky on that icy November day. "God help me," she whispered, trying to get a grip on herself. Her nerves were shot, her memory filled with holes, her life careening out of control. She couldn't let this happen. Not again. Flipping on the bedside lamp, she noticed the crisp business card that had fallen from her purse. Adam Hunt, Ph.D. Grief and Family Counseling. A phone number was listed on the bottom line. She saw it as a lifeline to her sanity. Finding her purse where it had fallen to the floor, Caitlyn leaned over the side of the bed, reached inside and dragged out her cell phone. Her battery had run down again, but there was still a little power. Without thinking twice, she punched out Adam Hunt's telephone number. She had to get help. She couldn't take this much longer or she would completely crack up. Just like her grandmother Evelyn had. She shuddered as the phone rang. Cold, cold, Nana. Naughty, Nana. Bad lady. Chapter 12. Adam waited. In Rebecca's office. He'd made arrangements with the rental management company. Not that it was legal. But he was able to talk his way in as Rebecca was a couple of months behind on the rent, and Adam agreed to pay the money due, explaining that he was a friend. Fortunately, the building manager wasn't all that concerned about the legality of the transaction, just the cash. Adam slipped him an extra $500 in cash, promised to vacate if Dr. Wade showed up, and the louse managed to turn a greedy, blind eye. So much for ethics in property management. But Adam couldn't complain. He was eyeball deep in the illegal transaction, and he'd spent the past 3 days reading everything he could about Caitlyn Montgomery, sensing she was somehow the key to Rebecca's disappearance. If she's really disappeared, she could be on one of her self-awareness trips, or she could have found another man, taken a lover. It's not as if she hadn't done it before. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Really wrong this time. Rebecca had mentioned a breakthrough with one of her patients, a major breakthrough, and then she'd disappeared. True, she'd been talking about taking some time off, heading west and seeing parts of the country she'd never visited before, but to leave without saying goodbye, to never call or send a postcard. No, it didn't feel right. And yet he hadn't gone to the police again. Not after the last time. Not until he was certain. He'd already gone to her house and picked the locks. The house was deserted, but not emptied. Too many personal items had remained. He'd have to talk to the landlady, but he hadn't caught up with her yet. Had avoided her until he'd had a quick look for himself. Now he heard a slight rap on the partially open door, and then Caitlyn Montgomery Bandeaux poked her head around the corner. Mahogany-colored hair framed a heart-shaped face, sculpted with high cheekbones, arched eyebrows, and intelligent, troubled eyes. He was on his feet in an instant. "Come in." Cautiously, she slid through the door. "This is kind of weird," she admitted, surveying the surroundings. "Because this was Rebecca's office?" God, she was beautiful. He'd remembered that from the cemetery, but it seemed that today, without the strain of the funeral, she was prettier, had more color. Not that it should matter. "Yes." She managed a shy smile. "Because it's Rebecca's office." "Will it make you uncomfortable?" "I don't know." She managed a smile and smoothed the non-existent wrinkles from a khaki skirt that buttoned up the front. Her hair was piled loosely onto her head, falling down in some places, and she looked nervous, edgy, a little ragged around the edges. But then she'd been through quite a bit in the past few days. "You changed things around," she said, tugging at the sleeves of her pale sweater. "A bit." He'd replaced a couple of the lamps, thrown 2 new rugs over the floors, put up cheap prints he'd bought at an estate sale, and prominently displayed his degrees behind the desk. He'd repositioned the couch and chairs and thrown out the dead plants, replacing them with a couple of ferns. "This does seem a little surreal," she admitted, as she took a seat in the rocker and dropped her purse onto the floor beside her. "I imagine." "Kind of like a bad movie. A really bad movie." He grinned and saw a bit of amusement in her eyes, just beneath the strain. So she had a sense of humor. That would help. "I think I've been coming here for 2.5 years. Well, before I stopped a few months back. And I always saw Rebecca, Dr. Wade, in that chair." Caitlyn motioned toward the desk chair and shrugged, then rubbed her arms as if an eerie sensation had stolen up her skin. Crossing her legs, she flashed him a bit of calf, though she seemed unaware of the movement. Surely she knew she was a striking woman. Then again, maybe not. "Maybe we should just take this session to get to know each other," he suggested, reining in his thoughts. Rebecca's desk chair squeaked as he shifted in it. "How about this? I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and then you can tell me about you." "Kind of like that old kids game? You show me yours and I'll show you mine?" she asked, then seemed horrified at the insinuation. "Not that intense. At least, I hope not today." "Good. I'm not sure I'm up to intense." She shoved her hair out of her face and managed a thin smile. So far, this wasn't going as he'd planned. He wheeled the chair to a small table where a pitcher of iced tea was sweating, and a small electric soup maker was warming water. "Coffee? It's instant. Hot or cold tea?" he asked, and she shook her head. "I'm fine. Well, maybe tea." He poured hot water into a mug, then handed the cup, spoon, and tea bag to her. "Sorry, fresh out of honey or lemon or cream or sugar or even sugar substitute." "That's fine. I'm a purist." Dunking the tea bag in her mug, she leaned back in the rocker, and again he noticed that she was a striking woman. Paler than most, her fair complexion complemented a toned and supple body. A few light freckles bridged her straight nose, and thick, red-brown lashes rimmed wide hazel eyes that, in the right light, looked green. full lips turned down thoughtfully at the corners, and the space between her eyebrows puckered as if she were in deep, troubling thought. When she looked up at him, he was taken with the intensity of her stare, those hazel eyes dark with worry. "I thought you were going to tell me about yourself." "That's right." He managed a smile. "I'm afraid it's pretty boring. Born and raised in Wisconsin. One brother. Went to school in Madison, then transferred to Michigan for grad school. I taught for a few years, then went into private practice. I was working in the D.C. area and was thinking of moving when I talked to Rebecca and she suggested I come down here. Savannah sounded interesting, a real change, so I decided to go for it." "What about all your patients in D.C.? His smile broadened. "I weaned them." "They're all healed?" she asked, snapping her fingers. "Psychoses, depression, whatever, just like that?" "Healed? A relative term. But yes, actually, most of them are in pretty good shape. A few I referred to colleagues." "How long have you been here?" "About 2 weeks." "Am I your first patient?" "In Savannah, yes." "Do you have references?" she asked, then glanced at the diplomas and awards for service that he'd hung over the now cold fireplace. "Oh." "You can call Michigan. Talk to Dean Billings in the psych department. Last I heard, he was still working. But he could have retired, I suppose." "So why did you show up at Josh's funeral? That's kind of weird. You knew about me." His smile stretched. "You caught me. I was looking for you. Figured you'd be there. I'd been talking to Rebecca, Dr. Wade. She'd called me specifically about you. She'd mentioned you before, then called when she read about Josh's death in the online version of the Savannah Sentinel. She thought you might like to talk about it." "She could have called me." "I think she tried. No answer." "I didn't answer for a few days. Wasn't up to it. The press was calling, and I was upset." Her brows pulled into a tighter knot. "But she didn't leave a message." "Maybe she intends to call back," Adam suggested, knowing it was a lie as he stared into the hazel eyes of this beautiful, vulnerable woman. He felt like a heel, but tamped the feeling down. Caitlyn dunked her tea bag and didn't comment. But he knew the wheels were turning in her mind, and she was second-guessing her appointment. Maybe he'd blown it. He leaned back in his chair and tented his hands. "So, now tell me about you." She visibly started, then placed her tea bag on a napkin. "I guess that's why I'm here, right?" She glanced out the window, appeared to struggle. "Where do you want me to start?" "Wherever you like." When she didn't immediately respond, he said gently, "How about why you were seeing Dr. Wade? And then you can go back as far as you want." He sent her a reassuring smile, knew the rimless glasses he'd donned helped soften his visage, and made him look more intellectual than intimidating. "We'll work forward or backward from the starting point. I just want you to be comfortable." "Kinda hard to do when someone's dissecting your life." "Not dissecting." "Then examining." He leaned forward, rested his elbows on his knees, his chin propped in his hands. "Look, I don't know how you did things with Dr. Wade, but let's start fresh. Don't think of me as dissecting or examining, or looking too deep into areas you want to keep hidden. We can begin with a dialogue and go from there. We can begin by talking about your family." "My family," she said, and sighed so deeply that her hair ruffled. Well, okay. Let's start by saying we didn't put the fun in dysfunctional. The Montgomerys have been in Savannah about as long as there's been a Savannah, she said, looking away from him as she rubbed a finger over the edge of the couch. She seemed to loosen up a bit, explaining that in the first few years of her life she'd thought everything was perfect. She had a twin, Kelly, and they were close. Her other siblings, 5 of them, were spread above and below. The twins were the middle children. One of her brothers, baby Parker, had died as an infant from SIDS, and the eldest, Charles, had been killed in a freak hunting accident, and she had recurring dreams about finding him in the woods. The other hunter, whoever he was, had never been found. As for the remaining siblings, her older sister Amanda, the lawyer, was driven, her brother Troy, controlling, and her baby sister Hannah, a worry. She talked for nearly 2 hours, and he learned that her oldest sibling, Charles, had been the heir apparent. Then he died. Now the duty of running the vast Montgomery wealth was split between Amanda, as the oldest sibling, and Troy, the next youngest, who just happened to be the last standing male in the family. As Caitlyn spoke, Adam observed how careful she was, how she looked him squarely in the eye, only to quickly glance away as if suddenly shy. He'd gone through Rebecca's notes on Caitlyn, but some of them were obviously missing, the pages having disappeared. Unless Rebecca had stored them somewhere else, he hadn't found them yet, though he'd torn this office upside down and come up empty-handed. The quick search of Rebecca's home hadn't shed any light on the missing pages either. Odd, he thought. Had she taken them with her? Everything Caitlyn confided, he already knew about her, though he played the innocent, leaning back in his chair, scribbling notes, asking the appropriate questions or nodding thoughtfully. He even made a couple of jokes and was rewarded with her lips twitching into a beguiling smile. "So then I got married," she said, and lifted a shoulder. "No one was happy about it." "No one, meaning your family?" "Right." "Why did they disapprove?" Josh had been married before to an older woman, Maud Havenbrook. He'd even adopted her child from a previous marriage. "Divorce is fairly common." That was only the first strike against him. Josh had a reputation for being, making reckless investments. My family thought Josh was after my money. I, have a trust fund. She cleared her throat. But I didn't care what anyone thought about Josh. I was in love. She rolled her eyes and shook her head, then hesitated before adding, and I was pregnant. She blinked and looked at her hands. Jamie was born 7 months later, and she would have been 5 if... She cleared her throat, struggled for words. If she had survived. She died. Nodding her head as if to convince herself, she added huskily, "She was my baby and my whole life." Tears gathered in her eyes, and she blinked. He felt a pang of sympathy for this woman trying so hard to hold herself together. Without saying a word, he rolled Rebecca's chair to the bookcase, picked up a box of tissues, and handed the box to her. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Don't be. It's hard to lose a child." "It's hell," she corrected, spitting out the words and touching a tissue to the corner of her eyes. "Do you have any children, Dr. Hunt?" "No." His ex-wife had never wanted any. It was a bone of contention and had contributed to the breakdown of his marriage. then you can't begin to imagine the pain I've gone through, the guilt I've borne, the desperation I've felt. I wake up every morning and think about her, wish that I could have taken her place. I would trade in an instant. Her eyes were suddenly dry, her shoulders stiffening, the tissue crumpled in her fist. But I don't have that choice, and my husband. She let her breath out, and visibly stiffened. My husband was going to file a wrongful death suit against me. Can you imagine? As if I had killed my daughter. Our daughter. I don't understand. Neither do I. She shot to her feet. He claimed I was neglectful, that I didn't get her to the hospital in time, that I was too wrapped up in myself. It's ridiculous. I was still recovering from a sprained wrist, but I was well enough to take care of my daughter. I just thought she had the flu, and... well, by the time I got her to the hospital... Her words faded, and she stopped talking to stare out the window, as if mesmerized by a dove roosting on the eave of the next building. Sunlight gilded the dark strands of her hair, made the red in it appear. It was too late. Josh blamed me, and I blamed myself. I should have taken her in sooner, but I didn't know. She turned, her wide eyes red-rimmed, one small fist clenched tight. He went to his grave believing that I'd somehow purposely endangered my child's life. Her shoulders slumped. I went over all this with Dr. Wade. Well, not about the lawsuit. I didn't know about it until after our last session. She flopped back on the couch, checked the time, and said, "I think I've run over." I don't have that many patients yet. Maybe I should refer the rest of my family. We could keep you and about 5 other psychologists busy for the rest of your life. Smiling as if in disbelief, not wanting her to know that he'd read every page he could find on her already, he took off his glasses and polished them with a handkerchief. "If Dr. Wade calls you, would you tell her hello?" She tossed the wadded tissue into a trash basket at the end of the couch. "If she calls," he promised, feeling a twinge of guilt at the deception as he slid the reading glasses onto his nose. It seemed as if all he did these days was stretch the truth, or bend it, or even break it. But he couldn't be honest with her, not until he found out what he needed to know. She wrote a check hastily and handed it to him. "I'll refund this when the insurance payment comes through," he promised, feeling even more guilt. "Fine." She offered him a shy smile that touched him in a way he hadn't expected. "Thanks, Dr. Hunt." "Adam," he insisted. "I like to keep things casual." "Adam, then." She nodded curtly, and he stood in the doorway to Rebecca's office, watching her hurry down the stairs, not once glancing over her shoulder. God, she was an intriguing woman. Beautiful, bright, and troubled. So troubled. He looked at her check, the flourish of her signature, knowing that she was building trust in him. He winced against another sharp jab of guilt. Maybe his grandmother was right. Maybe there was never a good reason to lie. He could tear the check up right now. Or he could use it to get a little more information about Caitlyn Montgomery, and hence, perhaps, Rebecca Wade. He didn't hesitate a second, just folded the check with a sharp crease and slipped it into his wallet. Seated at the table, in her private space, Atropos closed her eyes. She needed peace. She needed rest. She needed to calm the rage that burned and clawed. She thought of ice and snow, of a serene time when her hectic work would be done. Slowly, starting with her toes, she relaxed each muscle in her body, up her legs and torso, letting her arms and shoulders go limp, easing the tension from the muscles of her face, clearing her mind. She had to be clear-headed, calm, deadly. She couldn't afford to make a mistake. Not now. Not after so many years of planning. When her mind was free again, she stood and stared at the skeletal family tree she directed. There, on the appropriate, unforgiving limb, was Cameron. The son. And the father. Now, the not-so-holy ghost. He'd died at the wheel of his Porsche when it missed a corner and slid into the swamp, where he drowned. He'd been on his way to visit Copper Biscayne, his lover, and as fate would have it, Cameron, in the freak accident, had not only lost his life, but one of his balls as well. It appeared to have been sliced off when he'd been thrown through the windshield. Shards of glass had still been embedded in his scrotum. That piece of information had never made it to the press. There was no mention of the lost testicle in any of the articles that Atropos had so meticulously clipped from every paper that reported Cameron's death. Cameron's picture had been sliced, then pasted onto the family tree. The colors had faded somewhat, but the snapshot had been taken of Cameron with his 3 bastard children, Sugar, Dickie Ray, and Cricket. Atropos wasn't certain they were all his, but it was possible, if not likely. Yes, Cameron had deserved his end. Another limb belonged to Charles, the eldest son, the golden boy who could do no wrong. Gifted athlete, college graduate, and honed into the image of his proud father. Charles had been set on a course from a young age to run the family business. Unfortunately, he'd been shot by an errant bow hunter one Thanksgiving holiday. Atropos smiled as she stared at his reconstructed picture. He'd been standing over the top of a trophy kill, a very dead bear, the first beast Charles had killed with his bow. The picture had been sliced up, of course, then carefully pasted back together, so that it seemed as if the bear had killed Charles. How fitting. It just seemed more like the natural order of things. There were other limbs that were filled in as well, but Atropos didn't have time to bask in each murder, not when there was so much work to be done. She wondered if anyone, the police or Montgomery family members, realized that the killings were not random, that the causes of death were planned to perfection, that there was a bit of irony in each. How easy it would have been to buy a stolen gun and shoot her victims while they were alone. But that wasn't the point. It wasn't just the erasure of a life, but the artistry of the killing that was important, so that every victim realized they were about to die at her hand. In those last, gasping, terrifying moments of life, the doomed needed to know that their fate had been sealed. They'd had no chance of escape. That was the thrill. That was the artistry That was the magic. That was the brilliance. She felt better as she stared at the death tree. Her blood sang through her veins. She felt her heart beating, tingled with anticipation of the next kill. She glanced again at the snipped torso of Joshua Bandeaux. A truer bastard had never walked the earth. He deserved much worse than he had gotten, and the stupid police hadn't even figured out for certain that he'd been killed, which was frustrating. A little press would help sate her need for recognition, the need that had always propelled her. The few clippings already gathered were meager, not worthy of her acts. She glanced at the tree once more. Soon its gnarled and deadly branches would be filled. The clock was ticking. There was much to do. On quiet, padded footsteps, she walked to the desk and retrieved the snapshots from her drawer. Gently, as if they were a frail deck of tarot cards, she shuffled them and fanned them out face down on the desk. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Pick a victim soon to go. If he hollers, make him pay with his life that very day. Carefully, one photograph was selected and turned over. A picture of Amanda. Second born, smart, beautiful, successful. Amanda Montgomery Drummond, with her own little demons, or demonettes. Yes, it was the eldest daughter's turn. In the snapshot, Amanda, in a tennis skirt and top, was leaning against the polished fender of her pride and joy, a little red sports car, a cherry-red 1976 Triumph. Make that TR6. A gift from her father, long before his untimely accident. Her eyes were shaded behind sunglasses, her smile wide, her mahogany-colored hair snapped back into a ponytail. Tall, athletic, gifted. With double majors in college, she had graduated summa cum laude and had given herself the choice of medical or law school. Not a compassionate woman by nature, one who had an eye on making money, she'd chosen the law. Which was probably just as well. She would have made a horrid doctor. It's your time, Atropos whispered to the smiling Amanda in the picture. Won't the family be surprised? Or maybe, just maybe, they'll be relieved. You really are a bitch, you know. She found the thread of life for Amanda Montgomery, already clipped and ready. What Atropos had planned for Amanda was guaranteed to get the family's attention. She started to pick up the pictures, but in her haste knocked two of them onto the floor. They fluttered and turned upright as they hit the tiles. 2 pictures. The first was of Caitlyn as a child. She was laughing, her head thrown back as she swung on the old rope that had hung from the sturdy limb of a live oak, with branches that spread over the river. The second was of Bernada, the mother, her hands clasped over her heart in front of a birthday cake with 75 candles burning bright. Lucille stood just behind her, one step out of the spotlight, where she'd always been. Always tending, never tended. Well, it was about time Lucille was released. the mother would have to meet her own personal destiny. She found Bernada's life braid. It was cut just perfectly. As for Caitlyn, Atropos found the red and black thread of her life and sighed. For the moment, Caitlyn would be spared, but only for the moment, and not for long. Atropos glanced at the picture again, and at the frayed rope that the unsuspecting Caitlyn clung to, as if for dear life. How fitting. Atropos fingered Caitlyn's thread of life. It was only slightly longer than that of her mother. The child in the snapshot seemed to smile at her. Foolish, foolish little girl. Chapter 13. Where were you on the night of your husband's death? The question wasn't unexpected, and yet Caitlyn, absently ruffling Oscar's fur, had been dreading it. Seated at her own kitchen table, with Officers Reed and Morissette across from her, she said, "I thought I told you I was out," she clarified, second-guessing herself. When Reed had called and asked to come by, she'd agreed. Now she wondered if she should have insisted she have an attorney present. "My sister and I were supposed to meet at a bar called The Swamp, down on the riverfront, but she got tied up and I was alone." "So you never went to your husband's house that night?" "It was my house once," she said automatically, and sensed both officers' suspicion. And why not? Wasn't it usually someone in the family who turned out to be the killer? "Look," she said, standing, "I think I'd better call a lawyer." The woman with the spiky hair lifted a shoulder. "If you think you need one, we're just asking a few questions." Caitlyn's skin prickled with dread. "The truth of the matter, which I think I told you before, is that I'm kind of fuzzy about that night." "Why is that?" She thought about explaining about the blackouts, about the loss of time she sometimes experienced, about the lapses in her memory, but it sounded like a lie. These cynical and jaded officers wouldn't believe her. "Sometimes I drink too much," she said. "So you were so drunk that night that you can't remember what you did?" "I think I should call my attorney." She pushed Oscar off her lap and stood. It was time to end this. Reed scooted back his chair. "If you think you need one." "You tell me, Detective. You're the ones asking the questions." "We're just trying to find out what happened." Reed offered what was supposed to pass as a smile, but there was no amusement in his eyes. None whatsoever. "Fine. You can do it when I have a lawyer present," she said, and walked to the door. Oscar, toenails clicking, followed after. "Mrs. Bandeaux, did you see your husband on the night of his death?" Detective Morissette asked. Did she? Could she tell them she wasn't sure? "A neighbor saw your car, or one like yours, in the driveway around midnight." Every muscle in her body tensed. Her heart began to pound with a new, unnamed fear. "So you did go there?" "And there was more than just Bandeaux's blood at the scene." "Someone else's?" she asked, her knees nearly giving way as she felt the scars on her wrist grow tight. "Oh, positive. We'll be doing DNA analysis of it, so we'd like a blood sample from you." "You think I killed Josh?" "We're just trying to narrow the field." But Reed's eyes were cold. And even Detective Morissette was grimmer than usual. No good cop, bad cop routine. Just the facts, ma'am. "I'll have my attorney contact you," she said as they stepped over the threshold, and she shut the door behind them. She was shaking inside, a headache pounding behind one eye, the same kind of pain slicing through her brain that preceded the blackouts that ate away huge chunks of her time. The first time she realized that she had holes in her memory had been when she was a child, recovering from a sinus infection that had landed her in the hospital. She'd been 6 or 7 at the time, and had found herself on the school playground long after dark. Her mother had been frantic, and she'd not been able to explain herself, couldn't remember her whereabouts. No one had known how she'd missed the bus and lost track of time. Not even Griffin, who had been the last person she'd seen, the one who had suggested they walk the 3 miles home. Funny she should think of that now as she climbed the stairs and passed through her bedroom to the bathroom and noticed the slight discoloration on the carpet. What the hell had happened the night that Josh had died? Why had there been blood all over this room? And why had her type of blood been in Josh's home? Not that it proved she was there, she thought. Millions of people had O-positive blood, including most of her family. And yet a new fear, deep-seated and dark, gripped her. Could she have? Was she capable of? In one of her blackouts, could she have killed her husband? "Don't even think that way." She held on to the sides of the sink for support and waited until she forced the panic back. "Don't let this get to you. Do something. Be proactive, for God's sake." She found a bottle of Excedrin migraine in the mirrored cabinet and popped 2 tablets, then walked into her office, sat at the desk, and picked up the phone. She needed a lawyer, a defense attorney, and fast. "What about an alibi? Isn't that what you really need?" "Oh, shut up," she muttered, as she sat at her desk chair and quickly scanned her email. Nothing from Kelly or anyone else. Wondering how to get hold of her twin, Caitlyn dialed Amanda's office. But it was after hours, and a recorded message asked her to leave her name and number. "Great," she muttered under her breath. She slammed the receiver down. Where the hell were her sisters when she needed them? Kelly was never around, and Amanda was oftentimes buried in her work. Well, she'd just have to unbury herself. Caitlyn couldn't afford to wait. No telling what the police had up their sleeves. Amanda had worked for the DA's office for a couple of years before deciding the low pay, long hours, and working with every low-life slime who decided to crawl out from his personal, perverted rock wasn't for her. Years ago, Amanda had seen the corporate light and transferred into domestic law, switching gears easily. Now she worked with low-life slimes when they wanted a divorce, but she would know the name of a good criminal defense attorney. Caitlyn punched out Amanda's home number and leaned back in her desk chair, waiting for yet another machine to pick up. "Come on, be home," she said under her breath, and heard a noise behind her. She froze. Fear crawled up her spine as she hazarded a glance over her shoulder, only to see Oscar ambling into the office. Relief washed over her, but she noticed her own reflection. The door was slightly ajar, the mirror hanging upon it catching her image as she sat in her desk chair, and she looked horrible, frazzled, undone. Her hair was mussed from countless times pushing it off her forehead, her complexion pale, dark smudges visible beneath her eyes. She shifted her gaze to Oscar. "Hurry up," she whispered, patting her lap impatiently, as a machine answered, and Amanda's recorded voice asked the callers to leave their names and numbers. The recorder beeped. Oscar catapulted into her lap. "Amanda, it's Caitlyn," she said, hating to leave this particular message. She scratched the dog behind his ears. "Look, I need your help. Unlike Mom, I do know that you're not a criminal defense attorney, but I was hoping you could give the name and number of someone you would recommend." Click.
"Caitlyn?"
Amanda asked, her voice worried.
"Are you still there? I just walked in and heard you leaving a message. What's going on?"
"The police were just here," Caitlyn said, relieved to actually be speaking to her sister.
Uh-oh.
"Yeah, big time uh-oh. They want a DNA sample from me," she said, hoping to hide the panic that was creeping up her spine. Her fingers clamped over the phone. "They seem to think I was at Josh's that night. They're not saying much, but I think they don't believe that he committed suicide and that someone killed him. And even though they didn't come out and tell me, I'm sure I'm the primary suspect, and I need a lawyer, and oh, God, I can't remember, and—"
"Caitlyn, get a grip,"
Amanda snapped, then added more softly,
"I'm sorry, but you're scaring me to death, and I can't really follow what's going on. Take a couple of deep breaths and start over, okay? Now, from the beginning, tell me what's happening. Start with when the police arrived. Tell me everything."
As best as she could, Caitlyn recounted the entire conversation. The horrid sense of panic that had been with her since the morning she'd woken up to a blood-smeared bedroom burrowed deeper as she recounted Detective Reed's pointed questions and her own feeble answers. She began to shake inside. She was going to be accused of Josh's murder. She was certain of it, and she couldn't remember what she'd done that night. "He didn't charge me with anything, didn't out-and-out accuse me, but I'm sure he believes I did it."
"What about the suicide angle? I thought he left a note. Isn't that right?"
"I don't think the police believe it. Maybe they think the killer left it. Oh, God, I don't know."
"Maybe this isn't as bad as it seems,"
Amanda said thoughtfully. "Well, that's a relief, because it seems pretty damn bad to me."
"I know. And I'd be lying if I said you weren't a suspect. Jeez, you could be the #1 suspect, but you're not the only one. I don't believe they're narrowing the field as Reed told you. I think they're concentrating on you."
"I thought you said it wasn't bad." "We just have to remind them that there are other suspects. Now, get your story straight, and your alibi down pat."
"Alibi?"
She couldn't believe the words.
"You want me to lie?"
"No, of course not. Let's not add perjury to the potential charges. I know several good criminal defense attorneys, people I didn't want to come up against when I was working with the DA's office. They're expensive, but worth it." "Criminal defense attorneys," Caitlyn repeated, disbelieving that she would ever need their services. She glanced again to the door and saw herself as she was, tired, beaten, scared out of her wits, not even certain if she'd killed her husband or not. "Okay, give me their names."
"John Ingersoll. He's fabulous."
Caitlyn scratched a note on the back of an envelope. "And Marvin Wilder. Or, if you feel more comfortable with a woman, then Sondra Prentice in Atlanta is great. It all depends on their schedules. Tell you what, sit tight, have a stiff shot of something if that helps, and I'll make some calls in the morning. In the meantime, don't talk to the police, okay?"
"What if they come back?"
"Refuse to talk to them. Insist on having a lawyer with you."
"Okay."
She felt slightly better.
"Do you want me to come over tonight?"
Amanda asked. "Ian's out of town, and I was just going to go over a deposition, but I can do it later." Thanks, but I think I'll be okay.
Are you sure?
Maybe you should go out to Oak Hill.
Troy thinks you should stay out there until this all blows over, and really, it's not such a bad idea. Besides, if not for you, then for Mom. She could use the company.
She's got Hannah. Amanda snorted.
A lot of comfort that is. Mom doesn't have Hannah, she said with disgust. No one does.
Maybe no one has anyone.
Pessimistic, Caitlyn. Very pessimistic.
Oh, I've got another call. Someone's trying to beep in, and I'm waiting to hear from Ian. I'll phone you in the morning after I connect with one of the defense attorneys. Until then, avoid the police. I'll try. Don't just try. Do it. You don't have to speak to them. If you want to talk, call me or that shrink of yours, but not to anyone with a badge. Got it? Got it. Good. Now try to calm down. Oh, yeah. Right. Caitlyn figured there wouldn't be any calming down for a long, long time.
She's lying.
Reed squinted through the windshield, certain that Caitlyn Bandeaux was hiding something about her husband's death.
Yep.
Morissette was at the wheel, her foot as leaden as always as she shot down the narrow, shaded streets on their way back to the station.
You ever locate her shrink?
Still working on it. But get this, her office is being sublet by another psychologist, a guy by the name of Adam Hunt.
So the first shrink, Rebecca Wade, isn't coming back?
Who knows? Not for a while. I talked to the manager of the building, a guy who had to be a descendant from one of the last Neanderthals, or Attila the Hun, and he didn't want to give me any information, of course, but I strong-armed him a bit, suggested I'd check his record, find out if he was checking in with his parole officer if he had one, the whole 9 yards. But he stuck to his story, claimed she didn't leave a forwarding address, so I checked with the utility companies. Ms. Wade stiffed the phone company for the past 2 months, and up until that time was a perfect customer, paid all her bills on time. So I checked with a real estate management company who handles the house she leased. Same deal. She owes 2 months back rent. Before that, she never missed a payment. In fact, she usually paid early. Morissette tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. The woman I talked to at the real estate company said that Rebecca Wade had intended to move out as of June 1st, but left early. Half her stuff was packed, half not. So what the hell happened to her? That's what we have to find out. I checked out the house, and a neighbor, Mrs. Binks, stopped by. Said she was worried.
Has anyone filed a missing persons report?
No one even knows if she's missing.
What about relatives?
The neighbor said she was single, but divorced, she thought, and that she might have an aunt in Kansas or Wisconsin or somewhere in the Midwest. Morissette shot through a yellow light. I'm looking into it. Apparently the lady shrink is a very private person. I have a theory about 'em, you know.
About who?
Shrinks.
I think they're all in the business because they need mental help themselves.
Reed grinned.
You think?
Absolutely. She reached for her pack of cigarettes, and the management company checked their records, said Ms. Wade had left town once before, just took off for a few months, but that time she paid her rent in advance.
You think this has something to do with Josh Bandeau's death?
Reed asked, the wheels turning in his mind. It was an odd link, with Caitlyn Bandeaux as the cornerstone. But stranger things had occurred. Probably not. She punched in the lighter. You asked what happened to her, and I told you. I did manage to get Rebecca Wade's Social Security number from the management company, so that should speed things up. Already put into the database. Good. Let's go down to the swamp, see if anyone remembers her. Your wish is my command. Morissette mocked as she sped toward the waterfront. Just as it should be. Caitlyn felt a sharp chill, suddenly cold to the bone, though summer heat was blistering the sidewalks of Savannah. Maybe it was because the police had stopped by earlier, or maybe it was because she'd gotten another call from Nikki Gillette at the Sentinel. But whatever the reason, she was suddenly ice cold. Amanda had suggested that she rest, and though it wasn't yet dark, was closer to dinner time, she avoided her bedroom and stretched out on the couch. She pulled her afghan over her shoulders and imagined she could still smell the hint of Nana's perfume in the complicated stitches. Nana Evelyn, who had painstakingly knitted and purled, keeping her stitches even, concentrating on the pattern, sitting in front of a television that blared everything from Lawrence Welk to the evening news, making sure her mind wouldn't wander to forbidden territory. Knit a row, purl 2 rows. Or was it the other way around? Nana had tried to teach Kelly and Caitlyn the art of knitting, and they'd both failed miserably. The last time had been at Christmas in the lodge. Caitlyn shivered, drew the knitted blanket up closer to her neck. She'd been little, 5, or was it 6? And snow had covered the ground. She'd played outside all day, her snowsuit and mittens discarded and drying near the fire. But it was nighttime, and she was supposed to sleep in the room with Nana. Cold Nana. Knitting Nana. Weird Nana. "I don't want to sleep there," she'd told her mother. "That's nonsense. You and Kelly always sleep with Nana when we come up here." "Not tonight," she'd whispered, for Nana had been quiet all day long, knitting, her needles clicking, her eyes following Caitlyn as she'd played outside, and then later when she'd warmed her hands by the fire. "Don't be silly." Bernada had dismissed her, and both she and Kelly were tucked into the bunk beds in the large room. Nana had her own bed, a bigger bed with curtains around it, and she'd peek through the folds of dark cloth while she was awake, or snore loudly as she slept. But that night, she left the drapes open and lay propped up on the pillows. Oh, she'd pretended to be asleep. But Caitlyn knew she wasn't. Caught a glimpse of a slit of eyeball beneath her lowered lids. She didn't snore, didn't say a word. And as the fire died and the night grew dark, Caitlyn stayed awake as long as she could. But eventually sleep overtook her, and she'd drifted off. That was all she remembered, until she felt a hand upon her shoulder, an arm around her waist. Drowsy, she opened an eye as Nana picked her up. She'd started to say something, but Nana pressed a bony finger to her lips. "Don't wake, Kelly," she whispered. But Caitlyn looked over at Kelly's mussed bed. A bit of moonlight filtered through the windows, and Caitlyn saw that Kelly's bed was empty. "Where is Shh! Didn't I say be quiet? That's a good girl, Caitlyn," Nana whispered, carrying her to her bed. "Nana's cold." She bustled Caitlyn into the bed with her and drew the curtains tight so that it was dark. Caitlyn whimpered. "Oh, don't make a sound, honey. Don't you know you're Nana's favorite?" An icy hand smoothed Caitlyn's hair off her face. Colder lips brushed a kiss on her forehead. "That's it. Snuggle closer. You'll warm old Nana up." Now, Nearly 30 years later, she shuddered and threw Nana's blanket off. Hateful old woman, with her cold eyes and cold hands and cold, dark secrets.
Yeah, that's the woman who was here,
the bartender said to Reed and Morissette as he studied the black-and-white photograph of Caitlyn Bandeaux. A burly man in a polo shirt and slacks, the bartender wore a single earring and a graying ponytail that didn't make up for the fact that male-patterned baldness was definitely setting in. The afternoon was young. Happy hour was still 15 minutes away, and the swamp was nearly empty, aside from the stuffed alligators, egrets, fake frogs, and catfish that were suspended from the ceiling. An overturned canoe and paddles were mounted over the bar. Fishing reels and life-preservers gathered dust on the walls. In one corner, music stands, amps, cords, mics, and stools were stashed behind a drum set. 2 regulars were nursing beers at stools near a couple of pinball machines, and a kid who didn't look 21 was busy sweeping near the hallway that led to the restrooms and a back exit.
I remember her because she ordered 2 drinks at a time. Not 2 of the same, like most folks. She took 'em over to that table there.
He pointed to a booth of tufted black leather surrounded by mirrors, then grabbed a towel and swabbed the top of the bar.
Had herself a Cosmo and a martini, I think. Yeah. Sat there and waited for someone. Well, I assume it was someone. Sat there and drank and smoked and spent her time looking at the door or the mirror. I mean, I didn't pay a lot of attention when it got busy. She left after a while.
Reed glanced at the booth.
You remember what time she arrived?
The bartender grimaced. Rubbed harder at a ring on the bar.
Let's see. I think it was after the band came on at 9. Maybe even after the first set. I'm not sure. Like I said, things were starting to hop around here. But I think she hung around for a while. Can't be sure how long. No. Wait. The band was taking a break, so it should have been 10:30. Maybe 11:15. That's their usual routine. Did she talk to anyone? I don't know. She's a good-looking woman. I imagine someone might have tried to hit on her, but hey, I don't keep track of that kind of thing. I just remember looking up and catching her reflection in the mirror. She was sitting and smoking a cigarette. Then I lost track. It got crazy in here that night. Always does on Friday nights.
If you think of anything else, please call me, Reed said, and left his card as he and Morissette walked outside, where sunlight cut through the narrow streets.
So she was here.
Morissette unlocked the cruiser. For a while. But she had time to do the deed and return. Seems as if. She slid behind the wheel as Reed strapped himself in the passenger side. Bandeau's place isn't too far from here. Let's time it, Reed suggested. And go easy on the speed, okay? Caitlyn Bandeaux had downed a couple of drinks, but unless she'd been drinking before, should have been clear-headed enough not to want to be pulled over or attract any attention, so she would have obeyed the speed limits, driven to his house, shared a glass or 2 of wine with him to numb him. Or throw him into anaphylactic shock, then slip him a Mickey, slit his wrists, and hightail it back to the bar to make sure she had an alibi. Yeah. Reed wasn't certain. Morissette pulled away from the curb, and he checked his watch. She somehow managed to keep her speed right at the limit, and didn't run any yellow lights. But if she was going to use the alibi, why admit to us that she was bombed out of her mind and couldn't remember? Because the time frame isn't gonna work. She's covering up. Morissette maneuvered the cruiser through traffic as if she was on a Sunday drive. It took less than 20 minutes to reach Bandeau's home in the historic district. Traffic would have been lighter at night. She could have made it door to door in about 15 minutes. She parked in Bandeaux's driveway, and Reed stared at the yellow crime scene tape still stretched around the wrought iron fence. It was loosening, had ripped in one place, would soon be taken down. Unlike the noose surrounding Mrs. Bandeaux's long neck, with each of her lies, the rope just kept tightening. "So what do you think?" Morissette asked. "Since she wasn't exactly candid, I think it's time to get a court order for a sample of Mrs. Bandeaux's blood." "Sounds good to me. And while we're at it, we'll ask for a search warrant for her place. We could get lucky, and might just find the murder weapon." Adam leaned on the time-worn railing of the veranda and swirled his drink. From this vantage point of the house he'd rented, he had a bird's-eye view of Washington Square. It was near dusk, sunlight fading with each passing second. Traffic was light, a few cars rolling past, and the promise of darkness was near. And he was feeling like crap. Lying to Caitlyn had been harder than he'd imagined. He should come clean. Now. He took a long swallow from his glass and knew the reason he was wavering. Because he was attracted to her. Which was asinine. Could cost him his license if he let things get out of hand. He'd have to be careful. "It's just because you haven't been with a woman in a long time." Nope. That was only half of it. He hadn't been attracted to a woman in a long time. Probably because of his ex-wife. Had he ever really gotten over her? Maybe finally. At least he'd found someone else to fantasize about. Except that she's your patient. "Oh, hell," he growled, staring at the square. A couple was strolling hand in hand under the trees, and an old, emaciated man was seated on a bench, hands folded on the top of his cane, fedora angled jauntily upon his head. Overhead 2 squirrels pirouetted and dived, scrambling nimbly through the branches and whispering through the leaves. What had Rebecca said the last time she'd called? "I've got a breakthrough on this case that you won't believe. This is it, Adam. Remember I wanted to write a book about a case? I finally found it. I'll be taking a couple of months off, going to try and organize my notes, and then, with the client's permission, I'll write it. You're going to be so jealous." She'd been laughing, almost flirty, and he'd felt that there might be hope for their relationship after all. It had been so long since he'd heard any hint of gaiety in her voice, any trace of lightheartedness, and he wondered with more than a measure of guilt how much of that had been his fault. He missed her light-hearted banter. Or he had. After the last phone conversation, he'd never heard from her again. He'd called, leaving messages, hoping to recapture that hint of breathlessness and resurrected youth he'd heard in her voice. It hadn't happened. She'd never returned his calls, and when he'd come down here, he'd found her landlady distressed, her clients dispersed, his own silly dreams of rekindling a fire long dead, dashed. Then he'd met Caitlyn Bandeaux. Beautiful, sexy, recently widowed Caitlyn Bandeaux. And she presented a whole new problem. The ice in his glass clinked softly. He didn't know what he was going to do with her. She'd called tonight, had sounded shaken up, and had asked to meet with him tomorrow. He'd agreed. In fact, he was looking forward to the session. Couldn't wait to see her again.
"So you're gonna play the shrink again?"
His jaw slid to one side, and guilt scratched at his conscience. He should stop this charade right now. Go to the police and be done with it. But he couldn't. Not yet. He had a job to do. A promise he'd made to himself. Even if Caitlyn Bandeaux held a fascination for him. It was the kind of fascination that was certain to cause a man grief. But it was there just the same. He just had to figure out what to do about it. What to do about her. The trouble was that no matter what he decided, he knew he'd regret it. He took a long swallow of aged Kentucky whiskey. Like it or not, he'd just stepped into a lose-lose situation. And it was only going to get worse. Chapter 14. Sugar stood in the shower and let the cool water wash away the dirt, smoke, sweat, and sin that seemed to cling to her body. Closing her eyes, she leaned into the spray. Her head echoed with the loud music she'd heard for 3 hours, and a few of her muscles ached from the high heels she'd worn as she gyrated to the music, making love to the damn pole while the perverts watched from their darkened tables. God! She was glad when the night was over. If it wasn't for the money, she would stop. Dickie Ray actually had the gall to insinuate that she worked at Pussies and Booties because she enjoyed dancing nude, that she was enough of an exhibitionist to get off on the leers, jeers, hoots, and hollers from the crowd. But he was wrong. It was just for the money. Nowhere else in this town could she bring in the kind of cash that she was making at the club. But then, her younger redneck of a brother didn't understand that. In fact, he didn't understand much. Oh, he was motivated by money, all right. But he expected it to come knocking on his door. His only ambition was to buy a lottery ticket every week. It was a wonder she put up with him, because he was kin. The whole blood-is-thicker-than-water thing, which she was beginning to think was a pile of crap. She shampooed her hair and used the runoff suds to wash her face, shoulders, and back. Then she splashed on some violet-scented body wash and took special care around her breasts and abdomen. Though she didn't get off on displaying her body for the nameless Joes in the audience at the club, she did enjoy showing off her curves and spectacular breasts, as she'd been complimented endless times, but only to one special man. The one who had promised to come by. As exhausted as she was, there was a certain frisson of excitement just at the thought of being with her new lover. She tingled at the thought. Not that the relationship would ever go anywhere. You don't know that. Why not dream a little? She felt sexy and naughty, and a little wicked, and she loved the feeling. She also experienced a twinge of superiority when she was with him, as if she was pulling a fast one on the blue bloods of Savannah. Supposedly, the city had a reputation for being the stepsister to Atlanta, a southern lady with a dirty hem on her antebellum gown. But if that was true, Sugar Biscayne never wanted to set foot in the state capital. There was plenty of snobbery here in Savannah to suit her style. Now, finally, she was getting a little of her own back. She twisted off the shower, toweled off, and rumpled her hair with perfumed mousse. Body gel and lotion followed before she slipped on a black thong, piled her hair on her head loosely, and let one wayward damp curl slip free. A little rouge on her nipples, a brush of mascara, and a quick sheen of lip gloss. He liked her to look young and innocent and hot. His ultimate fantasy was for her to play the role of seductive virgin, an untouched woman girl who wanted him to give it to her. Well, maybe that was every man's fantasy. But for this one, she'd do anything. You're his love slave, and he's playing you for a fool. Her conscience nagged. But she didn't listen. Already heard the sound of a finely tuned engine roaring ever closer, and the crunch of expensive tires in the gravel drive. She gave her nipples one final pinch to make certain they were red and hard, then slipped her arms through the sleeves of a short white robe, the one he'd bought for her, the one that just barely covered her ass. Beams of headlights splashed light on the wall as she hurried through the bedroom and down the short hallway, only pausing for a second at Cricket's door. It was ajar, and as Sugar pushed it open, she eyed the mess: rumpled bed with the sheets sagging to the floor, glasses and plates littering every surface, stereo, dresser, window ledge, nightstand. Towels and clothes were dropped haphazardly on the floor, slung over the vanity chair or tossed casually over the open closet door. A bag of chips spilled and crushed into the carpet. Shoes kicked off and left. A pigsty. Cricket had better clean up her room and clean up her act if she didn't want to be kicked out on her butt. Sugar paid the bills, so she set the rules. Her baby sister could damn well abide by them, no matter what form of current depression, obsession, or dependence Cricket was into. Sugar would be damned if she was going to pick up after Cricket. The kid was old enough, nearly 24 for crying out loud, to clean up after herself. She wondered if her sister would show up at all. It was already pushing 3 in the morning. Sugar shut the door to Cricket's room. The rest of the house could pass a military inspection. Aside from the couch showing signs of wear, cat claw marks, compliments of Cricket's cat, Diablo, and a couple of stains no amount of cleanser and elbow grease could erase, the double wide was clean enough, just a little shabby, showing signs of age. The purr of the engine stopped. Caesarina growled low in her throat. "Stop that," Sugar ordered, but Caesarina was on her feet, big and glaring at the front door as Sugar swept by. "Be good," she warned the dog as she flung open the door. He was already up the steps, his warm hands anxiously parting the robe to slide familiarly around her waist. "You smell good," he growled, lips at her nape, fingers cupping her buttocks to pull her tight against him. His erection pressed against the zipper of his slacks, and she felt a little thrill, the beginning of desire firing her blood. Oh, this was good. So good. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, feeling the warmth of his lips and the slick promise of his tongue. He let out a soft moan, then walked her backward and managed to kick the door closed. Slowly his fingers scaled her ribs, inching up her skin until he cupped her breasts. "Do me," he growled, nibbling her earlobe. "Don't you want a drink first?" "Later." "Then come into the bedroom." "Just do me." It was an order, one that held a desperate edge. He pushed her head down and she slid to the floor, kneeling in front of him, the hem of her robe fanning around her. "That's it, baby. That's what Daddy wants." This and a whole lot more, she thought, slightly disappointed as he angled his hips toward her. But she wouldn't be unhappy for long. This was part of their usual routine. First, she serviced him, as if she were some kind of whore, and then he might take the time to spank her just until her cheeks were hot, as if she was supposed to be a young innocent. But in the end, he always, without fail, became an eager, indulgent lover, someone who would satisfy her every need. As long as his were taken care of first. She told herself she really didn't have any room to complain. He treated her better than any other man she'd ever been with. She glanced up at his handsome face and ignored the dog watching her. Making eye contact with her lover, Sugar offered him a naughty smile, licked her lips, and then, slowly, oh, so slowly, her long fingernails tracing the metal teeth, she slid the tab of his zipper down. Atropos lurked in the shadows. It was dark, still night, but dawn was threatening to the east. Soon gray light would steal across these weed-choked, dry acres and the thicket of scrub oak that provided her with cover. Her car was hidden half a mile down the road. No one knew she was here. Watching. Waiting. Listening to the feral, animal grunts and moans that emanated from the trailer. Her mouth twisted with disgust. Even she needed a smoke after all the screwing that went on inside the old tin can. She checked her watch. Nearly 5 a.m., and Sugar Biscayne's lover was still inside, still going at it. He was as bad as she, sneaking around at night, visiting his white trash whore in this dump of a double-wide. The sounds of rutting soon ceased, and within minutes the door to the mobile home opened. The lovers' silhouettes were backlit by garish fluorescent bulbs that flickered an eerie blue. His suit was wrinkled, his shirt-tail hanging out of his pants, and Sugar was standing barefoot, the short little robe not hiding much of what she so proudly displayed down at the pussies and booties. Her hair mussed. Pathetic cunt. Sugar Biscayne was a low-life whore who showed off her glistening, sweat-soaked body for a few lousy bucks. She was the worst kind of woman. And her lover was perfect for her, because he was the worst kind of man. One who was caught in the trap of sex and lust she so brazenly displayed. And he bought into it. The married scumbag dropped one last kiss on her, grabbed her ass, then dashed to his expensive car and his other life. What would he tell his wife? What excuse would he make? How would he hide the smell of sex, booze, and another woman? But then, the wife probably knew. And no doubt the husband wouldn't return home until he'd stopped off at a motel somewhere, shaved and showered, ready with excuses. Either his wife didn't want to face the truth, or was afraid to admit that her man had strayed. He was in his car now, already preparing his alibi. Headlights splashed twin beams across the thicket, and Atropos froze, her heart drumming. But he didn't see her. No, he was already making his frantic escape. The expensive car's engine turned over, raced, and he twisted on the steering wheel, backing up quickly, gravel crunching beneath spinning tires. Sugar stood in the doorway, her lipstick long faded, her robe gaping. She lifted a hand to wave, expecting her lover to flash his headlights or honk or roll down the window and blow a kiss. Desperate, needy cunt. Didn't she know he was already gone? His alibi set, ready to wash away any hint of lingering scent or feel of her. The entire situation was sickening. But soon over. Sugar's days and nights of lovemaking were numbered. Atropos reached into her pocket and felt the braid within. Sugar's life had been measured and soon would be cut. It was only a matter of days. Atropos was feeling smug, ready to slink back to her car, when she heard Sugar's voice. "You want to go out?" "What?" Atropos felt a whisper of fear crawl up her spine. "Well, come on." Sugar opened the door wider, and the dog shot out of the trailer. "Oh, shit." Atropos didn't move a muscle. The dog lifted its nose into the air, then looked her way. Atropos didn't dare breathe. The animal was large, with a massive neck and shoulders. It let out a growl, started her way. This wasn't in the plan. Definitely not in the plan. Reaching slowly into her pocket, Atropos's fingers curled over the handle of her surgical scissors. They were long, the blade thin and deadly. "Caesarina, stop it! Get to your business!" Sugar was impatient in the doorway, holding the lapels of her robe together with one hand. The dog glanced at Sugar, then, lowering its head, growled again, and started toward the thicket. "Quit fooling around," Sugar ordered. Atropos's heart nearly jumped from her chest. This was no good. No good. Sweating, she reached into her pocket again, found her cell phone, and glancing at the illuminated dial, pressed a preset number. The dog was advancing, its beady eyes centered on the thicket, her white teeth bared. "Oh, for Christ's sake, get in here," Sugar said. But her eyes were trained on the thicket, and dawn was offering a little more light. Soon Atropos would be visible. "You see something in there?" Sugar asked, her gaze centered on the tiny copse. Come on. Ring, damn it." "Caesarina?" From inside the trailer, Sugar's phone jangled loudly. "Who the hell?" Sugar wondered, but then turned, expecting, no doubt, to hear her lover's voice on the phone. She hurried out of the doorway, and Atropos started backing away, inching out of the thicket and toward the low slope and fence she'd have to vault to get to her car parked on a seldom-used lane. Never once did she take her eye off of the advancing dog. But she dropped her phone into her pocket and searched again with her fingers. It was in here. Surely she hadn't forgotten. "Hello?" Sugar's voice could be heard on the phone. Atropos was backing up faster, and the dog, head low, was starting to break into a lope, closing the distance. "Hello? Who is this?" Stupidly, Sugar called her lover's name. "Fool!" Atropos had the scissors pointed at the mutt, and the fingers of her other hand found the canister. The dog leapt, its huge maw wide. teeth like razors. Atropos pushed hard on the spray button. "Hey! Who is this? Hello? Hello?" Sugar was yelling, angry now, her voice muffled in Atropos's pocket. Mace hit the dog square in her eyes. It squealed. "Die, bitch!" Atropos struck. Her scissors were a dagger. She plunged the deadly weapon into the side of the beast's huge neck. Once. Twice. Caesarina gave off a pained yip and fell back. "What?" Sugar screamed, her voice muted. The dog, whimpering, trailing blood, ran back to the double-wide, and Atropos took off running toward the car. "Caesarina? Oh, God! What happened?" Sugar's voice was suddenly concerned, panicked. "Did you get into a tussle with a possum? Jesus, you're bleeding! Oh, God! We've got to get you to the vet!" As if that would help. As the first light of dawn spread over the fields, Atropos raced over a final rise and saw her car. She'd made it. The dog was probably dead, but that was good. It would give the Biscayne bitch something to think about. Rapping lightly on the door to Adam's office, Caitlyn steeled herself. "This is necessary," she told herself. "You need to talk things out." She was here to get help, not because she thought Adam Hunt was the slightest bit attractive, or sexy, or even a tad interesting. This was a professional meeting, counselor and client. "Come in," he called as the door, already ajar, inched open. She walked inside and found the desk pushed out at an angle. Adam was on his knees behind it. He looked over the corner of the desk and smiled as if he were a kid with his hand in the cookie jar. "Excuse me." He stood and dusted off his slacks. "Something fouled up with the computer. I thought the surge protector might have switched off. No such luck." He edged the desk back against the wall with his hips, and she couldn't help but notice his buttocks. Nice. Tight. Damn it, what was she thinking? "Now, before we get started, can I get you something?" He motioned distractedly toward the small table with its pitcher and carafe. "Coffee, if you've got it. And yes, instant's fine." "Good." Within seconds, she was cradling a warm mug and sitting on a corner of the couch. Adam slipped his glasses onto his nose and leaned back in his desk chair, a pen in one hand, a legal pad balanced on one knee. "I called you because I'm having bad dreams." She blew across her mug and didn't let her gaze linger on the lines of his face, didn't want to wonder where he'd gotten his high forehead or straight hair, dark as the coffee crystals he'd poured into her cup. He waited, clicked his pen. "Sometimes they recur. Other times they're new, but they're always horrible, always nightmares." "The same or different?" "Different, but always awful." She shuddered. "I mean, graphic and emotionally wrenching." "How often do you have them? Every night?" He began writing. "Just about. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the dream, and I'm covered in sweat and gasping for breath, confused even though I'm in my own bed. Other times the dream plays out and I wake up with only a hint that it was there. Then later in the day, it'll hit me." She managed what she knew was a feeble smile. They always involve some member of my family, and a life-and-death struggle, and while I'm in the dream, I know something bad is happening. I try to help, but I can never stop what's happening. Sometimes I'm the age I am now, other times I'm a little girl. The last one I remember was the dream with Charles.
Your older brother?
Yes.
Who's deceased, right?
His eyebrows had drawn together, and all sense of humor had evaporated from his face. Yes. I dream about the day he died. I was the one who found him. She took a sip from the coffee and tried to keep her voice calm, without emotion. You see, there was this horrible bow-hunting accident, she said, shivering as she remembered the day that she'd been playing in the woods and had stumbled upon her dying older brother. She told Adam everything she could remember about the accident, about the snow, about being lost while playing with Griffin and Kelly, about finding Charles near death, and about pulling the ghastly arrow from his chest. I guess I shouldn't have done that. I was just a kid and I didn't know any better. But Griffin, my friend who was with me, he told me not to. I ignored him, thought I was saving Charles's life. Her voice caught, and she took in a deep breath. It was over. Long over. She had to deal with it. Anyway, she said, staring at the floor, the upshot was that Charles died. The doctor assured me and my mother later that Charles would have died anyway. But I wonder. She sighed and shook her head. I think Doc Fellers might have been protecting me.
Why would he do that?
Because I was only 9 at the time, and I've always felt somewhat responsible. But maybe it's all just part of the Montgomery curse. Adam was writing notes. He looked over the top of his glasses.
The curse?
She blushed. Hadn't meant to bring it up. It's probably just talk, superstition. But I've heard about it for as long as I can remember. Lucille, she's my mother's maid and was as much a nanny to us kids as anything. She swears it's true. But then, she took a sip of her coffee. Lucille believes in ghosts, too.
And you don't?
Caitlyn shrugged. I don't think I do, and I swear to anyone who asks that I don't, but sometimes, well, I just don't know. It's kind of the same position I have about God. Leaning back into the soft leather, she closed her eyes. That's not really right. I want to believe in God, but I'm not sure I actually do. I don't necessarily want to believe that there are spirits walking around, invisible beings who haven't yet decided to pass on, but sometimes I think, I sense that I'm not alone.
When you really are?
Yeah, she whispered, nodding. At least, it seems that way. She let out a little laugh. You know, this even sounds nuts to me. A lot of my family thinks I'm losing it. Like my grandmother. Her voice faded as the last image she remembered of Nana, her waxen face and sightless eyes, sliced through Caitlyn's brain. Her skin curdled, and she sucked in her breath. Adam's eyes narrowed on her.
You okay?
Yes. No. I don't think I'd be here if I was really okay. She looked him steadily in the eye and pointed out, You are my shrink. So let's get back to the Montgomery curse. Oh, that. Setting her coffee on the table, she stood and walked to the window. Outside, clouds covered the sky, threatening rain. As ominous and dark as the damned curse. On the veranda of the house across the alley, a woman in a big hat was refilling her bird feeders with seeds. Yes, the curse. Caitlyn hesitated, felt the same sense that the family's privacy was about to be breached, the same sensation she'd experienced when she'd confessed everything to Dr. Wade. Absently, she rubbed the inside of her wrists, felt the slits that were beginning to heal, cuts she didn't remember making. There were people who self-mutilated, who inflicted pain on themselves. Surely, oh God, please, she wasn't one of those. My family is plagued with mental instability. Well, okay, so I'm here, telling this to a shrink. I guess you know that much. He smiled a little. Why don't you tell me about it? I don't know how many generations this goes back, but my grandmother Evelyn, she suffered from some kind of dementia, for lack of a more precise medical term. Her condition was never diagnosed, not officially, or if it was one of the family's skeletons that was locked away in the closet with the rest of them. She glanced over her shoulder and arched an eyebrow. That poor closet is getting pretty full, I think. The Montgomerys might have to rent out another one, or one of those storage units, or a whole damned attic. Anyway, my grandmother and grandfather, Benedict, had 2 children, my father, Cameron, and his sister, Alice Ann. She was, well, as the family so kindly puts it, never quite right, meaning that she suffered from severe depression and was what I think they might call bipolar today. I don't remember her, as she was institutionalized. Meanwhile, Evelyn your grandmother, correct? Yes, Nana, Caitlyn said, feeling that same skin-crawling sensation she always did when talking about her grandmother. She turned out to be kind of crazy herself, even before the dementia set in. But then it could have been because she was dealing with my grandfather, who was, oh, there's no nice way to put it. He was a womanizer. Big time. She stared out the window as the first drops of rain began to hit the panes. How many times had she, as a child, listened to whispered conversations between her older siblings, or Lucille and Bernada? His name was Benedict Montgomery, the man responsible for the creation and success of Montgomery Bank and Trust. He had a long-term affair with his secretary, Mary Lou Cheney, and she got pregnant and did the then shocking thing of having the baby out of wedlock. I wasn't alive then, of course, but I'm sure my grandmother, Evelyn, was mortified. Mary Lou wasn't one to go quietly away to some home for unwed mothers. Oh, no. She had the baby, and named her Copper Montgomery Cheney. The way the family tells it, that scandal was the start of all Nana's mental problems. Do you believe that? You know, I don't know. I never knew my grandmother as anything but weird. Bitter, I guess. She stared outside to a ledge where pigeons were sheltering from the storm. The rain had gathered speed, spitting against the window and chasing the lady on the terrace across the way inside. The scandal didn't stop with Copper's birth. According to all my family, she grew up wild and tough and married a guy named Earl Dean Biscayne. They had 3 children, who should be my half-cousins or something, but no one's real sure about that because Copper died a few years back in a fire in her home. Why isn't anyone sure that her kids are your half-cousins? God, This was hard. She watched a drop of rain drizzle down the glass. Maybe I should amend that statement. We're all sure they're at least our half-cousins. Maybe more. She turned to face him, and expected some kind of censure in his eyes, a hint of revulsion, or, at the very least, judgment. But his expression was the same as it had been, serious enough to etch lines across his forehead, but not enough to pinch the corners of his mouth. You see, my father, Cameron, opted to pick up where his father left off. He met Copper through Benedict, who doted on Mary Lou until the day she died. Meanwhile, my father, who's already married to my mother, decides to have a fling with Copper, his half-sister. The thought turned her stomach. There's even a rumor slinking through this city that at least one of Copper's children was sired by my father. Maybe all three. Caitlyn leaned her hips against the windowsill and didn't let herself think about the times she stood at her open window and had seen shadows on the lawn, silhouettes of illicit lovers meeting, heard the soft moans of passion along with the wind stirring the field grass. I guess there's a reason my grandmother went batty, she said. First her husband cheating on her, then her only son involved in incest. I think she used to talk a lot about bad blood running through the family.
What happened to her?
In Caitlyn's mind's eye, she saw her grandmother's coffin as it was lowered into the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of relief as she'd stood huddled with Kelly, her eyes dry. She lived in Oak Hill. That's the name of the family home. It's a big house, one of the few plantations close to Savannah. We all grew up there, and Nana lived with us. She died when I was around 5, on Christmas Eve, at the hunting lodge the family owns in West Virginia. She considered leaving it at that, but couldn't. After all, she was here for a reason. She couldn't doubt him. If she wanted to get better, she had to tell him the crux of her problems. I have trouble with my memory sometimes, Dr. Hunt.
Adam, remember? We're going to keep things informal. I'll call you Caitlyn, and you call me Adam, if that works for you.
That would be fine. Adam. She tested out his name, managing the weakest of smiles, and then plunged on before she lost her nerve. As I said, I have trouble remembering things. Periods that are unclear, and not even blurry, just missing. Holes in my life. It's frustrating and scary, and I never know when it'll happen. It's beyond a worry. Way beyond. It's the primary reason I was seeing Rebecca. Dr. Wade.
I know,
he said with a kind smile that she found surprisingly sexy. I did see that in one of her files. Did you? She asked, surprised. I thought you said you didn't have any files. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be so damned suspicious. This man is trying to help you. You must have misunderstood. He was calm, staring straight at her through his rimless lenses. What I said was that there wasn't anything on the computer. The computer files, if there were any, are completely erased. That's impossible. I saw her typing her notes. Maybe she put them on disks.
So far, I haven't found them.
Wouldn't she want you to have them if you're going to help her patients? I would think so. As you said, maybe they're on discs somewhere. He mentioned it casually, but she noticed a new hardness in his features, a hint of determination bracketing his mouth. I did find some of Rebecca's handwritten notes, but they're incomplete. That's so odd. She seemed meticulous to me, was always clarifying things. When I talk to her again, I'll figure it out. She's going to call you? I would hope, he said, but there was a trace of a shadow in his eyes. A lie, she sensed, buried in the truth. She was suddenly uncomfortable, wary. What did she know of him? So, if you've got the files, why am I going over things you probably already know about? Because the information in the files is spotty at best, and I would like to get my own impression of those things you're telling me. He slid his pad and pen into the desk, then leaned forward, hands locked and dangling between his knees, his gaze as friendly as it was seductive. That was the problem with her. She was attracted to the kind of men born to hurt her, like Josh Bandeaux. Listen, Caitlyn, if what we're doing here doesn't feel right, then I think I should refer you to someone else. There's a chance you'd be more comfortable with a woman. Why's that? Because it's what you're used to with Rebecca. She couldn't start over. Not again. This was tough enough. Besides, whether she wanted to admit it or not, she liked being with him. Felt safe and sheltered, which, of course, was silly. What did she know of him? To reassure herself, she glanced at the degrees hung on the office walls. He must have read the indecision in her eyes. I really want to know what you feel is important to talk about. A lot has happened since you saw Dr. Wade. That much was true. Truer than he realized. But if you want to see someone else, he offered. No, she said quickly, decisively. The next unknown shrink could be worse, far worse. And then where would she be? On to the next counselor, and then the next. It had taken her nearly a year to find Rebecca, and not because she was the highest priced, but because she was a warm and caring person. She and Caitlyn had clicked immediately. Now Caitlyn felt a connection to Adam. She'd stick it out. For now. Let's go on, she said. I need to get some things off my chest. If you're sure. I am, she said. But it was a bald-faced lie. She wasn't sure of anything anymore. Not one damn thing. Okay. So tell me about your grandmother, Evelyn. Adam offered Caitlyn a reassuring smile, showing just the hint of his teeth, then glanced down at his notes again as he picked up the legal pad. You mentioned her and your lapses of memory, just about in the same breath. That's right, Caitlyn said, and her voice seemed to reverberate in her head. That cold, dark morning had stretched into an eternity. What I was about to say was that even though I sometimes don't remember things, I'll never forget the night Nana died, because I was locked in the room with her, sleeping in her bed. I woke up and she was there, icy cold, just staring at me. I freaked. I mean, really freaked. I screamed and cried and pounded on the door, but her room was located over the carriage house, away from the other bedrooms. and the windows were covered with storm windows. No one missed us. No one heard me. Her throat tightened, and her voice cracked as she remembered curling into a ball near the closet and sucking on her thumb. No one came for a long, long time. Chapter 15.
This damn case. And I'm not including damned in the swear word piggy bank,
Morissette announced as she slung her purse over her shoulder and hurried toward the back steps of the station. Reed was half a step ahead of her.
This damned case just gets screwier and screwier.
Amen. He'd been thinking the same thing. Too many people had a connection to Josh Bandeaux. Too many people hated him. Too many women had been involved with him. Too many pieces of evidence didn't fit. He talked to Diane Moses and was supposed to meet with her later to sort through her theories on the evidence the crime scene team had collected. On the first floor, he shouldered open the door to the parking lot. It was late afternoon, and the station's shadow crawled across the rain-washed asphalt. But despite the recent shower, the temperature was still hovering somewhere near 90. He didn't want to take a stab at how high the humidity was. He was sweating by the time he reached the car. "Tell me what you've got. I'll drive."
"I'll drive?"
Reed flashed her a smile as he unlocked the door to the cruiser.
"Next time, Andretti."
Scowling at his smart-ass reference to a race car driver, she slid inside.
"I'll hold you to it."
"I know you will." He twisted on the ignition and wipers, letting the blades slap away the remaining raindrops. Morissette leaned against the passenger door as he backed the cruiser out of its slot.
"Okay, we know that the wife had reason to hate Bandeaux's guts, but he had a few more enemies, not only business types, but ex-girlfriends by the dozen."
He slid a glance her way.
"Oh, don't even go there, okay? I'm not an ex-girlfriend, and Millie's not a suspect. Jesus, Reed, I wish I'd never said anything."
"I would have found out anyway."
"Of course you would have," she said sarcastically. "A crackerjack detective like you."
He winced as he pulled out of the lot and headed past Colonial Cemetery. Sylvie Morissette was one of the few people in homicide who knew about his botched stakeout in San Francisco. Does Jesus count as a swear word?
"I was praying, all right?"
"Sure."
"Damn it all to hell. There's another thing I wish I wouldn't have said anything about. You're worse than my kids."
"Is that possible?"
"Very funny. I have great kids."
"They're not teenagers yet."
"And what would you know?"
She snorted and rolled her eyes.
"You know, I get damn sick of every stupid single cop on the force offering me up advice on my kids. I've got it waxed."
"If you say so."
"They're great kids," she repeated.
"No argument here," he said, hoping her motherly feathers would soon be unruffled. They were going to be spending a lot of time cooped up in the car together today, so it would be best not to start out irritating each other. Reed wanted to double-check a few alibis and witness reports for the night of Josh Bandeaux's death. First on the agenda was Stanley Hubert, Bandeaux's neighbor, who reported spying a white car in the driveway. Next, he hoped to catch Naomi Chrisman, Josh's elusive girlfriend. And finally, he planned on visiting Oak Hill to talk to a few members of the Montgomery clan, see what they had to say about the man Caitlyn had married. It all could prove interesting.
"You've totally tossed out the idea that Bandeaux offed himself?"
Morissette asked, scavenging in her bag until she found a mutilated pack of gum.
"Pretty much. So whoever killed him just did a half-assed job of covering their tracks?"
"That's the way it looks," Reed said, easing onto the narrow street where Bandeaux's house stood. He pulled into a spot near the curb and cut the engine. But then, looks can be deceiving. As Morissette plopped the gum into her mouth, he climbed out of the car and made his way up Stanley Hubert's walk. She was only half a step behind. He'd barely punched the doorbell when there was a gruff bark from inside, and the door swung wide.
"I saw you pull up,"
a stiff-backed man admitted as they flashed their badges. A graying bulldog stood bristling at his side.
"We're looking for Stanley Hubert."
"You found him. Come in, come in."
Hubert was probably in his late 70s or early 80s, wore thick glasses, a Panama hat, and seersucker suit. He stepped out of the way, and the grumpy dog with a grizzled muzzle let out a raspy growl.
"Hush, General,"
Hubert commanded, then poked at the dog with the tip of his cane.
"Ignore him,"
he said to the officers.
"He's just upset that you ruined his nap. Come on out to the back porch. We can talk there."
Hubert whistled to the dog. Then, using his cane, he headed toward the back of the house. Through a door scratched to the point of losing its stain, they walked outside to a veranda completely encircled by a 6-foot brick wall. Birdhouses were suspended from the limbs of a giant oak tree, planted in one corner of the enclosed yard, while ivy climbed tenaciously up the uneven brick and mortar of the fence.
"Sit,"
Hubert suggested, and they all took seats around a glass-top table. A few drops of rain still lingered on the smooth top.
"What can I do for you?"
Reed said, "We just want to double-check some facts about last Friday night." Hubert was only too glad to comply. His story hadn't changed an iota. Around 11:30, just after watching the local news, he'd walked outside with the dog. He'd seen a white car, one that seemed identical to the Lexus Caitlyn Bandeaux drove. He'd recognized the make because Caitlyn had been driving the same car before she'd moved out of the house next door a few years back. He hadn't actually seen the driver as he'd smoked his cigar and waited for his dog to do his business that night, but Hubert was ready to testify that the car was identical, if not the very car owned by Josh Bandeau's estranged wife.
"I'd hate to take the stand against her," he admitted,
fishing inside his jacket for a cigar.
"I like that woman. She's, troubled, I guess you'd say, but a decent enough person. Always managed to wave and smile at me when she lived next door, and, oh, did she love that little girl. A shame about Jamie."
Hubert let out a sigh, and some of the starch seemed to fade from his muscles.
"That child was the glue that held that marriage together, and even she wasn't enough in the end."
He adjusted the brim of his hat against the sun.
"I don't understand it, you know. I was married for 40 years before the good Lord took my Aggie. I would have given my right arm, and probably my left, for a few more years with her. And today, most marriages are thrown away before they've even begun. A shame. That's what it is. A damned shame."
He snipped off the end of his cigar and scowled. From the corner of his eye, Reed caught Morissette, 4 times divorced, tensing. "Did you ever talk to Mr. Bandeaux?" she asked, masking her irritation. "Did he seem depressed?"
Hubert scoffed. "You mean, do I think he'd commit suicide? I doubt it. Seriously doubt it. Stranger things have happened, I suppose, but he didn't seem the type to end it all. Not Josh Bandeaux. He was just too interested in self-preservation."
"But you think his wife would kill him?" Morissette kept pushing.
"I didn't say that."
"Well, do you?" He frowned, studied the end of his unlit cigar as he fumbled in his suit pocket for a slim gold lighter.
"I wouldn't think so. No. But Sometimes, when a person's pushed too far, he or she will go to extreme lengths, take matters into their own hands, do things they or anyone else never thought they were capable of. I've seen it time and time again. I was career military before I went corporate. I've seen some men I'd thought were weak overcome incredible odds, and watched other stronger, bigger men crumble into a heap when they were called upon to do something they couldn't. It's just damned hard to say.
They'd learned nothing new, but Reed felt confident in the witness as they finished the interview. Hubert promised to call the police if he thought of anything else that might be relevant. Then, with General huffing ahead, he'd escorted both detectives through the front door. Hubert was older, his glasses thick, but he was as sharp as a tack. Reed doubted that Stanley Hubert, retired major and nuclear engineer in private business, made too many mistakes. So Caitlyn was here, Morissette observed, chewing her gum thoughtfully as they walked next door. She just doesn't remember it. Seems like. That's way too flimsy and way too handy of an excuse, if you ask me. Reed wanted to argue, but couldn't. It wasn't that he didn't want to get on Morissette's bad side again. That happened on a daily basis and was just part of dealing with her. But he couldn't argue with her logic. Not when it mirrored his own. They walked through the iron gate leading to Bandeaux's front door. The yellow crime scene tape had been stripped away, and a silver Jaguar was parked in front of the garage. Somebody's home, Morissette observed halfway up the walk, when the front door banged open. Naomi Chrisman flew down the steps, her hair billowing away from her sculpted, worried face, and the skirt of her wraparound dress opening with each long stride. She nearly barreled into Morissette. "Oh!" She stopped short. "I'm sorry. I didn't see you." Her expression changed instantly when she recognized them as cops. Annoyance drew lines in her forehead and pulled her finely arched brows together. "Detective Reed." She inclined her head and adjusted the strap of her purse, seeming to pull herself together in the same motion. "Is there something I can do for you?" "Just answer a few more questions." "I thought we went through this." "Just double-checking some facts." Reed flashed her a disarming smile as slow-moving traffic eased down the narrow street in front of the house. "Can we talk inside?" Naomi made a big show out of checking her watch, then sullenly walked into the house without nearly the enthusiasm she felt while bolting out the door a couple of minutes earlier. "This place gives me the creeps," she admitted, leading the detectives to the right of the staircase and into a cozy parlor that was directly across the foyer from Bandeaux's den. Statuesque but small-boned, Naomi Chrisman had a knockout figure with big breasts, tiny waist, and well-rounded hips. Her hair was streaked several colors, ranging from dark brown to white blonde, and cut in fashionable layers that accented her high cheekbones and large eyes. A body that women would kill for, Reed thought, and noted that she showed off the whole package in the shocking pink dress and 5-inch heeled sandals. Not the usual mourning attire for a grieving girlfriend. It seemed Naomi was already moving on. Once inside the parlor, she motioned to a couple of Queen Anne chairs for the detectives, chairs that were upholstered in the same sage green print as the drapes. She stood in the archway to the foyer, her arms folded under her breasts, her lips pursed in irritation. "I've answered tons of questions already," she said as Reed took out his notepad, and Morissette switched on her recorder and placed it on the table. "I know. Just a couple more," To clarify things, Reed said, let's start with your boyfriend's wife. Which one? The one he was still married to, Caitlyn Montgomery. Oh, her. Naomi made an impatient sound. The nutcase. What makes you say that? Because she's crazy. It's a matter of record. Come on, you do know that. When neither one of them responded, she rolled her eyes. Check the local hospitals. According to Josh, she was in and out of mental hospitals or psych wards or something. She's tried to commit suicide at least once, maybe more, and every time she seemed to get better, you know, like mentally. If you really can, I don't know about that. She ended up regressing again. She's a lost cause. Once a fruitcake, always a fruitcake. How about her relationship with the deceased? The deceased? Oh, for crying out loud. Is this some kind of cheesy courtroom drama? The deceased. Josh would love that. For a second, her attitude faded, and sadness stole over her features, as if she actually had cared for Bandeaux. Their relationship wasn't great, okay? He was divorcing her and suing her for their kid's wrongful death. So how good do you think it was? She rolled her eyes as if she were speaking with morons. Reed tried not to get angry, but he felt Sylvie's temper rising with each of Naomi's sarcastic comments. He was content to let Miss Chrisman rant. Sometimes suspects said more in their commentary than they did when actually answering a question. Was he going to marry you? Reed asked. Of course. Why do you think she was so upset? She was still in love with him? Oh, who knows with her? Probably. Ask her. For the first time, Naomi cracked the barest hint of a smile. Lots of women were in love with him. Her gaze slid to Morissette, and Reed felt his partner begin to seethe. Where were you on the night he died? Morissette asked calmly as she popped her gum. I've already answered this. I was visiting friends on the island. St. Simon's Island? Yes, they have a place on the water down there. I had a little too much to drink and didn't want to risk the drive home, so I spent the night in their guest room. And you can verify that you were there all night? God, yes! I thought I already explained what I was doing. I was staying with Chris and Franny Heffinger. I have their phone number if you need it. Her eyes narrowed. Do I, need a lawyer or something? Am I a suspect? We're just working things out. Then arrest Caitlyn, okay? We all know she did it. She's still got keys to the place, for God's sake, and Josh was divorcing her. I already told you that she is totally mental. Really, this isn't rocket science. Morissette just about came out of her chair. What would you know about rocket science? Are we finished? I really do have an appointment. And just so you know, I'm moving. This place makes me edgy. Just thinking about Josh being slaughtered over there. She hitched her head toward the den and nervously scratched at her neck. It's too much for me. So you don't think he committed suicide? Reed asked again, though he'd already made that call himself. Bandeaux had been murdered. Josh? Are you kidding? He had too much to live for, too much money to make, too much booze to drink, and too many women to sleep with. She must have seen Morissette stiffen, because Naomi looked straight at her as she said, For the record, I know Josh has had a few indiscretions in the past year or so. It's not as if he really cheated on me. We were broken up at the time. She lifted a slim shoulder. That was going to end. once we were married. Was it? Morissette asked. How'd you know? Because he promised me. He was nuts about me. Or just plain nuts, Morissette said under her breath. Reed shot her a warning glare. Look, I really have to go. Is there anything else? How about the names of the women he slept with, if you know them? I don't. They were all just cheap one-night stands. Morissette wasn't convinced. Well, think real hard, would you? Sometimes a woman scorned is the best suspect. Then you've got your killer, don't you? No one could be any more scorned than Caitlyn. It's pathetic, really. Kind of sad. You really think she was capable of killing Josh? Reed asked. I don't know what she's capable of, but I think she's just off enough that she might, okay? And don't ask me about proof, 'cause I don't have any. But she's freaky. Naomi adjusted her purse strap as Reed stood and pocketed his notes. If you think of anything else, he handed Naomi his business card. Call me. With a don't hold your breath smile, she dropped the card into her purse. Morissette snapped off her recorder and they all walked outside. The afternoon was even hotter than before. Steamy. The air so thick it clung to your skin. Reed was already sweating as he climbed behind the wheel. Naomi took the time to lock the house, then slid behind the wheel of her Jag. She flipped a pair of sunglasses over her eyes, started the sleek car, and took off in a roar, barely braking as she entered the street. Her tires actually chirped at the corner, and she had to be 10 miles over the speed limit within a block. Arrogant bitch. Morissette stared after the rapidly fleeing car. And don't even say it, okay? I get one free swear word a day, and this is it. What's she doing? 40? 50 in a 25? It's almost as if she's begging for us to pull her over. A real in-your-lousy-cop-face attitude. That's something coming from you, Andretti. Reed put the cruiser into gear and pulled away from the shady curb. I'm not just talking about her driving. It was her entire holier-than-thou, or at least smarter-than-thou attitude. It sucked. That it did, Reed admitted, as he headed out of town. I'd love to bring her down a notch or two. Wouldn't we all? But before that, you'd better level with me about Bandeaux. If you were involved with him, I need to know it and toss you off this case. We can't taint it. Can't give a defense attorney any reason to throw this case out. She reached into her bag and pulled out a pack of Marlboro Lights. Don't worry about it, she said, popping her gum as she found her lighter. I told you I wasn't involved with him. Not personally. And if I find out differently, you won't. I hope you're not lying to me, he said as he cut across town. I assume you're too good a cop for that. You assume right. I'd hate to have to tell the DA that we fucked up because one of the detectives on the case was involved with the deceased. Just drive, she muttered, lighting up and pushing her sunglasses over her eyes in one motion. And quit hassling me. We'll both live a lot longer. Caitlyn slid her car into the garage and told herself she could not fall for her shrink. That was crazy. Nuts. Exactly the reasons she'd gone to him to begin with. She walked into the house and greeted Oscar, stooping down to pet him for a second before checking her messages and deleting them one by one. Not a peep from Kelly. The suddenly silent twin. she muttered to herself as she started for the stairs and stopped in the foyer. Something felt wrong. A little off. A scent. Someone's perfume? Or was she imagining it? On edge and telling herself that she was losing her grip, she walked up the stairs and into the den. Everything was as it should be. Or was it? She always pushed her computer mouse to the side of her monitor, and today it was in front, a few inches out of place. Or had she, distracted these past few days, left it where it was? Odd, she whispered, and clicked on her email. At last, a message from Kelly. Caitlyn sat in the desk chair and opened the letter. It was short. Sorry I haven't reached you. Been out of town. Work, work, work. Wish I could say I was sorry about Josh, but really, Katie did. We both know he was a prick. Good riddance. Hope this doesn't offend. XOXO, Kelly. That was it. The entire message. Offend? Since when did Kelly worry about offending anyone? Caitlyn clicked off the computer, set the mouse back in its place, and told herself that she was just tired. She'd forgotten where she'd put the damn mouse after the last time she used a computer. No one had been in her house. She was almost certain of it. Almost. Chapter 16. Caitlyn? Caitlyn Bandeaux. Kelly inwardly cringed as she handed the girl behind the counter $2 and accepted her cup of iced coffee. Keep the change. Maybe the woman who had confused her with Caitlyn, whoever she was, would realize her mistake and leave her be. No such luck. Remember me? Kelly glanced over her shoulder. The answer was a definite no. I'm sorry. Nikki Gillette. The woman, around 30, with wild strawberry blonde hair, sharp features, and confidence oozing from her, extended her hand. With the Savannah Sentinel. I called you once, remember? Asked for an exclusive. I'd really love to talk to you. You've got the wrong person, Kelly said. She was wearing sunglasses, and her hair was pulled away from her face. She didn't bother to smile, but carrying her coffee, headed for the front door. But if I could have just a few moments of your time. The woman was trailing after her. I told you, I'm not Caitlyn Bandeaux. Using her hip, she pushed open the glass door, and from the corner of her eye, caught the look of disbelief on Nikki Gillette's face. You're not? Wait a minute. But I said, I'm not. You've got to be related. She paused, her eyebrows drawing together as if she was puzzled. You know, you look enough like her to be her twin. Kelly offered a smile that was meant to convey, no shit, Sherlock. You must be an investigative reporter. Look, I am Caitlyn's sister, and she's going through a really rough time right now, so do everyone a favor and just back off, okay? Maybe when she's out of mourning or whatever she's going through, she might talk to you. I wouldn't, but she might. Listen, I'd love to talk to you or someone in the family. Kelly sent her a look that said more clearly than words, drop dead, and kept walking. The pushy reporter started after her, and Kelly ducked around a corner, through a back alley and into the next street. Quickly, she slipped into a shop displaying collectibles, where she caught a hard, unhappy glare from a sales clerk with blue cotton candy hair and lips that were painted far beyond their natural line. The woman cleared her throat and glanced at the cup in Kelly's hands, just as she realized drinks weren't allowed in the store. The persnickety clerk couldn't do much about Kelly's breaking one of the store's golden rules, as she was involved with another customer, and a discussion of the value of some knockoff of the Bird Girl statue that Kelly figured was worth less than half of what it was marked. Nonetheless, Blue Hair was giving Kelly the eagle eye, as if she might try to shoplift some of this touristy stuff. Great. Just great. With one eye on the front display window, where she could view the sidewalk and street, Kelly pretended to show some interest in a faux antique telephone and an Elvis clock, complete with swiveling hips. Blue Hair negotiated the deal and was ringing up her sale. Kelly made her move while the clerk was dealing with the credit card transaction. "Excuse me, do you have a restroom?" The clerk's first inclination was to snap a quick no. It was evident in her eyes, but she didn't want to risk an argument in front of her customer, or to be confused in the middle of a sale. "Just a minute." "Don't bother yourself. I'll find it," Kelly said. "Wait a second. It's not for public use." Kelly had already dashed through a door near the back of the store that led through the storage room. Just to the side of the restroom door, tucked between shelves loaded with boxes of merchandise, she discovered the back door. In a second, she was outside, past a small loading zone and across the square. This was ridiculous, running from reporters, because she looked so damn much like her twin. As a kid, she'd found it fun to play pranks on people who didn't know them well, pretending to be Caitlyn. As a teenager, she'd hated being confused with her identical sister. As an adult, it was just a pain in the butt. A big pain in the butt. Especially since Caitlyn was such a wimp. And a fool. Kelly didn't know which was worse. She lit a cigarette and sipped from her drink as she headed back to the car. What the hell was she going to do about Caitlyn? Just wait for her sister to be arrested? Or until Katydid opened her mouth to the police? Because she would. Kelly knew it. Could sense that Caitlyn was cracking up again. Oh, sure. She was going through the motions. Seeing a shrink. Probably even on her way to taking antidepressants, or tranquilizers, or some other mind-numbing drug. How about Valium, or Prozac, or a frontal lobotomy? Jesus. She took a drag on her cigarette and tried to think. She didn't have time for Caitlyn to fall apart. She had her own life to live, things to do. Some with her twin, some alone. But first things first, she had to make sure that she wouldn't run into the damned reporter, or a policeman, or an acquaintance of Caitlyn's who couldn't tell them apart. She just didn't want to deal with all of that crap right now. Carefully, she backtracked a bit. It seemed that Nikki Gillette hadn't managed to follow her. So she took a circuitous route back to the car, stubbed out her cigarette on the street, and climbed inside. The leather interior was hot against the back of her legs, the steering wheel nearly burning her fingers. Quickly, she twisted on the ignition and turned the air conditioning up full blast while opening the sunroof, hoping to push the hot air outside. A woman pushing a stroller passed by on the street, and Kelly felt a tug on her heart. It seemed she'd never have a child of her own. It just wasn't in the cards. Before you could have a child, you needed a man, and Kelly wasn't in the market for one of those. She'd been through her share of heartaches, and most of the men she knew were losers. Take Josh Bandeaux. May he rest in peace. What a joke. There was no rest for the likes of her dead brother-in-law, a bastard if one had ever walked the earth. He'd even had the gall to come on to her. To her! His wife's twin sister, for God's sake. She'd put him in his place, of course. But she had the creepy feeling that he'd wanted not only to get her into bed, but to have Caitlyn there waiting for them, as if either she or Caitlyn would be interested in a threesome. What kind of a sick male fantasy was that? Well, forget it. She managed to put the car in gear and ease into the afternoon traffic. Damn that Caitlyn, anyway. Had she always been weird? Well, maybe a little bit. But things had gone from bad to worse after the boating accident. Kelly's jaw tightened at the memory. An explosion in the motor. Caitlyn's terrified screams. The boat collapsing in on itself. And then all that water. Long, dark stretches of water. Her throat suddenly tight. She slowed for a red light. The boating accident. That's when everything had really gone to hell. Adam was missing something. Something vital. And he was running out of time. He sat in the desk chair long after Caitlyn had left the office and stared at the corner of the couch where she'd sat. Sometimes frail, other times remarkably strong, she bared her soul to him, and he had to fight the oppressive feeling that he was using her unjustly, that she was leaning on him, depending on him, trusting him, not suspecting that his motives were far from pure. Hell, he muttered. He needed to speed things up. His sessions with Caitlyn had gone well enough, but he hadn't uncovered anything that he was hoping for. In fact, he was beginning to think he was treading in waters that were rapidly deepening and darkening. Emotionally turbulent waters. Waters that could easily drown a man. He glanced at his wall of credentials and winced. Does the end justify the means? In this case, yes. And yet... He remembered her huddled on the couch, her arms drawn around her knees as she looked at the floor, studying the patterns of the carpet as she explained about her family. There was more to learn about her. So much more. She was complex and compelling and contradictory. And fascinating as hell. But she may not be the one. She may not be able to help. He turned in the chair and stared at Rebecca's computer. There were no backup disks with Caitlyn's name on them. Nonetheless, Adam had searched through them all, and nothing on the hard drive. At least, nothing he could find. But there was a way to retrieve deleted files. He'd heard that from one of his computer nerd friends. Always a way to get old information, sometimes even if the hard drive crashed. So all he needed now was some help. He wondered vaguely if there was a book entitled Computer Hacking for Dummies. If so, he needed a copy. He glanced back at her untouched coffee cup and remembered her holding it as if for warmth, in a room where the temperature was pushing 80. He suspected she wanted to talk about her husband. All the preliminary stuff about her family was important to him as a psychologist, and surely if he wanted to treat her. But she really wanted to talk about Josh Bandeaux, her marriage to him, and his death. But first, Adam thought, to seem legitimate and to balm his conscience a bit, they had to lay the groundwork. So she was coming back tomorrow. He tented his hands and rested his chin on his knuckles. He'd encouraged the appointment. He needed to move things along faster. But there was another reason as well, one that he hated to admit to himself, one that he didn't want to face. Caitlyn was a troubled and troubling woman. The simple truth was that he wanted to see her again, and not necessarily as a psychologist to a patient, but more in the line of a man to a woman. Which was totally out of line. Dangerous to them both. If he were to get involved with her, with the patient, it could cost him his license. And if she were to get involved with him, with someone she trusted, it could cost her everything. The phone jangled. Sugar, dusting the television, stuffed her rag into a back pocket and snagged the receiver before the third ring. Hello? Nothing. Hello? Hello? Who is this? Again, no answer. She thought about those incessant telemarketers trying to sell her everything from new telephone service to dildos. Listen, I'm hanging up now. She had another thought. Maybe it was some pervert who was in the club last night and had watched her dance. She'd had it. Drop dead, she ordered. You drop dead, someone whispered on the other end. Her blood turned to ice. She slammed the receiver down. Shit! She glared at the phone. Who had found her? She paid good money to have her number unlisted, but that didn't keep the telephone salespeople from finding her, or the sickos. Shit! Then there was the weird call she'd gotten when no one had answered. But she'd thought she'd heard, "Die, bitch," just before Caesarina had come into the house injured. Her skin crawled. Were they related? The front door opened, then slapped closed. Sugar nearly jumped out of her skin. Cricket, looking as if she'd gone to hell and back twice in the last 24 hours, wandered in, dropping her backpack near the dining room table. Where the hell have you been? Sugar demanded, still unnerved. Caesarina, thumping her tail from her hiding spot under the kitchen table, climbed to her feet. She stretched and yawned, then ambled over for Cricket to scratch her ears. Jesus, what happened to her? She asked, looking at the dog's shaved neck and the stitched cuts. Yellow antiseptic and dried blood stained Caesarina's skin. Did she lose a fight with a grizzly? Dunno. It was weird. I let her out in the morning and she came back all cut up and sniffing and snorting and scared as hell, which, you know, isn't like Caesarina. I ran her to the emergency vet, who claimed she was lucky. I thought maybe she'd been in a fight with a possum or a raccoon, but the vet thought the cuts looked like they'd come from some kind of blade, glared at me like I enjoyed spending my early mornings slicing and dicing my dog. She thought she'd gotten into something toxic, that she was acting like she'd gotten a snort of something she was allergic to or something. Oh, hell, the vet didn't know. They're all quacks down there, Cricket said, patting the dog's head. Anyway, she's alive, and even though she looks like hell, in pretty good shape. Still, it was weird. The phone call, the attack on her dog. Sugar was unnerved. So, she said, turning back to the subject Cricket was avoiding. Where were you? What's it to you? Cricket's hair was in dire need of a brush. Her makeup was all but worn off, and her peasant blouse had a couple of stains on it. The edge of a tattoo peeked from above the waistband of hip-hugging jeans that needed to come face to face with a scoop or two of Tide. When she stretched, A belly-button ring glittered against her flat abdomen. "Don't start with me, okay? As long as you live here, you answer to me, and I've been out of my mind with worry." "I'm not 9 anymore." "Oh, yeah, all grown up." "Jesus, what's got into you?" Sugar decided to wait a few minutes until she'd calmed down to tell Cricket about the phone call. It was probably just some loser from the club, someone getting his jollies by scaring her. No reason to spread the panic around. Not yet. Not until she'd calmed down. "I'm just jumpy today." "So that's my problem?" "I don't think so. Just chill out." "You could have called." "And you could quit nagging." Cricket shot back. "Leave me alone, okay?" Sugar took a deep breath, shook off the terror that had for a second spread over her. "I didn't mean to jump all over you." "Good. Then just stop, would ya? Enough with the surrogate mom routine." Cricket yawned. "We got any coffee?" She ran a hand through her short hair, dyed red with magenta streaks. It was weird, but didn't look bad. When it was styled, which it wasn't this morning. "It's cold." "Doesn't matter, as long as it's got caffeine." She half sleepwalked into the kitchen, found a cup and poured in some of the sludge that had been coagulating in the glass pot. Yawning again, she put her mug into the microwave and hit the start button. "You could make fresh." "This'll do." "Where were you?" "Out." Her gaze hardened, but she didn't elaborate. "That much I know. Who were you with?" Cricket just stared at her. She looked so small and tired, almost world-weary, and Sugar felt a needle prick of guilt. She hadn't done her job right, had failed. When their mother was killed, Sugar had sworn to take care of her younger siblings, but she'd made a mess of it. Dickie Ray was basically a small-time crook and con man, while Cricket, a hairdresser who had trouble keeping her appointments, had never blossomed to her full potential. But if they could get their hands on their fair share of the Montgomery fortune, all that would change. Or would it? There was a chance that it was already too late. Damn Flynn Donahue. It was time to give that lazy lawyer a kick in the butt. She'd call him later today. But at the thought of picking up the phone, she remembered the harsh, ugly voice so recently on the line. "You drop dead." Who the devil had called? "Guess who came into the shop yesterday?" Cricket asked, completely oblivious to Sugar's panic attack. She kicked off her sandals as the microwave dinged. "Who?" "Hannah friggin' Montgomery. That's who." Sugar's stomach knotted, as it always did when she thought of the Montgomerys. Cricket chuckled as she grabbed her cup and padded barefoot to the back door. "I guess Hannah didn't know that I'd switched over to Maurice's." Sugar grabbed a bottle of Diet Dr. Pepper, whistled to the dog, and followed Cricket to the porch. Dickie Ray had rigged up a ceiling fan a couple of years back. Sugar switched it on while the dog walked down the wooden steps to nose around the fence line and scared up a couple of startled birds. Sampling her coffee, Cricket took a seat in the flimsy chaise, a relic from a particularly bountiful garage sale spree. "Hannah nearly fell off Donna's chair when she saw me." "What did you do?" made monkey faces at her in the mirror the entire time she was getting her foil weave. Cricket slid a glance at her older sister to see if she was buying her story. Sugar wasn't. Okay. So I said hi and ignored her for the rest of the 2 hours. What did you expect me to do? Make monkey faces. Sugar joked. I should have, but I don't want to lose this job. As it is, I'd probably cost Donna a major client. Got a cigarette? I thought you quit. I did. Mostly. But I'm tired and I could use a buzz. Have more coffee. Cricket scowled into her cup. It's not the same. You'll survive, Sugar predicted, and glanced at the weed-choked yard. The wheelbarrow was where she'd left it 2 days ago, half full of weeds, the bark dust thin around the shrubbery flanking the house. Curling one leg under her, Cricket asked, You see him last night? Who? You know who. And don't look so surprised. I figured it out on my own. Cricket took a long drink, but her gaze was fixed steadily on her sister's face. When Sugar didn't answer, she added, He's using you, you know. If you think he's going to come in here and sweep you away and marry you, you've got another think coming. That much Sugar knew. At least I was home last night. Too bad. She ran a hand through her hair and grimaced. I'm going to shower and get down to the shop. Did I get any calls? No one who left his name. What's that supposed to mean? We're getting more and more hang-ups. Wrong numbers? Maybe. Some of them, but... Sugar lifted a shoulder and decided not to worry her baby sister about the recent call that had made her skin crawl. It's probably nothing. I'll bet it's a weirdo from the club. You don't exactly get the highest class of clients. Isn't that what you call them? Down at Pussies in Booties? Sugar bristled, felt that same old knife of shame, but pushed it down, deep. It pays the rent and puts money in the bank. Yeah, I know. I've heard it all before. Cricket drained her cup and forced herself to her feet. Someday I'm gonna have clients who tip me $100, and I won't have to take off my clothes to do it. I won't hold my breath, Sugar said, then immediately regretted the words as Cricket muttered something obscene and headed inside. A few minutes later, Sugar heard the old pipes creaking as the water was turned on. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. She'd had it with Cricket's bad attitude. Where did she get off looking down at her older sister? If it hadn't been for Sugar, Cricket would have been kicked around from one foster home to another after their mother died. Worse yet, she could have landed in juvenile court 6 times for drinking underage, marijuana possession, and other miscellaneous infractions. Cricket and the police had a long history. But so did Sugar. Fortunately, she had a friend on the force, her own personal leak. She'd even called him Deep Throat behind his back. He, thinking he might someday get into her pants, or more likely her thong, kept her informed. Even about the Joshua Bandeaux case. He seemed to think the detectives in charge of the investigation were leaning toward murder rather than suicide, which Sugar found interesting. She wanted more details, but her leak had been a little reticent, and she figured he was just angling for another shot at getting her into bed. Fat chance. The likelihood of her sleeping with him was about the same as the old snowball's chance in hell. She stared across the surrounding fields. Dry, weed-choked. This 5-acre patch wasn't exactly prime Georgia real estate. but it was hers. She'd bought out Dickie Ray and Cricket when they'd inherited it. Both of her siblings could make cracks about her job at the club all they wanted, but she made more money in 3 months than the two of them did combined for an entire year. Maybe that wasn't such an accomplishment, considering that Cricket could barely hang on to a job, and Dickie Ray spent most of his time as a welfare and disability cheat. When he wasn't being a small-time crook, who spent most of the pathetic money he made on loose women, booze, cockfights, video poker, and when he could afford it, cocaine. Why she put up with him, she didn't know. Because blood is thicker than water. Yeah, go tell that to the Montgomerys. Sugar scowled as she thought about it, took a long pull on her diet soda. It was funny, and kind of sick, how the Montgomerys and Biscaynes were all tied in together. Sugar looked enough like the Montgomery sisters, Amanda, the twins, and Hannah, to pass as their full-blooded sister. Dickie Ray and Cricket, too, but the whole damn thing was so incestuous. There was a reason Dickie Ray wasn't all that smart. She'd heard someone say, "The lights were on, but no one was home." In Dickie Ray's case, the lights had burned out long ago. For years, Sugar had heard the whispers, the rumor that her mother, Copper, had been involved in an on-again, off-again affair with Cameron Montgomery, who was, in fact, Copper's half-brother. How sick was that? And if the old scandal was true, that Sugar might be the spawn of that union, it made her nauseous. That would mean she'd have more Montgomery blood running through her veins than the legitimate side of the family. The legitimate side of the family. What a joke. There was not and never had been anything remotely legitimate about the Montgomerys, who, in her opinion, all played at working and lived off their damn trust funds, all the while pretending as if the Biscaynes were white trash, or worse, like damn lepers. That Grandpa Benedict had kept Mary Lou Cheney as his mistress wasn't scandal enough. That he'd sired a daughter out of wedlock along with his children, Cameron and Alice Ann, was only the tip of the iceberg. From that point on it got chilly, with Copper, hellion that she was, determined to embarrass the old man to all lengths, including engaging in an affair with Cameron. Could he be her father? Sugar didn't know, but her options weren't all that great, because the man Copper had married, Earl Dean Biscayne, was a loser of the lowest order, a liar, a cheat, a man who thought a whoopin' was the only answer to disobedience. His cruel streak ran deep, and Sugar wasn't unhappy that he was out of their lives. He'd disappeared at the same time that his wife had been killed, here on this very plot, when her single-wide trailer had burst into flames. Careless smoking had been the official cause, according to the fire department, but Sugar knew her mother well enough not to believe that she'd dropped a cigarette in her bed. Copper had never smoked much in the house, and only in the kitchen. Then Earl Dean had disappeared, hadn't even shown up for the funeral. But Earl Dean had never put much stock in appearances or protocol, and some people figured he'd found out about her cheating, killed her, and taken off. Even Sugar wasn't sure if that was true. But if Earl Dean wasn't her daddy, then most likely Cameron Montgomery was, and so she had a double dose of the Montgomery blood. She didn't want to think too much about that, or the mental illness that seemed to run rampant in the family, because she might have double the genes. There were those times when she just couldn't seem to think straight, when she got all screwed up with what she remembered, when reality seemed out of kilter, as if there was some electrical wires crossing in her mind. Then she was scared to death that something was wrong. Really wrong. with her brain. But right now, for the moment, it was working fine, clicking along. She'd have to call that lazy-ass lawyer and tell him to start pushing harder for a settlement. He needed to start earning his $200 an hour fee. She figured that if Flynn Donahue couldn't handle the job, she had one last resort to try and get money from the Montgomerys. If the legal road was suddenly blocked, then they would take a different path. Dickie Ray was more than willing to work behind the scenes with the Montgomerys on what he called a more personal level. He'd smiled his toothy, wicked smile and suggested, "Let me handle those rich snobs my own way." Which worried her. Heretofore, Sugar had reined him in. But it might be time to let the reins slip a notch or two. With one last look around the yard, Sugar took a final pull from her near-empty bottle and heard the pipes moan as the water was shut off. She pushed herself to her feet and considered the phone call again. Someone repeating her own words. Maybe it was nothing, a natural response. But she sensed it was more, something deadly and evil. As if it was lurking nearby, just out of sight, hidden in the lengthening shadows that stole across the marshy acres, slipping through the reeds and cattails. Caesarina felt it too. The battered old hound stared across the unmoving landscape, and the skin beneath her coat quivered. Her stitches were an ugly reminder of something not quite right. Something evil. Caesarina let out a worried whimper, and Sugar's heart turned as cold as death. The warning whispered through her mind and skittered up her spine again. You drop dead. Atropos drove like a maniac. The wind whipped her hair. Adrenaline fired her blood. She'd heard the fear in Sugar Biscayne's voice, felt her terror. God, what a rush. The little bastardess was getting some of her own back. Big time. A semi with a load of chickens was blocking the road, so Atropos shifted down and nosed into the oncoming lane. It looked clear, and so she floored it, shooting past the stacked cages where doomed fowl were huddled and losing feathers onto the roadway. As she reached the cab of the truck, the driver, who damn near looked the part of a redneck chicken farmer, with gray hair poking out of a baseball cap, stared down from his cab, grinned, and blasted his horn in an attempt to flirt. As if. Atropos looked up, gave him a dirty little smile, then flipped the bastard off as she saw the oncoming pickup, and swerved in front of the semi, earning herself another blare from the trucker's horn. Oh, bite me, she thought, the speed exhilarating, replaying in her mind Sugar Biscayne's terror at the last phone call. She was becoming unhinged, and wasn't that fitting? All of her life, Sugar wanted to be a Montgomery so badly she could taste it, and now she was getting the feel of what it was like to be one. Atropos wasn't biased. She'd mete out her punishment to everyone connected to the Montgomery money in equal parts. And wasn't that what Sugar had always desired? To be treated like a true, legitimate Montgomery? Well, now it was happening. She was going to get exactly the same treatment as the rest of the family. Atropos switched on the radio, and a song was playing that gave her a little inspiration. Who was the artist? Def Leppard. That was it. And the song? Pour some sugar on me. Now, there was an idea. A damned good idea. Chapter 17. Tell me about the boating accident, Adam suggested, as Caitlyn settled onto the couch for her next session. Some of the weirdness of being back in Rebecca's office had vanished, but Caitlyn still felt odd. She didn't want to think it was because of Adam, because he was handsome, because there was an air of mystery about him, because she found him too damn sexy for her own good. What happened? She thought back, remembered the calm sea, the bank of clouds that had seemed so far away, so peaceful, so benign. I'd gone sailing with my sister Kelly, just the two of us, kind of a birthday celebration. We'd just turned 25, and that's when our trust funds kicked in. Anyway, the boat was Kelly's birthday present to herself, Caitlyn said, the words coming out as she remembered the hot, muggy day that had started out with so much promise. Where are we going? Caitlyn had asked when Kelly had shown up on her doorstep and insisted they celebrate their newfound financial freedom. It's a surprise. I'm not sure I like surprises. Quit being a spoiled sport, okay? For once, unwind. Come on. She'd convinced Caitlyn to get into the car, and she'd driven to the marina. After parking, she'd stuffed a beach bag into Caitlyn's arms and pulled a small padded cooler from her trunk. You rented a boat? Caitlyn asked, as they walked along the sun-baked planks of the pier. Not rented. What do you mean? I bought myself a birthday present. She paused in front of a slip where a gleaming cabin cruiser was moored. This? Caitlyn had asked, shocked. It's huge. Hardly a yacht. But do you even know how to drive it? Steer it. Of course. I've been given lessons. Now, hurry up or we'll be late for the party. Party? Caitlyn had felt as if she'd just stepped onto another planet. What party? The one I'm throwing for us. You didn't tell me about any party, Caitlyn had said, eyeing the sleek craft as it rocked against its moorings. Sure I did, ages ago. Now come on, let's take her out for her maiden voyage, just the two of us. I've got some champagne to celebrate. She'd climbed into the boat and opened the cooler to show the long necks of two green bottles capped in foil. Dom Perignon, she said, as if that would add to the allure. Then she stepped lively out of her shorts to reveal the bottom of a yellow bikini. We'll go over to the Hilton Head and dock in at the resort. I've rented a banquet room for our party. You're serious about this? Abso-frickin-lutely. We can't turn 25 without a party. It's kind of our last hurrah before we become real adults. I thought we were real adults. Speak for yourself. Come on. Kelly had flashed her naughty smile, and her hair glinted red in the shafts of sunlight piercing the clouds. We deserve this. Finally, we've got our share of Grandpa Benny's money. God, how long have we heard about it? She stood on the deck, one hip thrown out as she'd taken a long, appreciative look at her purchase. "You know what I think? I hate to guess. I think no. I believe that old bastard would have liked nothing better than for his favorite granddaughters to do a little celebrating." "What makes you think we were his favorites?" Kelly had laughed and winked as she'd squinted at Caitlyn. "Who else? Amanda? Hannah? Or those damned Biscaynes? Come on, I'm sure we were his favorites. Not that it matters. Now come on, Katie did. Let's go." Of course, she'd been unable to resist. Kelly's enthusiasm was, and always had been, infectious. Now, sitting in the psychologist's office, Caitlyn remembered the day vividly, and whereas she'd rarely spoken of what had happened on her 25th birthday to anyone, not even the members of her family, she told Adam. About sailing through the darkening water, about the clouds rolling in, about the friends and family that had gathered. There had been a band and a birthday cake and champagne, and they'd partied long and hard into the night. By the time they returned to the boat, the wind had come up. Kelly had been drinking, but had insisted she could maneuver the craft back to the mainland, and Caitlyn had consumed too much champagne to argue. Looking back, it was a situation set up for tragedy. On the way back to the marina, it had begun to rain, but Kelly had been undaunted at the helm of her new craft. She'd turned on her running lights, and Caitlyn had felt more than the light buzz from her champagne. But beneath the euphoria ran a darker sensation, a headache threatening to throb, a tightness in her skull. However, if Kelly had felt any hint of her own upcoming hangover, she didn't show it. She had still been laughing at the weather, standing at the helm, the wind tearing at her hair when the boat just stopped, the engine sputtering and dying. "What the hell?" Kelly had muttered, but was still laughing as she tried the ignition. The engine ground, and then nothing. "Jesus, this isn't supposed to happen. I had the thing checked over by a mechanic. When I see him again, I swear I'm going to wring his fat neck." Suddenly it seemed darker than it had been, which, of course, was impossible. But the lights of shore appeared miles away, the wind picking up eerily. "Shit! Did you run out of gas?" "I don't think so. Christ, it's dark out here." She fumbled in a compartment for a flashlight and managed to switch it on. The boat had rocked on a swell, and the night seemed eerie and stark, as if they were alone in the world. Caitlyn's nerves were strung tight. "Maybe we should call for help," she'd said. "Who?" "I don't know. Maybe the Coast Guard." The wind had quickly died, and the water was quiet, deathly quiet. Too quiet. Just the lap of the water against the hull, accompanied by the gentle rocking of the craft. Caitlyn stared out at the water, imagined she saw dark shapes shifting below the surface. "There's nothing wrong with the engine." Kelly was still cranking on the ignition, muttering under her breath, when the damn thing started again. She gave it some gas. The engine roared. "See? It was nothing." She turned to look smugly back at Caitlyn. But there was something in the air, the feel of electricity that Caitlyn sensed. Just a trace of smoke, the scent of electrical wires burning. "And you wanted to call for help?" Kelly laughed. "I think we should still—" Bam! The explosion tore through the boat. Smoke and fire erupted, crackling loudly over the splintering of wood. Caitlyn was thrown off her feet, her head banged against the deck. Pain blasted through her brain, Her head reeled. From somewhere far away, Kelly screamed in terror. The boat pitched and shuddered. Caitlyn struggled to stay conscious. Frantically, she wrapped her fingers through the railing. "Kelly?" She tried to scream, but no words came. "Kelly?" She was swirling, the blackness trying to pull her under. With a slow, ominous groan, the hull cracked. Wood splintering, fire burning on the spilled oil and gasoline. The cruiser trembled, then crumpled in upon itself. "Kelly!" Caitlyn forced out, but it was barely a whisper. "Oh, God! Where was she? Kelly?" Panic strangled her, and blackness threatened to swallow her. She clung to a piece of the railing, her eyes narrowing through the smoke and darkness as Kelly's dreamboat sank deeper into the surrounding void. Cold water tumbled over her, pulling Caitlyn downward as she flailed and tried to stay afloat. "God, please don't let me lose consciousness. Don't let me drown here. Kelly! Kelly, where are you?" A seat cushion floated past, and she grabbed wildly for it, wrapping her arms around the bobbing piece of plastic and foam. "Kelly!" she cried, desperate, coughing and sputtering. "Kelly!" She couldn't breathe, couldn't keep her eyes open. And then the blackness consumed her. She felt the cold water pulling at her, and from somewhere far away she thought she heard a bone-chilling, agonized groan, but she couldn't locate the sound. Water filled her lungs. She could no longer fight. She closed her eyes and sent up a prayer to a God she didn't trust, and then she let go. The accident had been a horrid experience, one she still couldn't think about too long. Now, 10 years later, as she sat in Adam Hunt's office, she felt a chill as cold as the sea had been that night. Shivering, she looked up at him leaning back in his chair, his hand propping his chin, his notepad balanced upon a leg, his eyes centered on her. "Are you okay?" he asked when she stopped talking. Only then did she feel the tears in her eyes. She blinked, looked away, and heard the chair protest as he stood and picked the tissue box off the table. Sitting next to her, he handed her a Kleenex. "I'll be fine," she said, grabbing the damn tissue and swiping away the stupid tears. Why was she such an emotional wreck? Why couldn't she pull herself together? She knew he saw people in this condition all the time. It was his job, for God's sake. This was what he dealt with. Worse, if that was possible. Yet she felt like an idiot as he sat there, all concerned. "Do you want to talk about it?" Adam asked, his voice soft with concern as she threw Kelly's nagging worries out of her mind. "There's nothing more to say." She managed to stem the flow of those damn tears. "I was comatose when a passing boat found me, and I woke up 3 days later." "And Kelly?" "Kelly always manages," Caitlyn said. "She was picked up, too, and out of the hospital before me. I think she was more ticked off about the boat than anything else. She hadn't bothered to insure it, and she's been kicking herself ever since." Managing a smile, she added, "And I haven't heard her talking about buying another one." "Can you tell me anything else about her?" Caitlyn rolled her eyes. "Tons. She's the interesting one, the adventurous one, the bright one. She was always getting me and Griffin, my friend growing up, into big trouble. Now she's a buyer for Maxell's. isn't around as much as I'd like, and she and the family don't get along.
Why is that?
Because of the boating accident. She not only blew through a big chunk of her trust fund, but she nearly killed me and herself. Caitlyn tore at the corners of her tissue. He waited, and she bit her lip. There were some things that were private.
Caitlyn?
His voice was so close, a whisper that changed the cadence of her heartbeat, which was absolutely foolish. She smelled soap and some kind of aftershave, a musky scent that disturbed her on a very basic and female level.
There's something else, isn't there?
He asked, and for a moment she wanted to curl up against him and cling to him. I don't know if I should tell you, she admitted, shredding the Kleenex. He waited.
Whatever you think, it's your decision.
She expected him to touch her, to pat her on the shoulder or give her a hug, and she wanted him to. Just the feel of a man's concerned touch. She saw the hesitation in his eyes, the spark of something dangerous. Then it quickly disappeared. Adam pushed up from the couch as if realizing that being in such close proximity to her was a mistake, that there was something perilous about being so close to her, and he returned to his desk chair. She'd come so far. She couldn't back off now, Caitlyn decided. She was here because she needed help. No matter what else, she had to get better, and Adam was going to help her. Come hell or high water. She drew in a deep breath. Kelly made some charges a few years back, right after the boating accident, about my older brother, Charles, that he used to come into her room and... She let out the breath that she didn't realize she was holding. Shuddering, her stomach roiling at the thought, she said, that before he died, he'd molested her. Adam didn't move.
Do you believe her?
Slowly, she nodded. Remembered Charles as he had been. 10 years older. Trusted. Her father's favorite. Her stomach twisted so hard it cramped.
Because?
She felt the hot rush of tears burning behind her eyes, but wouldn't release them, refused to shed one single drop.
Because he molested you, too.
She nodded again, and she couldn't stem the flow as the memories of hearing footsteps outside her bedroom door, listening in horror as the doorknob turned, dying 1,000 deaths as he crossed the room, nearly silent. But she'd heard every muffled step, smelled him, the scent of sourness. Whiskey, she now knew, mingled with the dirty musk of male sweat. Sometimes, when the moon was just right and the curtains were open, she saw his shadow stretching forward, dark, angular, and foreboding as it crawled across the carpet and up the wall. She had squeezed her eyes shut tight, her body rigid, as she tried to feign sleep. Her hands had fisted in the sheets, and she'd prayed, "No, God, no. Please don't let him do this." Then he had touched her, his hands trembling, his breathing a raspy pant. She had cringed and cowered, begged and cried, but he'd never stopped.
"Caitlyn?"
Startled, she opened her eyes and saw Adam kneeling in front of the couch. She was in his office, Rebecca's office. What had happened was long ago, in a past she kept locked away. Her face was wet, and she was trembling. Adam's head was at the same level as hers. She hadn't heard him approach. "I'm sorry," she whispered, sniffing and wiping at her nose.
"You don't have to be. What happened to you is criminal."
Again tears collected in the corners of her eyes.
It happened a long time ago. I was 7, maybe 8. He was 10 years older.
"But it never really goes away,"
he said kindly, and sat on the couch next to her again. This time he wrapped one strong arm over her shoulders.
"I think this is enough for today."
She swallowed hard and leaned into him, smelled the slight scent of his aftershave. It was probably a mistake to touch him, to become too close, but she rationalized it by telling herself she believed she could trust him, believed the official degrees lining the walls, believed that Rebecca Wade wouldn't have recommended her to someone who would take advantage of her.
How do you know Rebecca actually recommended him?
All you have is his word.
That much was true. But for now, it was enough.
Before I go knocking on Caitlyn Bandeaux's door again, let's go over what we've got,
Reed said, as Morissette slid into the opposite side of the booth at a local bar. Smoke was heavy in the air, voices hushed, laughter sprinkling conversations. A couple of guys were shooting pool near the back, and the television over the bar was tuned into a Braves game. Atlanta was up 3-1 over Cincinnati. But it was only the bottom of the third inning. A waitress ambled over and took their orders. Morissette ordered a patty melt with a Diet Coke, and Reed opted for a cheeseburger with fries. He was officially off duty, so he decided on a Budweiser.
"Okay, what do you know? Top to bottom. What the hell's going on with that family?"
"I know a lot. I've been doing a lot of checking. I mean, a lot. And most of it ain't pretty. My gut instinct tells me they're all frickin' nuts, every last one of them. And more than just minor league loco. We're talking the majors here. And they're cursed, too. Or at least it seems like it. Just one catastrophe after another. The father, Cameron, died in a car wreck about 15 years ago. He lost control of the wheel on his way to St. Simon's Island and ended up in the swamp. Hurtled through the windshield. He was drunk out of his mind at the time. His seatbelt failed and bammo, right through the glass. He was pretty messed up. Broken ribs, femur, jaw and pelvis, and punctured lung. And get this, his right testicle was completely severed.
What?
Yep. Never found. How could that happen? Freak accident? They think glass.
From the safety glass of the windshield?
He didn't buy it. The waitress deposited their drinks and promised to bring the sandwiches soon. As she left, Morissette tossed the straw in her drink onto the table and took a sip. Old man Montgomery was a car enthusiast, loved older ones, and he was driving one of his toys, an old model Jaguar. Before safety glass.
"Bad luck,"
Reed observed, taking a sip of his beer. He was getting a bad feeling about this. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Morissette took a long swallow from her Diet Coke just as the Braves scored, drawing a shout of approval from a fan perched on a stool at the bar. Morissette glanced at the television, then continued. A few years later, the eldest son gets it. Another freak accident. Now, how many of those can one family have without it being freak anymore? Anyway, the family was up in West Virginia at their hunting lodge for Thanksgiving. Charles is out hunting, ends up with an arrow in his chest. Guess who found him? She took another swig of the Diet Coke. Caitlyn.
Mrs. Bandeaux?
Yep. She'd been out playing and got lost. Claims to have stumbled upon him, and he was nearly dead. She pulled out the arrow, and good old Chucky boy didn't make it.
How old was she?
About 9 or 10, I think.
Jesus.
The doctor, a quack by the name of Fellers, was there. Nothing he could do, he claims, with the arrow being yanked and all. Too much trauma, too much blood loss. With a lack of enthusiasm, the waitress put down their platters. Reed got her patty melt, and his burger was slid beneath her nose. Morissette switched the plates. How the hell can they screw up every time? She asked loudly enough for the bored-looking waitress to hear. It's not like we're a big group. There's only 2 of us, for Christ's sake, and it's not as if the place is busy.
Maybe she does it just to bug you.
Well, it's working. She found a plastic bottle of ketchup on the table and squirted a long stream of the red condiment over his fries. Somehow, it reminded Reed of Bandeau's wrists, cut at odd angles, leaving streams of blood. Morissette plucked one fry from the pile and took a bite. I love these things. Never order 'em. Too fattening.
Help yourself, he said.
Didn't think you'd mind. This way, neither one of us overeats.
And I pay for it.
Even better. She snagged another fry, dredged it through the pool of ketchup, and said, There's something else no one mentions much, and maybe it's nothing. But one of the kids died of SIDS. He was the kid born between Troy and Hannah. Is that right? Yeah. Parker. He'd be in his mid-20s if he'd survived.
You think he was murdered?
I don't know. It's pretty bizarre. But then, what isn't in this case? Doc Fellers was the attending physician, and he's a bona fide quack. Would have done anything to cover up something indiscreet in the family. And don't forget, there's the mental illness angle of the whole Montgomery clan. The great-aunt was pretty much retarded. And, yeah, I know that's not politically correct, but she was so slow she had to be placed in one of those fancy-schmancy homes. Anyway, somehow she ends up falling down the stairs and breaks her neck. No one saw the accident. That's what it was ruled. But a few of her friends— Now remember, these so-called friends are patients in the loony bin, too— claim she might have committed suicide. She was depressed.
Well, duh. Who wouldn't be?
And had talked about death quite a bit. Morissette plowed into half of her patty melt. Reed had yet to take a bite. What about Caitlyn? You think she might have pushed her aunt down the stairs? No, but there's a thought. I was wondering if we can get a court order to have her shrink's files opened. You ever locate her? Dr. Wade? Nope. Morissette scowled as she chewed. It's almost as if she was planning a trip, then didn't go. I've requested her phone, cell phone, and credit card statements. Got one from a local bank. Dr. Wade made a reservation at a pretty expensive resort in New Mexico. Never arrived. Never called, and lost her deposit. Reed listened and tore into his burger. The last couple of purchases she made were at an outdoor store in town for hiking boots and some other athletic gear. Over the internet, she ordered some books and maps. They were delivered, but by the time they arrived, she'd disappeared. The landlady has them.
Maps of where?
Arizona, New Mexico, and Southern California, just where she was planning to go.
Where's her car?
Gone.
What about her office?
Haven't got that far yet, but I'm working on it.
She stole another French fry.
You think this is connected with Bandeau's death?
He didn't know, but he didn't like it. Seems like a hell of a coincidence that Caitlyn Bandeau's shrink goes missing a few weeks before her estranged husband's death.
You really want to nail her, don't you?
I just want to clear it up.
He took another bite of his burger, washed it down with beer. He'd nearly convinced himself that Caitlyn was the killer. But something held him back. Something didn't quite feel right about it.
The DA's on my ass.
She's on everybody's ass, up for re-election this fall. But we have to tread carefully with the Montgomerys. They have a habit of buying off judges and senators and the like. It keeps their records clean. You know the rumor that the grandfather was banging his secretary, Mary Lou Cheney. She had a kid by him, Copper Cheney. A real wild ass. She, Copper, ended up marrying a local, Earl Dean Biscayne, and they had 3 kids. Morissette swiped at the corners of her mouth with a paper napkin, then finished her drink. Copper was killed when her single-wide caught fire because she was smoking in bed, and her husband, Earl Dean, disappeared around the same time. Some people think he caused the fire. Others think he was already missing when Copper died. But what is really interesting is that Copper had herself an affair with Benedict's legitimate son, Cameron.
Caitlyn's father?
Yep. Morissette signaled to the waitress with her empty glass. So she was really screwing her half-brother.
If it's true.
Welcome to the South, baby.
Give me a break.
You're right. We don't have the corner on incest around here. Reed was bothered, just the same. Morissette was a smartass, but she was a good cop. Did her job.
Did Montgomery have an alibi for the trailer fire?
Ironclad. At home with his wife, Bernada. Or so he claims.
What does she say?
That he was there, according to her statement. But she's had all kinds of health problems for years. The woman's a walking pharmacy. Who knows if she even slept with the guy? My guess? She said what she had to. Kept the press at bay and her husband off the hot seat. I doubt if we'll ever know what really happened. Would you all like another Diet Coke? The waitress said, as she wended her way through the empty tables. Yeah, Morissette nodded. How about you? She asked Reed. Another bud?
That would be good.
It'll just be a minute.
She managed a smile for Reed and ignored Morissette.
She's got the hots for you, Morissette observed, watching the leggy waitress saunter back to the bar where 2 men in baseball caps, work shirts, blue jeans, and cowboy boots had taken stools.
How do you know it's not the hots for you?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was the way her eyes said, "Fuck me," when she looked at you.
Maybe she was just playing hard to get.
Sylvie actually smiled as the 2 new guys checked the score on the television before carrying their drinks to a pool table and racking up. She's not my type. I like big blondes and even bigger tits. She winked at Reed. Give me an Amazon any day of the week.
You're sick.
So they say, but not as sick as the Montgomerys. Get this, I think Hannah, that's the youngest sister, might have been seeing Bandeaux too. May have even given him some money. Her trust fund doesn't really kick in until she's 25, but she's got a shitload of dough anyway. I've been trying to talk to her, but so far I've run up against an old brick wall. Only been able to leave messages. And she's not the only member of the extended family that had a financial stake with our deceased. Remember the name Dickie Ray Biscayne? One of Copper's kids? He did some work for Bandeaux too, but nothing ever recorded on the books. Just provided security for the prick. Kind of a low-class bodyguard.
Didn't do a very good job,
Reed observed, but was thinking hard. The Dan Montgomerys and Biscaynes were too interlaced. This is worse than a nighttime soap. Are you kidding? It's worse than a daytime soap. Morissette finished her sandwich just as the Reds scored, and the man at the bar muttered an obscenity and ordered another beer in disgust. The door to the bar opened, and Reed noticed Diane Moses bustle inside. Not a hair out of place, her expression forever harsh, she glanced in their direction.
Look at this. We just got lucky. Maybe the crime scene can shed some light on this.
Morissette waved her over. Nodding, Diane held up one finger, then paused at the bar long enough to order a glass of wine before carrying it to their booth.
I suppose you want me to give you the definitive clue to crack the Bandeaux case, she said, scooting in next to Morissette. That would help.
Reed finished his beer.
Have you talked to His Highness? St. Clair? That would be him.
Diane took a sip of her wine and scowled.
Just a minute. They poured me vinegar here, and I'm not in the mood.
She walked to the bar, had a heated conversation with the bartender, and returned with another glass of Merlot.
Much better,
she said, after taking an experimental sip and sliding into the booth next to Morissette.
You guys find anything new in the evidence collected at the Bandeaux scene?
Reed asked.
Just got all the results of the chemicals in his body. I faxed it over to you. There was alcohol, GHB, traces of ecstasy, and get this, traces of epinephrine, as if he managed to get to his allergy kit and inject himself before he or someone slit his wrists.
Yep.
So it appears that Josh got high with ecstasy and maybe had some wine with a friend, but the wine was the wrong kind, the kind that put him into shock. Someone definitely switched the labels, but he used the allergy kit, gave himself a shot of epinephrine, and, just when he thinks he's home free and not gonna die, he types up a suicide note on the computer, then slits his wrists. Or the friend does, just to throw us off. After having watched Bandeaux save himself,
Reed's eyes narrowed. You know, it's almost as if someone tried to kill him twice. Once with the wine, but he somehow figured it out and gave himself the antidote. But then the killer struck again, and this time finished the job. Reed pushed his plate away as the waitress brought the second round of drinks. Anything else? What about the lipstick on one of the glasses? It's called In the Pink by New Faces. Ironic, don't you think, considering Bandeaux's condition? Diane asked, her eyes gleaming a bit. It's sold at all your major upscale department stores. The good news is that it's a relatively new shade, only been available for the past 2 years. Reed glanced at Morissette. I'm already all over it, she said, then took a big swallow from her glass. We'll check all the local markets and the internet. Diane Moses said, You already know about the other blood there, and we found some other hairs in the vacuum bag. Hair that we're comparing to Bandeaux and Naomi Chrisman, along with some kind of animal hair. Looks like dog. We're still checking. Bandeaux and his girlfriend didn't have any pets, Reed said, sipping his beer. The ex-wife does. Morissette finished her second drink. Maybe she'd been playing with the pooch and he'd shed on her, and before she could grab one of those sticky rollers they have to clean your clothes and upholstery from pet hair, she visited Josh and dropped the hairs on his carpet. Or it could be that they had the dog together when they were married and she took the mutt over to visit. The neighbor seems to think she was over there a lot. Reed swiped a napkin over his lips. Or maybe it's another dog. Either way, I think it's time to get a search warrant. See if the missus had any weapons around. He didn't think they'd have trouble getting the warrant. Caitlyn's blood type had been found at the scene. A car like hers had been spotted at Bandeaux's place that night. She was going through a messy divorce with the deceased, and things had gone from bad to worse, with Bandeaux's threat of an unlawful death suit over the kid's demise. Caitlyn Bandeaux also had a history of mental problems, as both Morissette and Naomi Chrisman had mentioned. Reed wasn't certain the dog hair meant anything, but he couldn't ignore the fact that Caitlyn Bandeaux was smack dab in the middle of it. He just had to figure out how. It had been a long week, but it was nearly over. Thank God. Amanda stepped on the throttle of her little convertible, and the TR6 sprang forward, buzzing along the highway, past the marshes where snowy white egrets were visible in the long grass and gators hid in the murky water. The wind tore at her hair, and she felt some of the tension from the office and the mess with Josh Bandeaux ease from her shoulders. Shifting, she passed a guy in a BMW, left the guy standing still, and it gave her a rush. She glanced in the rearview mirror and grinned at herself. Ian would be home tonight, and she might just cook. Something with lobster, his favorite, and crusty French bread, and wine. It would be good to see him, she thought as she spied the sign for her exit. Her marriage was far from perfect. Ian could be as big a jerk as any man, but then she wasn't exactly a piece of cake to live with either. For today, she'd forgive him his faults. She roared off the exit and braked for the turn. Nothing happened. She sucked in her breath. Adrenaline pumped through her blood. She hit the brakes again, the corner rushing at her even faster. Shit! She shifted down, stood on the useless brakes and swerved, her tires hitting gravel. Hard. The car tried to spin out. She fought the wheel and blew through the stop to squeal around the corner, swinging wide into the oncoming lane. Her heart was pounding like crazy, but fortunately no one was speeding toward her, no head-on collision imminent. God help me! With all her strength, she pulled hard on the emergency brake, then shifted into a lower gear. The little car flew off the shoulder, bounced down a slight slope and headed straight for the small sapling she passed each day on her way to work. Amanda braced herself. Here it comes, she thought wildly, holding fast to the steering wheel, bracing herself for the collision. It was the only tree near the highway, and it was small. Surely she'd survive. If only she didn't hit it squarely. Wham! The little car bucked. Amanda flew forward, her head bouncing on the steering wheel. Her seatbelt snapped tight. Glass shattered. Metal crunched. Pain erupted behind Amanda's eyes. She groaned, looking into the cracked rearview mirror, where she thought she saw a vision. One of another woman advancing upon her. A woman she should recognize. Then there was nothing. No woman, No pain. Nothing at all, as her consciousness slid into darkness. Chapter 18.
It looks like someone tampered with her brakes,
Deputy Fletcher said from his end of the telephone connection.
I've had a mechanic take a cursory look at the undercarriage of Amanda Drummond's sports car. We've impounded it, and it's here at the police lot if you want to take a look.
Tampered with them? Reed repeated, slipping into the sleeves of his jacket and juggling the phone. He was still in his office, working a few extra hours when the call had come in. So you're saying the brake line was cut? That sounds like something straight out of an old movie. A bad old movie.
Come on over here and take a look for yourself.
I'll be there in half an hour. He walked out of the station, climbed into his cruiser, and rolled out of the city. He made it to the lot in 25 minutes, where Deputy Fletcher met him and walked him to the garage. Amanda Montgomery's mangled Triumph was inside, elevated by a hoist. The front end was bashed in, the cherry-red hood crumpled, the wheels twisted on the axle.
It looks as if she's lucky to be alive,
Reed observed, though most of the damage was sustained on the passenger side.
Yeah, if she would have hit the tree dead on, it would have been a whole lot worse.
As it was, the driver's side looked relatively unscathed.
Now, take a look at this,
the deputy said, pointing to a long tube running from under the engine. The undercarriage was filthy with grease and dirt.
See right here? This is the brake line.
He pointed with the tip of a pen he pulled from his pocket.
It's running right out of the reservoir, and it's been snipped.
Cut.
Yep.
Couldn't it have happened in the accident?
Maybe, but we don't think so. We figure someone cut the brake fluid line, and when the fluid drained out, she lost her brakes. Cutting the line is relatively easy.
His expression was sober.
Someone wanted to mess up the car, and whoever was driving it, real bad. She's damn lucky she wasn't worse off.
Where is she?
Ambulanced to Our Lady of Hope Hospital. She'd passed out, had a few scratches and probably a bruise from her seatbelt. But she woke up as the EMTs were putting her into the ambulance and had a fit. Said she was fine. I was at the scene, and we convinced her to go in and have herself checked out for a possible concussion.
Who called in the accident?
A witness. She was following Mrs. Drummond as she turned off the highway and saw her start to have trouble. When the Triumph tore off through the field, she called 911. She was waiting at the scene, and that's when things got a little dicey. Mrs. Drummond woke up, took one look at the witness, and started screaming at her.
Who was she?
A woman by the name of Christina Biscayne, who goes by Cricket.
Reed's radar went up. She was following Amanda Drummond?
Yeah, on her way to a friend's house when she saw the accident.
Reed made a mental note to speak with Cricket Biscayne, talked a few more minutes with Fletcher, and didn't learn anything new. From the police impoundment lot, he drove to Our Lady of Hope, a small private hospital, but the closest one to the accident scene. As luck would have it, Amanda was about to be released. She was seated in a wheelchair, a few cuts on her face, her hair a little mussed as she waited near the door. "What's the hang-up?" she asked, glaring at the nurse. "Just getting the doctor's signature on the release," the RN told her. "I thought you had that all done." "So did I." "And what's so hard about getting his signature? He said I could be released, didn't he?" Amanda demanded, her fine features pulled into a don't-give-me-any-crap expression. "Yes, he did. I'm sure it'll just be a few minutes. We're busy tonight. There are other patients," the nurse replied, with a long-suffering and extremely forced smile. then looked at the pager strapped to her belt. "Just wait here." She walked across the blue carpet to a house phone and picked it up while her patient seethed in her wheelchair. "Mrs. Drummond?" Reed asked, flipping open his wallet to show his badge. "Pierce Reed, Savannah Police Department." "I know who you are," she said impatiently. "What are you doing here?" "Heard you had a mishap." "A mishap? Is that what you guys call it? Jesus, my damn brake line was cut, or so the officer at the scene said when he phoned my husband. If it's true my brake line was cut, then someone deliberately tried to kill me." She shoved her hair out of her eyes. Again. Angling her head up to get a better view of him, she asked, "You do know about that, right? That I was nearly forced off the road about 6 months ago? No one seemed to care then, but now, after I almost die, you show up." She folded her arms over her chest. "So it wasn't a mishap, Detective. It wasn't even an accident." She started to rise to her feet. "Someone tried to kill me." "Please, Mrs. Drummond, stay in the wheelchair. It's hospital policy," the nurse said. "I don't need a wheelchair. I just need to get out of here," Amanda snapped. She was on her feet now, her gaze never once leaving Reed's face. "And I need police protection. Someone's taking potshots at my family, and it seems like I'm next on the list." "Do you have any idea who?" "Isn't that your job? You're the detective." "I'd like to take a statement about what happened," he said, and wondered why her jabs got under his skin. Pampered, rich bitch. "Good. It's time you guys took what's happening seriously, before the rest of the family ends up like Josh Bandeaux." She watched as a car slid into the patient loading area near the double doors. "If you'll excuse me, my husband's here." She cast a disparaging look at the nurse. "I'm leaving, with or without the release." "No problem. Dr. Randolph just signed it." The nurse handed her an envelope, just as a tall, thin man in a pilot's uniform approached. "What the hell happened?" he demanded, then, more quietly, asked, "Are you okay?" "What happened is that someone tried to kill me, and I ended up totaling the TR, and... No, I'm not okay." Amanda seemed to soften a bit, even blinked and cleared her throat as if she were near tears. Somehow she managed to pull herself together and find that razor-sharp tongue of hers again. "This is Detective Reed, Ian." She motioned to Reed. "He's going to nail the bastard who did this before he gets another crack at me. Isn't that right, Detective?" "We'll do our best." "Mrs. Drummond, please sit down." The nurse was firm, and reluctantly Amanda dropped into the wheelchair. The nurse began to push Amanda through the automatic doors. "I hope you do your best," Amanda said to Reed as she left the hospital, "because the next time I might not be so lucky, and you'll find yourself in the middle of another unsolved homicide." Caitlyn couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She was in her office, working on a project she'd pushed aside for nearly a week. Her desk lamp and monitor provided soft light, and smooth jazz was playing from the speakers. Standing, she squinted to look through the lacy curtains, searching for hidden eyes. It was night, the street lamp in front of her house illuminating the fenced gardens in an eerie blue light. A fine mist was falling, fogging up the windows a bit, softening shadows, glistening on the street. From the corner of her eye she noticed movement. A darker shadow in the shrubbery. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Leaves moved. She could almost hear the rustle of footsteps. That's because you're paranoid. There's no one out there. No one. She swallowed hard and saw the gleam of two beady eyes, low to the ground. She tensed. The shrubbery shivered. A possum waddled into the lamplight, and Caitlyn, feeling foolish, breathed a little easier. Now she was jumping at shadows. Still, she felt the weight of some unwanted gaze, and she snapped the shade down and leaned back in her desk chair. Maybe the police were following her. She wouldn't be surprised. Whether Detective Reed said it or not, he'd zeroed in on her as Josh's killer, and the trouble was, she wasn't able to defend herself. Or maybe someone else was silently stalking her, the same person who had been in her bedroom on the night of Josh's death, the one who was in some way responsible for all that blood. You, Katie. You're responsible. No, she whispered, trying to concentrate on her work, refusing to believe the horrid thought. Maybe she should call Adam. She was so restless, and it felt right talking to him. As a patient, or as a woman? Face it, Caitlyn. You just want to see him again. Damn. She was tired of listening to her nag of a conscience that sounded so much like her twin's voice. She glanced at the computer monitor. On the screen, an image she'd been working on, a vampire bat in flight, mocked her. The deadline for the artwork to be submitted for approval to the local zoo's board was only a week away, and she was behind. She adjusted the bat's movements, trying to concentrate, hoping that the image of the creature flying over a silvery disk of moon and through iron gates would help draw in the website's visitors. She wanted this opening page to be intriguing, hinting at all the old myths and superstitions while being scientifically accurate. She was tired, the muscles of her back beginning to ache from sitting so long in the chair. Her nerves jangled, as they were every night. She stood up and stretched, still staring down at the screen, and Oscar, who'd been sitting at her feet, barked. Yeah, and what do you want? She asked, managing a smile. Another bark. Oscar jumped up at her, then settled back on his haunches and looked up at her with eager, dark eyes. You okay? He twirled in one spot. You want to go outside? Another bark, and his tail brushed the floor. Okay, she said. I get it. Finally. Come on, then. The dog was already hurrying down the stairs. Why do I think I'm being conned? That you saw the possum and want a piece of him? She muttered, trailing after her dog. Oscar was leaping at the back door by the time she reached the kitchen. She unbolted the lock, and he shot through, barking like mad and running to the fountain in the corner. The veranda was shadowed but warm, and Caitlyn stood at its edge, waiting for the dog to settle down, listening to the insects humming and noticing the faint hint of cigarette smoke in the air. It was warm, humid. Katie? A voice called from behind her. Jesus! She nearly jumped out of her skin. Turning quickly, she looked into the shadows as she recognized the voice. Kelly? But there was no one there. The veranda was empty. Other than Oscar nosing in the flower beds and the gurgle of the fountain, not a sound. She glanced at her dog and noticed that he hadn't looked up, didn't come wiggling over to have Kelly pat his head. Caitlyn was jumpy. That was it. Imagining sounds. She let out a long breath, tried to slow her heart rate. Maybe she really was cracking up. Losing it. God, no. "Come on," she said to the dog as he sniffed the base of a magnolia tree. "Oscar, now." He hesitated, glanced over to the dark corner from where she'd thought she heard Kelly call her name, and he let out a whimper. Caitlyn looked again. No one. Nothing. Just her overactive imagination. Get a grip, she told herself, but threw the deadbolt once she closed the door. From the kitchen she stared into the dark backyard and felt another sliver of doubt. Had someone been outside with her? Or not? Was someone watching the house? Lurking in the shadows? Stalking her, for crying out loud? She backed away from the window and tried to shake off the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Halfway up the stairs, she heard the phone blast. Taking the remaining steps 2 at a time, she flew into the den. The rudimentary drawing of the vampire bat was still floating on her monitor. She clicked off her computer and slid out the compact disc, silently counting to 10 before taking a chance that the caller wasn't a reporter. "Hello? Caitlyn?" Troy's voice crackled over the line. She nearly melted with relief to hear him. "Can you go out to Oak Hill?" His voice was serious, grim. "Now?" She glanced at the digital clock glowing in the semi-dark room. It was nearly 10. "Yes." "Why?" Caitlyn asked, her heart pounding with dread. "What's wrong?" Troy hesitated a second, then said, "Amanda was in an accident. Single car, a few hours ago." "Oh my God!" Caitlyn braced herself for the worst. "Is she all right?" "I guess so. Ian's picking her up now. A good Samaritan phoned 911 when she saw her go off the road, and I don't have all the details, but I think she blacked out. Anyway, the EMTs arrived and hauled her by ambulance to the ER. She's already seen a doc, had a couple of tests, and she's insisting that she be released. She was lucky. But Mom's not taking it well. You'd better get out to the house." "I'm on my way," Caitlyn said, hanging up and scooping up her purse. She had her keys in her hand and nearly tripped over Oscar as she raced down the stairs. The ghosts were talking again, whispering between themselves as they dashed through the old house and outside. Lucille trembled as she stared out the window, looking past the trees lining the drive to Oak Hill. She rubbed her arms, tried to shake off the chill, but she couldn't. Evil was coming, riding fast on a black horse with hooves of flame, coming straight for her. If only she hadn't promised the old man she'd stay. If only she could leave. But she'd sworn to take care of Caitlyn Montgomery as long as that woman drew a breath. So she had to stay. Muttering a prayer, she made the sign of the cross over her ample bosoms, and as she did, she heard the ghosts laughing at her. There was no escape. Chapter 19. "Okay, now wait a minute. Catch me up," Caitlyn demanded once she reached Oak Hill. The family had gathered, including Amanda. Aside from being paler than usual, Amanda seemed fine. She was pacing the length of the parlor, her husband Ian sitting on a tall stool near the cold grate of the fireplace. Bernada, looking wan, lay on the chaise. Lucille was seated next to her, Doc Fellers in attendance. Positioned near the window and staring out the watery glass panes to the darkness beyond, Troy was as tense as a bowstring, his eyes narrowed on the lane, as if he expected a gang of bad guys from an old western to appear in a cloud of dust. Even Hannah had shown up and was slumped in one of the plush side chairs. Her skin was tanned, her expression bored, her eye makeup dark, her hair streaked blonde. A neglected can of diet soda was sweating on the coffee table. "What happened?" "Someone cut the brake line of my TR," Amanda said, as she plowed stiff fingers through her hair. She was worked up, walking from one end of the room to the other. "You know, the police didn't take me seriously when I said someone tried to run me off the road a few months ago, but they'd better do it now." "You were run off the road?" Bernada struggled to sit up a little higher. Lucille's hand strayed to her shoulder. "Shh, you rest." "Yes," Amanda said emphatically. "Run off the damn road. I could have been killed, and no one seemed to care. I brought it up again today when Detective Reed showed up." "He was there?" Caitlyn asked, starting to panic again. He was hovering so close to her family. Of course, she wanted him to find Josh's killer, yet the thought that he was ever present bothered her. "He came to the hospital just as I was being released, and I basically told him to get off his ass and find whoever it is that's doing this."
Amanda thinks her accident and Josh's death might be connected,
Ian said. "I'd bet my life on it," Amanda said. "Connected? Why?" "It's just a little too coincidental that someone fiddles with my brakes a week after Josh was killed."
if he didn't kill himself,
Ian said.
"Oh, come on! Only a moron would think that. We all knew Josh. Let's not even go there, okay? Suicide my eye. I'm just lucky I wasn't killed today."
You weren't hurt,
her husband reminded Amanda. The tight corners of his mouth suggested that her histrionics were too much for him. Though over 40, Ian Drummond's hair was jet black, his eyes nearly as dark. He had the physique of a 25-year-old, countered by the sullen, angry expression of a man who had lived unhappily too long. "It doesn't matter, Ian. Someone tried to kill me last winter, right before Christmas, remember? And they tried again today. Next time, they might just get away with it." Bernada gave a little squeak of protest.
"Perhaps you should talk elsewhere,"
Lucille said, her eyes flashing a warning that Amanda was in no mood to accept. "I just thought it was best if everyone in the family found out from me. It'll probably be in the news, on the television tonight, or in the paper tomorrow morning. I thought you'd all want to hear it from me yourselves." "What did Detective Reed have to say?" Caitlyn asked. "Not much more than the rest of those idiots. I've spoken to someone there 3 times since that damn black explorer nearly pushed me into the swamp. Once the day it happened, another time a week later, and now again today. But you know what? I don't think anyone there really gives a damn."
except Detective Reed did show up today. You didn't call him,
Ian reminded her. "But I will, if he thinks that little interview today was enough. He obviously doesn't know me."
Maybe the police have bigger fish to fry. You came out of it unhurt,
Troy offered, stuffing his hands into his pants pocket. "Bigger fish, as in the Josh Bandeaux murder?" "I thought they were still trying to figure out if he committed suicide," Bernada said. "I told you, I don't think it was suicide." Amanda couldn't hide the exasperation in her voice.
"What do you think?"
Hannah asked Caitlyn. "I don't know, but I agree with Amanda. I can't imagine that he would kill himself. The police seem to think it was murder.
I agree. Hannah's blue eyes darkened a shade, and Caitlyn held her tongue. There had been rumors about Josh and Hannah, but there had been rumors about Josh with just about any female within 90 miles. So Caitlyn had become inured, she supposed. His affairs had become more embarrassing than painful. But to think that her own sister had... Josh loved himself too much to end it.
"Must we speculate?" Bernada asked, running a shaky hand over her lips. She looked pale and shrunken on the chaise. "Of course not, Mom. Why don't you go upstairs and rest?" Caitlyn suggested. "So you all can talk about me?" "We won't."
"Of course we will," Hannah said. She slid out of the chair, her legs appearing longer than they were because of her short denim skirt and boots with 5-inch heels. That's what the family does best. Gossips. About each other. Hannah had never been afraid to speak her mind. The baby of the clan, she'd been coddled and spoiled and thought it was her God-given right to blurt out whatever she thought. "I need a drink." She walked through the foyer to the dining room, where an antique sideboard had been converted into a wet bar. "Anyone else?" she called, her voice echoing against the coved ceiling.
"Spoiled brat,"
Ian said under his breath, but loud enough that everyone in the room caught it.
"This is all so much to take in."
Bernada wrung her hands nervously.
"You've upset her,"
Troy accused Amanda.
"Oh, I know. I shouldn't have come here. But I thought it would be best if I came over in person and she saw that I was all right. Isn't that better than catching a soundbite on the 11 o'clock news?"
Amanda glanced at Bernada.
"Mom, I'm okay, really,"
she said, though she didn't sound as if she'd convinced herself. "Everything turned out all right, except for the tiara Daddy gave me. It's totaled." Hannah strolled back to the family room and was sipping from a short glass.
"All this in 1 week,"
Bernada said, her voice shaking as she reached for Amanda's hand.
"It's a little much. First Josh, and now you. I swear, sometimes I do believe this family is cursed."
"Cursed? Oh, God, Mom. Now you're starting to sound like her," Hannah said, as she threw a pointed look at Lucille. "Seen any ghosts lately?"
"Hannah!"
Bernada responded.
"I don't see 'em. I only hear 'em,"
Lucille said, in a voice so cold it sent a shiver down Caitlyn's spine. "What about you?" Hannah twirled on the heel of her boot to stare at Caitlyn. "I thought you heard ghosts, too."
"That's enough."
Bernada was shaking, and Doc Fellers stepped between Hannah and her mother.
"Let's all try to calm down. I've given your mother a tranquilizer."
"How thoughtful," Hannah said with a sneer. "I think I'll have one myself." She lifted her empty glass and wiggled it in the air.
"Stop it,"
Troy warned. Lucille's lips tightened at the corners. Her dark eyes reflected pinpoints of light from the lamps glowing from the end tables, and she seemed distant and cold.
"Come on, Mom. Let's get you upstairs where you can lie down. Ian, can you help me?"
Amanda asked, and seemed none the worse for her accident. Lucille was on her feet in an instant.
"I'll take her to her room."
But Amanda was already helping Bernada off the couch.
"Come on, Mom. Ian?"
"I'll get her,"
he said, and picked Bernada up to carry her up the stairs. Amanda was right behind him, and Lucille, never one to be far from her charge,
followed at a slower pace as she gripped the handrail and eased up the steps.
"I think she'll be all right,"
Doc Feller said as he zipped up his medical bag.
"This week has been hard on her. I've left a prescription for a tranquilizer with Lucille, and I want it filled if Bernada becomes agitated again."
Mom was agitated?
Caitlyn asked, worried all over again.
"Upset," Troy explained.
"You can call me day or night,"
the doctor said. That was the way it had always been, for as long as Caitlyn could remember. If there was a medical problem or emergency, Henry Fellers was telephoned. Sometimes they'd meet him at the hospital, or he was called into the emergency room. But more often than not, he came here, to this old plantation home, like an old horse and buggy doctor of 150 years ago. Which was odd, in this day and age of HMOs, specialized medicine, high-tech treatments with MRIs and CT scans, along with laser surgeries, computer images, and conference calls to specialists all over the country. Doc Fellers was a throwback to the 19th century. Odder still, Caitlyn was nearly certain that the Montgomery clan were his only remaining patients. He'd been semi-retired for 15 years or so, and yet, no matter what time of day or night, if needed, he raced to Oak Hill. Bernada's migraines and heart condition, Caitlyn's sinus infections, Charles's broken collarbone, Amanda's concussion, Hannah's abortion. He'd been the medical doctor who had admitted Caitlyn to the mental hospital after Jamie died, and a few weeks later, he'd lobbied with the psychiatrists to secure her release.
"I'll check on Bernada tomorrow,"
he said now, as he started for the door, only to pause to touch Caitlyn on the shoulder.
"And how are you doing? I was real sorry to hear about Josh. I didn't like him much, you know that. Never thought he treated you worth a damn. But I know it's a loss just the same."
"I'm okay," she said.
"You're sure?"
Sincere eyes regarded her from beneath shaggy white eyebrows.
"Sometimes we all need a little help. I can write a prescription for you as easily as I can your mother. You've been through a lot, Caitlyn."
"I'll be all right."
"You sure?"
The doctor was far from convinced. "As sure as I can be," she said, as he walked outside and squared his hat upon his head. She closed the door and found Hannah stirring her drink with her finger and staring at her. "You know, we're a pathetic lot," Hannah said. Caitlyn wasn't in the mood for her baby sister's dark sense of humor. She needed to go upstairs and say goodbye to her mother before she drove home. "Speak for yourself." "Merely an observation. My opinion." "So keep it to yourself."
"Uh-oh.
Look who just got tough," Hannah taunted, holding her drink aloft in mock salute, then offering a not-so-nice-girl grin and taking a long sip. "I'm so scared." "Good." Caitlyn grabbed her purse and shot her youngest sister a look guaranteed to kill. "Scared is an improvement, Hannah. A big improvement." Reed didn't like the turn of his thoughts. No matter how he tried to mold it, he kept coming up with Caitlyn Bandeaux as the logical suspect. He was waiting for the judge to issue a search warrant, and the DA, Catherine O'Cano, was getting anxious. She was pushing. Hard. That was the trouble with women in high places. They got impatient and became bitches. Throw menopause into the mix and all hell was sure to break loose. Men, on the other hand, were just plain tough. That's the misogynist in you, his conscience reminded him as the phone rang and he picked up. Reed. Yeah, this is Detective Ruben Montoya, New Orleans Police Department. Homicide. I've got a missing person with a connection to one of the cases you're investigating. Reed was surprised. What do you need? Her name is Marta Vasquez. She's been missing since last December. She's 33, 5'7", 130 pounds, Anglo-Hispanic. Last seen in a bar on Bourbon Street, where she was out with friends. I'll fax you a picture and detailed description. What case is this connected with? That's the kicker. Marta is the daughter of Lucille Vasquez, who lives at Oak Hill outside of Savannah. I know that technically Oak Hill is out of your jurisdiction, but I've already talked to the sheriff out there and he gave me your name. Reed's interest sharpened. I've been reading the Savannah Sentinel, so I knew you were working on the Joshua Bandeaux case. Lucille Vasquez knew him. She's the housemaid to your victim's mother-in-law. How do you think the cases might be connected? Reed was sitting up, clicking his pen as the wheels turned in his mind. I don't know. I don't see how, but I'm running out of options down here, and a couple of friends thought Marta might be going to visit her mother. I'm not sure how this all works out, as Marta and Lucille were estranged, but I'm checking everything out on this end. I've called Marta's mother myself, but Lucille Vasquez is the proverbial brick wall. Won't give me any information. Reed had heard as much from the detectives who had interviewed the staff at Oak Hill. He leaned back in his chair again and glanced to his computer monitor, where a list of all of Josh Bandeau's known acquaintances flickered. You said you were with Homicide? You think Marta's dead? There was a weighty pause on the other end of the line, and Reed thought he heard the click of a cigarette lighter before the expulsion of a long breath. Is she dead? Hell, that's the real question. I hope not. For now, I'm just looking for answers. Before Reed could ask another question, Montoya added, I've got a personal stake in this one. Any help you could give me would be appreciated. He sounded straight. You got it. But I don't know what we can find out. Just keep me posted. I'll fax you a picture, her stats, and the pertinent information. Fair enough. The fax number is... Already got it. Thanks. I owe you, man. Montoya said. Reed hung up the phone and wondered about any possible connection between Marta Vasquez's disappearance and the murder of Josh Bandeaux. Coincidence? Or a clue? He jotted a note and heard the familiar sound of boots heading for his door. From the cadence, he knew it was Morissette, and she was on a tear. He looked over his shoulder just as she burst through the door. Guess what? She said, hoisting her little butt onto his desk. I couldn't. You're no fun. So I've been told. Many times. Our favorite family is in the news again. Morissette's eyes actually twinkled. She really got off on all this stuff. Reed, on the other hand, felt as if a brick had been dropped on his gut. The Montgomerys? Whoever said you weren't an ace detective? You, for starters. She grinned far enough to show some teeth. If this is about Amanda Drummond's accident yesterday, I already heard about it and talked to her in the hospital. She thinks someone's trying to kill her. I was about to call you and see if you wanted to go with me to get her statement. Shit. Oh, damn. Oh, I should have known you would already have gotten wind of this. And yeah, I wouldn't miss this interview for the world, she said, a little deflated that Reed was one step ahead of her. The telephone jangled, and he punched the button for the speakerphone. Reed. You've got a couple of faxes, a secretary told him. I'll be down to pick 'em up in a few. He was in the process of hanging up when he saw Amanda Drummond storming through the cubicles, heading straight for his office.
"Looks like we'll be doing that interview here," he said under his breath, as Amanda pushed through the already half-open door.
"You said you wanted a statement," she said without so much as a greeting, "so I thought I'd make it official. I know this is homicide, okay? And I probably technically should be talking to that yahoo of a deputy with the sheriff's department. But since you stopped by the hospital yesterday and seemed to agree that what happened to me might be related to Josh's death, I thought I'd talk to you."
"That'll work," he said. "This is my partner, Detective Morissette. She'll sit in, if you don't mind. I'm going to tape this."
He reached into his drawer for a pocket recorder and noticed that Morissette had pulled a small notepad and pen from her pocket. "Fine."
Amanda gave Morissette the once-over, hesitated a second when she checked out her hair, then turned back to read as she settled into the chair near his desk.
Morissette rested a hip on the windowsill. "For the record, I think someone is picking off Montgomery family members one by one. Someone tried to run me off the road, and if you check the records, you'll see I made a statement with the police to that effect. Then he waited, killed Josh in the meantime, and took a crack at me again yesterday." Her jaw was set, her eyes bright as she leaned across the desk. But she didn't look scared, just angry. Such was her personality. "Look, detective, I want whoever the bastard is caught before my luck runs out." She pointed a manicured nail straight between his eyes. "So I expect you to nail the SOB before he gets another chance." "I can assure you that we're doing everything possible to close this case, Mrs. Drummond." "Oh, sure, the company answer. That'll make me sleep better tonight." She let out her breath in a huff, and as she did, some of her rage seemed to dissipate. "Let's get one thing straight. I don't like unleashing the bitch in me. It shouldn't be necessary, but sometimes I feel it is." As she leaned closer to the desk, making the conversation appear more intimate, Reed was reminded that she was an attorney, used to putting on a show in a courtroom, to playing to an audience. "Look," she said, "I know Kathy Okino. We were both assistant DAs together years ago before I couldn't stand it any longer. But I'm sure she would agree with me." "Where do you usually keep your car?" he asked. "In my garage at my house. I live out at Quail Run. It's a gated community, complete with security guard." "When's the last time you drove the car?" She didn't miss a beat. 3 weeks ago. It's a sports car, and I only use it once in a while. I usually drive my Mercedes. The TR is just for fun, a convertible." "Who else drives the sports car?" "Just me." "What about your husband?" Morissette asked. Amanda shook her head. "Never. Just me." "But he has access." Sylvie Morissette wasn't about to back down. "Yeah, he even has a key so that he can move it if he has to, or wash it. But trust me, Ian didn't sabotage my car." "Then who did?" Reed asked. "I don't know. That's what worries me." "You have anyone over to your house lately?" "No. Well, not really." "What do you mean, not really?" Morissette countered. "Either someone was there or not." "What I mean is, no one I don't trust. My brother Troy and my sisters Caitlyn and Hannah have each been over, and my friend Elisa." "How about since the time you last drove the car? When was that?" No, more like 2.5 weeks ago. I had to go pick up some paperwork I'd left at the office, so I drove into town, then came directly home." "So who's been in your house since?" Amanda scowled. "I don't know. Some friends, neighbors, workmen. I had some maintenance done on my air conditioner, and a chimney sweep come to clean out the flues. Did they go into the garage where your Triumph was parked? I suppose so. I don't really know. Reed said, "It would be helpful if you made a list of everywhere the car has been and the names of everyone who had access to your garage over the last 2.5 weeks. I'd also like copies of the last couple of invoices from the shop who did the work on your car, including if you went to one of those quickie lube places." "I'll get those for you." "Good." Reed and Morissette asked more questions, and she gave a rundown of the events leading up to the accident, how the brakes had failed. Amanda gave them a list of the people who regularly worked for her, the lawn service, the maid, the neighbor next door who had a key to the house, and promised to get the other information they'd requested. But she wasn't satisfied. "You know, I'd check out Cricket Biscayne if I were you." "She called 911 for you." "So I heard, but I'm sure you already know that there's a lot of bad blood between my family and hers." "The way I hear it, you're all part of one big extended family." Amanda bristled. "That's not how I see it, and it seems pretty damn coincidental that she's the person who sees me lose control of the car. You know, the Biscaynes are white trash, and I don't care if that's not PC or that my grandfather was involved with their grandmother. They're just a bunch of lowlifes with their hands out. It wasn't just a lucky set of circumstances that Cricket was following me." When the interview was over, Amanda left a business card with her home and office numbers printed on it. "You can reach me at either number," she said, as Reed clicked off his recorder, and she, wincing, slung the strap of her purse over one shoulder. "I'll fax you the invoices you wanted along with a list of the people who work for me, or who have been to the house and seen the car, with their addresses and phone numbers." "I'll look for it," Reed assured her. The lady was nothing, if not efficient. "Good." She started for the door, but hesitated. "Thanks," she added, as if it was an afterthought, then left, sweeping out the door and through the cubicles. "She gives new meaning to the word bitch," Morissette observed, not seeming to care if Amanda Drummond was out of earshot. "Jesus, did she climb all over us or what?" Morissette glared through the open door. "You know what? She just made me want a turncoat." Reed raised an eyebrow. "After that, I'm thinking of joining the other team. Anyone who's trying to get rid of her is my kind of guy." "Or gal," he thought aloud. "She said her sisters had been over." "Oh, wait a minute. I see where this is going. You think Caitlyn Bandeaux slid under the Triumph and snipped the brake lines? Are you nuts? Have you ever seen one of those cars? They're just a few inches off the ground, and I don't think Mrs. Bandeaux is the mechanical type. Whoever did this would have to know what he, or she, was doing. Nah, Reed, you're way off base with this one." Reed wasn't convinced. "I want what's left of the car dusted for prints, and we need to see the area where it was parked. Check and see if any brake fluid had dripped onto the garage floor or anywhere else she may have parked it. And as I told her, I want to see the mechanic's records." "Anything else?" "Yeah. I think Amanda's right. We need to talk to Cricket Biscayne to begin with, and then have another chat with our favorite widow." "I'll call on Cricket." "Jesus, what's with these people? If you were named Copper, would you name your kids Cricket and Sugar? I mean, I know their nicknames, that Cricket is really Christina and Sugar is Cheryl, but you'd think, by the time they were adults, they would have started calling themselves something a little more sophisticated. Classy. Sugar's a stripper, and Cricket's a flake of a hairdresser who can't stay in one shop for more than a month or two at a time." She slapped the heel of a hand to her forehead. "Forget I said that." Her pager went off. "Shit, if this is my babysitter..." She pointed a finger at Reed. "Don't even say it. I know. I've got the quarter already." She was looking at the readout on her pager. "Oh, fudge. It's Bart. Probably another reason he can't make the child support. I wonder what it is this time. His truck broke down? He lost another job? He's a little short? Crap! Every damn month!" She took off down the hall, swearing a blue streak, and Reed, still thinking about Amanda Montgomery and her claim about the attempt on her life, decided to pick up his faxes. There were several. None yet from Amanda Montgomery, but the one that caught his attention was from the detective in New Orleans, Montoya. It was a photograph and description of Marta Vasquez. The picture was grainy black and white, but showed a pretty woman with short dark hair, nose that turned up just a bit, and wide sensual lips. Reed couldn't help but wonder what had happened to her, and how, if in any way, it could be connected to the Bandeaux case. According to the information, Marta had a scar on her abdomen from an appendix surgery, and a tattoo of a hummingbird on her ankle. She'd been a student off and on, and had recently worked at an insurance company before quitting suddenly with no explanation. A lot like Rebecca Wade, Caitlyn Bandeaux's shrink. Coincidence? Unlikely. Marta Vasquez was the daughter of Lucille Vasquez, maid, housekeeper, and general nanny for the Montgomery brood. So Marta would have known the Montgomery children. He frowned. She'd disappeared. That was all anyone knew. No one had seen her for 6 months. He stared at the picture as he walked back to his office, where his phone was ringing loudly. "Detective Reed," he said, tossing all the faxes into his already overflowing inbox. "First things first." Cricket was the last one in the shop. Her final client, a rich woman who would have died if she hadn't been able to make an evening appointment, had left, driving away in a new Cadillac and finally satisfied with a foil weave of no less than 7 colors and a difficult cut that had taken nearly 3 hours. Cricket looked at the dirty towels piled high on the washer, but figured Misty, the girl who started at some ungodly hour, 8, 9, it didn't matter. Misty, with her irritating, bubbly personality, fake boobs, an unending case of the giggles, could damn well wash and dry the towels. Crap. This job was getting the better of her. On her feet all day, listening to women bitch about their husbands or their kids. But they weren't really complaining, Cricket knew, hearing it in the tone of their voices. They were proud of their spouses or their brats. The "oh, woe is me, long-suffering wife and mother" act was just for show. Cricket put up with it because it was part of the job, and there was usually a tip involved, though some of the women were so tight they squeaked. Cricket's muscles ached, and she cracked her neck as she swept around her station at the salon, swabbed out the sink, then hung her apron on a hook near the back door. Her Coke was where she'd left it, by the color-mixing sink. She picked it up and took a sip from the straw. Caffeine. That was what she needed. Well, and maybe a shot or 2 of tequila, or maybe a joint. Maybe all 3. Her tips for the week would buy a couple of drinks and maybe an ounce or 2 of weed. She walked outside to the stoop, where she and the other girls smoked. Against Maribel, the owner of the shop's orders, they'd leave the back door open and stand outside for a quick hit of nicotine. Now, as she locked up, Cricket fished in her purse for a pack of cigarettes and her lighter. Only 1 filter tip left in the crumpled pack, and the cigarette was kind of broken. Shit. She managed to light the damn thing as she walked down the lane that cut between two main streets. Basically, it was an alley cluttered with dumpsters, crates, and strictly enforced no parking zones. Maribel insisted the girls park a block over, allowing every tiny parking space for the clients. Not that Cricket gave a rat's ass where she parked. Maribel also hinted that she should get a percentage of the beautician's tips. Yeah, right. What a stingy old bat. Cricket had half a mind to quit. She finished her Coke and tossed the empty cup into a dumpster. The night was thick and dark and hot. No sign of stars or a moon, just street lamps offering an eerie glow and attracting insects. A mosquito or no-see-um was bothering her. Cutting behind a gas station, she slapped at the mosquito, and the aches that had been with her most of the day seemed to melt away. In fact, her legs were rubbery, not working quite right. And her vision was fuzzy. She was working too hard. That was it. Way too hard. With more difficulty than usual, Cricket found her little hatchback where she'd left it, under a street lamp. Only the light tonight wasn't working right, flickering on and off, and the street was deserted. Not that it mattered, she thought thickly. God, what was wrong with her? She'd unlocked the car when she heard a footstep, sensed someone behind her. Without much concern, she looked over her shoulder and saw something. A figure, man or woman, crouching behind an old station wagon. She slid into the car and caught the heel of her shoe on the doorframe. Crap, she muttered, but found she didn't really care. Her vision was really blurry now, and she couldn't sit up straight, was half in and half out of the car, unable to punch the key into the ignition. Jesus, what was going on? It was as if she was drugged, as if someone had, doctored her coke? She heard footsteps and rolled one eye back to see the figure dashing across the lane. It was a woman, and she seemed familiar. Someone who would help her. Cricket tried to speak, attempted to hold on to a clear thought as the woman in black drew nearer. "Help me, please," she tried to say, but couldn't form the words. They died in her throat as she recognized the stranger. What was she doing down here? Why? Had she been waiting? Expecting her? Oh, God. Sudden, blinding truth hit Cricket like a ton of bricks. She noticed the woman's tight-fitting gloves and white slash of a smile, like the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland. Or worse. This smile was cold, the eyes gleaming in anticipation. She reached into her purse and withdrew a small glass jar, which she flashed in front of Cricket's eyes. In the glow of the interior light, she saw them. Insects. All sorts and kinds were packed inside, desperately crawling up the sides of the jar, thin legs and wings and antennae moving, pulsing against the glass, segmented bodies crushed against each other. They scrambled over each other, fighting to the top of the heap as they tried to escape. "Friends of yours?" the woman inquired, her gaze menacing as she rolled the vial between her gloved fingers. "I think so." In that instant, Cricket knew. she was going to die. Chapter 20. You shouldn't be here. Her own voice taunted Caitlyn as she switched off the ignition and listened to the engine of her car die, then tick as it cooled. The wind was brisk, rattling the branches of the live oaks and stirring the fronds of the thick shrubbery. "I know, but it's Jamie's birthday," she said aloud as she stared up at the house. 3 stories of red brick, trimmed in white, accented with narrow, paned windows and black shutters. The house stood quietly, its lights glowing warmly in the darkness. Jamie's house. Caitlyn's throat was thick as she conjured up her daughter's cherubic 3-year-old face, but she didn't cry. Had wept her buckets of tears years before. Quickly, before the morbid thoughts got the better of her, she pocketed her keys and slid from behind the steering wheel of her Lexus. The night was warmer than she'd expected, the air a gentle kiss on her cheeks as she made her way up the walk to the wrought-iron gate. She thought it would be locked, but the latch gave way, and the old hinges creaked. Mist rose from the ground like smoke, swirling at her feet and wafting eerily through the lacy branches overhead. In front of the home that used to be hers, her doubts mushroomed, and she second-guessed herself. She was alone. But then, she always had been, hadn't she? 1 of 7 children, but alone. A twin, but alone. Married, but alone. A mother, and now alone. The wind was gusty, tugging at her hair, hot as midday, though it was night. She was vaguely aware of the sound of a car's engine as it drove past, and the yapping of a neighbor's dog over the sound of the steady, painful drumming of her heart. It was now or never. Either she was going to face Josh or let the marriage die. Forcing starch into her spine, she walked along the brick path just as she had hundreds of times during the short span of her marriage. Up the 3 steps to the wide front porch, where baskets of petunias hung and the scent of honeysuckle was strong. She raised her fist to rap on the door, but it was open, hanging ajar. An invitation. "Don't do it. Don't go in there." She heard Kelly's voice as surely as if her sister were standing next to her in the shadows. Seduced by a sliver of light spilling onto the dark porch from the cracked door, she stepped inside, her footsteps echoing on the smooth marble foyer with its 20-foot ceilings. The grandfather clock began to chime over soft music playing from hidden speakers, something haunting and classical, coming from the den. She stepped over the threshold and saw him, slumped over the desk, one arm flung over the edge of the desk, blood dripping from his wrist, pooling onto the plush pile of the carpet. "Josh!" she cried as the phone began to ring. 1 ring. She stared at the phone on the desk near Josh's head. 2 rings. Oh, God! Should she answer it? 3 rings. Caitlyn's eyes flew open. Her heart was pounding wildly, her skin soaked in sweat. She was home, in her own bed. But the horrid image of her husband lying dead across his desk still burned through her mind. Josh dead in his den with the wrongful death papers, the wine and open veranda door. She knew without asking to see photos of the crime scene that she duplicated it in her subconscious. But how? Unless she'd been there. Unless she'd actually witnessed his death. But that was impossible. It had to be. The phone blasted. She scrambled for the receiver. "Hello," she whispered. Nothing. Her skin crawled. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Not a sound. Not even a dial tone. Terrified, she slammed the receiver down. Dear God, what was happening? She wiped a trembling hand over her forehead. What she'd experienced was just a bad dream. A really bad dream. So who had called at 3:15 in the morning? Who had refused to answer? A wrong number? Forcing herself to calm down, she took several deep breaths. Oscar was lying at the foot of her bed, yawning and stretching. "Come here," she said, patting the pillow next to her, and he slowly inched upward to curl against her. There was something calming in stroking his bristly fur, in listening to the whirring of the ceiling fan moving overhead. The bedside phone rang again. What now? Every muscle in her body tensed. Reaching blindly, she snapped on the light and picked up the receiver. "Hello?" No answer. "Hello?" Her heart was hammering as she waited, though she heard shallow breathing. "Who is this?" Nothing. No response. Her skin crawled. Was there the faint hint of music in the background? Why wasn't the person answering? She hung up the receiver and checked caller ID. Unknown caller. That much she'd already figured out. She rubbed a hand over her forehead. The phone jangled again. Damn! She started, looked at the caller ID before answering. Troy's number. She picked up. "Hello?" "Caitlyn, it's Troy. I know it's late and I hate to call you, but I think you should know that Mom's on her way to the hospital. It's her heart." "No! Oh, God, is she okay?" "Don't know. I just got a call from the EMT. He asked me to meet them at East Side General. I'm on my way." "Me too," she said without thinking. "I'll meet you there. Oh, and Troy, did you try to call me a couple of minutes ago?" "No. Why?" "The phone rang and I answered, but no one was there." "It wasn't me," he said. Her fingers clenched around the receiver. "Probably a wrong number," she said, not believing it for a second as she hung up. She stripped out of her nightgown, pulled on a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt, then slid into a pair of sandals, the bottoms of her feet encountering something crusty. "What the devil?" she groused, then saw the dark splotches on the insoles, 2 purplish drips that she knew instinctively were blood. Her stomach turned over as she realized these were the shoes she'd worn on the night Josh died. She'd obviously kicked them toward the back of the closet and hadn't noticed the stains when she'd cleaned up her room the next day. Now she scrambled out of the sandals as if her feet actually burned. She felt a wave of panic and found a pair of running shoes that she warmed her feet into, then hurried down the stairs. As she reached the back door, the phone began to ring again. She checked caller ID. Unknown caller. Her heart froze. She should answer. It could be news of her mother. She picked up. "Hello?" No response. "Hello?" Nothing. just the static of an open line. The hairs on her nape rose. She had to quell the fear that threatened her.
Who is this? No, wait. I don't want to know. Whoever you are, just go to hell.
You go first.
The voice was a harsh whisper, and had the same effect on Caitlyn as if she'd heard her own death sentence. She slammed the phone down, her heart racing, cold sweat breaking out on her back and face.
Who was it? Why were they calling?
Calm down. Caitlyn backed up and stumbled against the counter. She had to get to the hospital. She didn't have time to think about whoever it was who was harassing her. But as she stepped outside to the sultry Savannah night, the 3 chilling words followed her.
You go first.
The hospital loomed in the night. 8 very modern stories in sharp contrast to most of the historic buildings in the area. Caitlyn parked and paused long enough to leave a message on Kelly's cell phone. "Kelly, it's Caitlyn. I just got a call from Troy. About Mom. It's around 4 in the morning, and she's been rushed to East Side General Hospital. I don't know the details, but when I do, I'll call again." She hesitated, staring out the windshield to the deserted parking lot. I just thought you'd want to know. It wouldn't kill you to visit her. Maybe it's time to mend a few fences." She clicked off, figured she'd probably pissed off her sister, but didn't really care. A crisis was a crisis. Sliding out of her Lexus, she stepped into the thick, warm night. There was a slight breeze off the Savannah River, and the rumble of a few engines as solitary cars, headlights cutting down the city streets, rolled past. Her footsteps echoed across the pavement as she spied Troy's black Range Rover, and beside it, Hannah's Honda. Glass doors opened as she stepped under the covered portico. Inside, the lights were turned low, the corridors hushed except for the ER, where lights blazed. The night staff was on duty, and several members of her family were waiting. Grim-faced, Troy stood near the admissions desk, while Hannah sat on a long couch and absently flipped through a magazine. Lucille sat on a small chair near a potted palm and looked straight ahead, either dead tired or stricken. Caitlyn couldn't tell which. Amanda, none the worse from her recent accident, perched on the edge of a plastic chair, and Ian, dressed in his uniform, his shirt crisp, his cap lying on a table, seemed distracted and edgy. He constantly glanced at his watch or bit at a thumbnail. "How's Mom?" Caitlyn asked, approaching her brother. "Better." Troy tried to angle a look past the drapes of the private rooms as some sleepy elevator music played from speakers set into the walls.
"Thank God," Amanda said with a sigh. "I don't know if I could take another tragedy."
"You could take anything," Hannah said without looking up from a 6-month-old edition of People magazine. "You're tough as nails."
"How would you know?"
"I know." She flipped another page slowly, and Caitlyn caught a glimpse of Julia Roberts on an inside page.
"Fine. So you're psychic?"
"No. I just know people. I leave all that psychic crap to Lucille." Amanda looked about to shoot back a retort, but decided to hold her tongue. Lucille didn't so much as glance in Hannah's direction. Troy ignored his sister's bickering. Once the ambulance got her here, the doctors were able to stabilize her. She had another one of her spells, Amanda offered.
"Her heart?"
Angina attack. Angina pectoris, Hannah clarified, looking up briefly. You know, as opposed to just angina, which can be anything. You're talking about her heart. What about her nitroglycerin pills? They're supposed to help. They didn't work this time. Lucille sighed heavily as she wrung her hands. This time, nothing helped, so I called 911. Guilt kept her eyes from meeting Caitlyn's. She stared at the coffee table. Nothing worked. I was walking upstairs to bed, and she began to have trouble, breathing hard, complaining of pain. I managed to get her into the bed and give her the pill, but she just kept getting worse. The older woman's lips pursed, and she shook her head. I called Doc Fellers, and he didn't answer. Your mother, she was fit to be tied and in so much pain, but she didn't want me to call anyone else. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I called 911, and they sent an ambulance. You did what you could, Troy said. Hannah rolled her eyes. Amanda shot Hannah a warning glare, but their youngest sibling didn't seem to notice as she tossed the glossy magazine onto the table. I should have called sooner, Lucille said. Where were you, Hannah? Troy asked. Out, Hannah said sullenly, then grabbed her bag. I'm going out for a smoke. I'll join you. Troy was already reaching into his jacket pocket and jogged to catch up with her. The glass doors parted and they stepped outside, huddled together near the ashcan. Caitlyn looked over at Amanda. How are you feeling? All in all, just peachy, Amanda said flippantly. All in all, it's been a hell of a week. Caitlyn couldn't disagree. But as the first light of dawn seeped through the mist, she had the gnawing feeling that it was only going to get worse. He had to work fast. Adam slipped into his office and made sure the door was closed tight behind him. He'd missed something. He was sure of it. Although he'd searched this room top to bottom, he was going to do it one last time, scouring every nook and cranny, tearing up the damned floorboards if he needed to. Time was running out. And you're scared, not just for Rebecca, but because of Caitlyn. Face it, Hunt, you're interested in her, and not just professionally. Ignoring that thought, he went to work. He looked through everything. Drawers, files, bookcases, tables, even the pillows on the couch and chairs. He searched the closet and the dry planters, behind the pictures he'd taken from the walls, and through all the pockets of the coats he'd found in the closet. He rolled up the carpet, looked through the bathroom next door, and finally, as the sun rose steadily in the east, was about to give up. If the information he sought wasn't on the computer's hard drive, then he was sunk. But something bothered him. Something about the office didn't seem right. He sat down on the couch and viewed it again, remembering where the furniture had been placed when he'd first walked in, thinking of the few objects he'd removed. What was incongruous about the place? Think, Hunt, think. His gaze skimmed the desk and furniture, the decor, all recent. Made to look older, yes, but acquired in the past few years. Aside from a few books, a pair of boots, a jacket, and the backpack, the items were fairly new. But so what? Frustrated, he sat on the corner of the couch where Caitlyn always took her seat. He thought he smelled the hint of her perfume, and his heart raced a little. Innocence and sexuality, all rolled into one seductive package. stupid, stupid, stupid. That's what his attraction to Caitlyn was. Professional dynamite. Personal disaster. And yet when she appeared in this room, he couldn't deny the physical allure of the woman. Slim, but not bony, she carried herself with a slightly aloof air, a facade that shattered in their sessions when she, fighting to maintain control of her ragged emotions, would refuse to break down or try and laugh off her own case of nerves. Her smile was sexy, her movements sensual, her worries deep. Shadows darkened her eyes, and confusion occasionally tugged at the corners of her mouth. But beneath the layers of anxiety and tragedy, he sensed there was an intelligent, sharp, deep woman that she rarely allowed out. He was an idiot, plain and simple. He didn't have time for a woman, and certainly not a complicated one like Caitlyn Bandeaux. Already the police were nosing around, asking questions about Rebecca. It was only a matter of time, days or possibly hours, before they figured out that he was subleasing her offices and using her equipment. Then he'd have some explaining to do. Her disappearance would be a matter of record, and they would seal up the office and house. Not that their investigation would necessarily be a bad thing, just a hindrance, and he would be looked upon with suspicion. His movements would be restricted, and he really believed that he was more likely to find her than any other person on the planet. He'd lived with her. He knew her. He understood her. He knew he could find her. But he was beginning to worry that it wouldn't be fast enough. Too much time had slipped by. With each passing day, he felt with growing certainty that she was dead. Worse yet, he had the chilling premonition that Rebecca's disappearance was somehow tied to Caitlyn Montgomery Bandeaux.